Chat, what's up? It's your man Sean Zittel holding it down for the boxing world again from the elaborate, illustrious studios in Las Vegas. And tonight we got Rafael Divino Espinoza defending the WBO featherweight championship against Japan's Arnold Khegai. Japanese fighters are tough as shit, and you know he's going to bring the fight, but you got to favor Espinoza. Anyway, Emiliano Vargas, who I definitely think is going to be a world champion and a star in the sport, is on the undercard tonight, co-headlined by Richard Torrez Jr., who just beat Guido Vianello. He's sneaking. He's emerging into the top 10 at heavyweight. But I'm a little upset to start, chat. I'm going to explain why. I was lied to. I was told this card was by BoxRec was going to start with. We are live, right? Chat, am I live? I'm going to be very lit next Saturday. Correct. I'm live, right, chat? Just to further check, because I actually did this 2 minutes ago and thought I was live already. I'm going to make sure I'm live. Okay, I am live. Anyway, I'm a little upset. I feel a little bit like, because BoxRec said the first fight on this card was going to be Julian Montalvo, who Top Rank has huge hopes for. He's gotten high remarks from people like Zaquin Moses in the gym, Shakur Stevenson. A lot of fighters and top prospects say this kid is the goods. And my guy Evan with Top Rank, you know, I love Evan from Top Rank and Kenny from PBC, and they sometimes will scope out talent for their companies. And Evan scoped out this Montalvo kid. Anyways, I've heard a lot of good things about Julian Montalvo, but I feel like you can watch it on Tubi, Luis Vega Larga. You can watch it on Vega Larga. I'm a little upset, though. You remember that scene in Training Day, chat, when Denzel Washington, was it Snoop Dogg who has the crack underneath? He's hiding the crack in his lungs, and he forces it out, and he goes, "Oh, you lied to me. You lied to me." Remember Denzel says that to somebody about drugs in Training Day? "You lied to me." And I kind of feel like Denzel in that scene. You lied to me. I thought I was going to start with Julian Montalvo, and instead it's two fighters that I'm not familiar with from Mexico fighting on the undercard. So I feel a little lied to. I thought we were going to get Julian Montalvo to start. And as a matter of fact, oops, not supposed to show that. Let me show you guys just how familiar we are with young Julian Montalvo. Okay, so here's Julian Montalvo. I thought the card was going to start with him. Because look, chat, look. They lied to me like Snoop Dogg did with the crack valves to Denzel. They did. Take a look, chat. Just so you know, I'm not crying. We go to the event. Look at that. These are the only fights listed on BoxRec. And the first one was supposed to be young Julian Montalvo. You may ask, who is Julian Montalvo? This 17-year-old, 5'11" lightweight. Excuse me, super featherweight. Who is he, chat? Who's already had... Okay, he hasn't been that busy. He's only fought 4 times, but this kid I hear great things about out of the Top Rank gym from pros and I hear really good things about him. I want to take a good look at him tonight. But do you know what he has going well for him, chat? What bodes well for young Julian Montalvo? One very important thing. He has already been on this channel. There he is. He's already been on the channel, chat. Already been on the channel. Already been on the channel. He could. Sky is the limit based off of that alone. That he's been on the channel.
Prospect with Top Rank 2-0 Julian Montalvo from here in Las Vegas, man. And man, just to start for the fans, you've sparred with some serious names at just 17 years old, man. Tell the people some of the people you've worked with.
Yeah, I worked with Keyshawn Davis, Shakur Stevenson, Bruce Carrington, Tiger Johnson.
Sparring all the brothers, Julian. That's smart because you got to get used to those attributes.
Tapales, that was a while ago. Angelo Leo too, yeah. A couple of people like that, yeah.
Yeah, man, he sparred. Listen to all those killers he sparred at 16. He was 16, I think, at the time of this interview. Maybe, he's 17.
What is it that allows you to, at 16, now 17 years old, to work with guys like that? Why do they keep bringing you back for the work?
Well, it's like the work with my coach. We work hard every day in the gym, and it's not just about work hard. You got to have that mentality to not be scared when you're in with them, you know? So it kind of helps me out. And what me and my coach we work to be consistent, and we work on new things every week, yeah.
Super mature for 17 years old, man. Super mature for 17 years old. So we're live from San Luis in Mexico tonight, right? And so this is an Italian sweater for Rocky Balboa, but I changed sweaters, chat, because these colors tonight are actually for Mexico. These are not Italian colors. Tonight's live cast, and all people are welcome, of course, but tonight's it's for la raza. Okay, little Kid Frost. Or if you're more a traditional type, tonight's stream has a heavy influence of okay. Those are the vibes. A little different from Sweet Caroline earlier in England. So, those are the vibes. What's going on, everybody? My wife is in the chat. Such a loyal follower. My man Chiquian, JJJ, what's up, brother? Yeah, Top Rank I wish they should just do this on their YouTube. I really feel like if Bob Arum was 30 years younger, he'd go, fuck it, Aiden fucking Ross does it. Aiden fucking Ross goes live without the network. Why he does it? Why the fuck don't we do it? What's the kid's name? The Kai Kanat, he fucking does it. The Mr. Beast, these assholes do it. Why can't we do it? I seriously kind of feel like that is what Bob Arum would be thinking and saying if he was 30 years younger. Aiden fucking Ross. That's what I think. 67 viewers, Giovanni Quintero. It's 70 now. It is at a whopping 70 now. So, I show speed, does it, Chiquian? So, Sean, represent La Raza, dog. I'm trying. These count as Mexican colors tonight, not Italian. And although if Divino Espinoza starts getting lit up by Arnold in an upset, we got to call it down the middle. Starts getting his ass whooped, but I don't foresee that happening. I like Rafael Espinoza, man. He's a good dude. Beautiful singer too, but really, really nice person. Rafael Divino Espinoza. I've enjoyed my interviews with him. Good person. But chat, we have. What's up, Anthony Jackson? How did I watch the fight tonight, big bro? It's on Tubi. So Anthony, everybody listening, don't close this tab, but go to Tubi.com. And then search boxing in the search tab. What's going to come up is Top Rank Classics. Click on that, and it's going to take you to tonight's fights live in Mexico. So, I sound like an ad. They need to, I just sounded like an ad. So, but for Anthony Jackson, I will reveal how it goes down. Yes, go to Tubi.com. And then search boxing in the search tab, and then Top Rank Boxing Classics will come up. Click on it, and they'll be showing this. By the way, I didn't realize they were streaming HBO and Top Rank Classic fights like at will on Tubi. I'm going to be doing that. I just wish they would let me have the copyright to it so we could watch old fights live on the channel and talk about them and stuff. That'd be great. Dreamcast, Samantha, my wife said Sean is Mexican and the Dreamcast is to his right. It is. It is to the right. Look at this. Look at this beautiful controller, chat. Just look at it. Just look at it. All right, we got time to kill. All right, chat. Chiquian, my boy Chiquian says people should get behind Espinoza. I like it. Oh no, he's a great guy. He's such a nice person. Such a genuine. His nickname is Divino. I got the interview in my archives. This is something he saw some kind of face of Jesus when he was growing up, and some story as it related to his religious faith in Mexico, and then that's how he got the name Divino, divine. So just a good person. Hey, Raul Gallardo says, respect, Sean. Always watching your quality work from Chicago. That's what's up, man. Shout out to Chi-Town. Thank you for coming in. So how's the production on Top Rank Tubi? It looks pretty much the same as what they had on ESPN. Same graphics, same picture quality. It basically looks like a mid-tier ESPN show when they would have, Valdez fight Liam Wilson or something, So, yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. It'd be better if they just did it on YouTube, but maybe Bob is so old school that the thought of him going independent on YouTube is just too much for him, and he's like, gotta have it on the network, even if it's fucking Tubi, But which I don't disagree with, but it's like, again, Aiden fucking Ross does it, Bob, so you could do it too. I really would like to think that Aram would, if he was forced with this hand, ousted from ESPN, no network. I think if Aram was younger, he'd go, yeah, fuck it. Aiden Ross does it. We can too. So, hey, Gail, what's going on? Hey, Sean, checking in from rainy San Diego. Always value your insights, rants, and humor equally. No, thank you, Gail. Thank you for checking in. Gail is awesome. One of my buddies in the media. Have so much respect for her. Such a classy human being. So, love you, Gail. Love San Diego. Wish I was out there with you. So, it's raining here too, by the way, Gail. So, but yeah, Gail will tell you. Gail has covered Espinoza the last couple of fights, and he's just a wonderful human being, man. And then Emiliano is gonna become a star, no doubt about it. I do think there's a very possible scenario where Emiliano gets a lot of flack because he's good looking. He's the son of a former legend, and Top Rank's gonna do what they do with their fighters with him. They're gonna match make him smartly. This is a big talking point after Devin said it to Brian, right? Dude, Top Rank made Oscar, Cotto, Floyd, Crawford, like that wasn't the dig Devin thought it was. That it landed with a lot of people when he said it. I'm not saying it didn't go over. And I get what he's saying. Like, hey, Top Rank has such good matchmakers. They made Zhu Shiming a world champion. But they've produced a lot more Bud Crawfords and Shakur Stevensons and Floyd Mayweathers and Oscar De La Hoyas and Miguel Cottos than they have Zhu Shimings, and then plenty of fighters in between. So with Emiliano, I could foresee him being kind of a protected, talented champion. And his team, they're not going to put him in with no Abdullah Mason or nothing like that until it's a really big fight, until the risk is worth the reward. And I know we choke on that shit in boxing. It gets annoying. But I could just foresee Emiliano being super spectacular in his first title fight against a Denis Baranchyk, a Joek, that kind of level of guy. And people just being like, yeah, but this kid, man, they protect him. They protect him from the best fighters because he's a pretty boy and all that. I just kind of foresee that happening. So I'm just getting out in front of it now and telling you I kind of see it coming. And so what I think might happen with Emiliano is he's going to be a really talented protected champion. He's going to be a really talented, really protected, or really talented, really good protected champion. And that's going to ruffle some feathers. People are going to be like, but Top Rank and Fernando Vargas and all them are going to be like, we know what we got in this kid. And what I'm getting out in front of it is this is going to become a discussion in Emiliano's career at some point in the near future when he wins a title. Is going to be a lot of talk about, is he more sizzled than steak? Is he more fast hands, good looks, and good matchmaking than he is really an elite fighter? And I'm here to get out in front of it and say, I think he's going to be legit. I think he's going to be so legit that they will eventually put him in with the Sharks, but not for a while. They're going to want to really build him along. And I think there's going to be speed bumps along the way. My one critique of Emiliano as a prospect is when I saw him spar as a teenager, whenever he sparred guys who were as talented as him, sometimes he would shut it down and he would stop dialing up his full arsenal, and he'd get a little bit more basic and a little bit more handcuffed, and his confidence would diminish a little bit in there. He wouldn't explore his full skill set because he felt like these guys were disarming him. They were taking something away from him. So now I just got to go basic. So I foresee him having hiccups along the way, but I think once he reaches his potential, I think Emiliano is legit. I think he's legit. I think he's going to be really fucking good. Now, I do wonder, though, like his dad, is his chin not going to be the best? And, that kind of thing. And kid's a good-looking kid. Girls could be a little bit of a distraction because he likes women. Women like him. So I think there will be some speed bumps along the way, but I foresee a really bright future in that young man's career. So yeah, that's some of the things I envision for him down the road. It's going to be talk about he's protected. How good is he really against what opposition? And it's going to be a lot of people saying, when are you going to fight Keyshawn? When are you going to fight Abdullah? When are you going to do? And he's going to be racking up wins, getting some belts, becoming a star. And the jury's going to be out on just how real is he when that's happening. I can see it coming. Let's see. Gail says, Divino Espinoza is damned entertaining. What more can fans ask for? And he's a great singer of the Mexican mariachi classics. He's seriously good. Imagine the guy sings the national anthem and proceeds to kick your ass over the course of 10 to 12 rounds. Yeah, he is a great guy. And Gail also said production looks fine. Thompson Boxing used to put on shows in Southern Cal with high school kids on the cameras, and it was perfectly fine. I believe it. If you got good equipment, it's more equipment than it is talent. I mean, it ain't that hard to shoot a fight, you know? So, I believe it. How will Top Rank make him a star on Tubi? That's a funny retort, but he's just going to be one on his own. You know, Ryan Garcia became a star fighting on DAZN, which nobody really watches. You know, Ryan became a star in his garage. And Emiliano, he knows how to self-market. That's why he's always posting pictures of him, GQ style. And he'll even, it doesn't matter who his promoter, I mean, it matters. But it could be Al Heyman, it could be Turkey, it could be Dana, it could be Eddie. You know, it could be any promoter. If you keep this kid active and just do right by him, he's going to be a star. You know, his eyes to the sky, super marketable, super fast hands, very good talent, last name, Mexican-American. I mean, unless he's just absolutely chinny or he just gets super distracted outside the ring, you know, I just foresee him becoming a big star. Sean, super random, but would I rather live in New York and LA or LA? If I had all the money in the world I would live in LA instead of New York. And I'm a proud New Yorker, New York till I die, Yankees in the back. But yeah, man, weather matters. And New York, man, I love visiting there. I love smelling the street, the nastiness. I love going to New York City. There's no city in the world like New York City. It has an energy there. Even as it's kind of been in decline for a long time, there's still only one New York City. It's an amazing city. It's an amazing feeling just to be in New York City. But if I had to live my life somewhere, I would live in Los Angeles for sure. I'd go live in Pasadena or Orange County or somewhere nice, Santa Monica, and call it a day, bro. Southern California, you can't beat that shit. So, Scooter Davis is going to be in the mix with them too, says C Money. I like Scooter Davis a lot. He reminds me a little bit of Ennis. Just a fun talent. Like, I know he's not Jaron Ennis, but I don't know. I like Scooter. He's really good. I think he's a really good prospect. Top Rank picked him up. He's got a lot of talent. Cool dude too. Exciting style. An athletic guy who's offensive minded. So I like Scooter Davis. I was hearing about Scooter years ago from Coach Barry Hunter and Calvin and all those guys around Tank used to talk him up when they'd come out to Vegas and I'd overhear it. So I wasn't surprised when he kind of impressed people as a prospect. So we're in round 7 between Asquino and Amaro. So I think we're getting closer to the time of Julian Montalvo, but Secret Dance Moves at Top Rank are literally the worst promoter to be with right now. Your fights are going to be seen by nobody on Tubi. I mean, you make a very fair point, but I don't know, man. Top Rank's track record is the best in the sport. They are kind of fucked right now. And Todd DeBuff was not smart and Bob, to go and get in bed with Kinahan when they already had $90 million a deal from the worldwide leader in ESPN. And I get it. That budget between staff and production and fighter purses and undercard and this and that, it dries up quickly. But in retrospect, not too smart. And I also think that's probably part of why it's harder for them to get a network deal too, is that they're a little radioactive. Like, yo, you are tied up with you're in the New York Post as being tied in with Daniel Kinahan and all kinds of shit. So that makes it harder to do business with them, although not really, because TKO has multiple lawsuits pending and CBS just gave them like $8 billion. So, but that's because of reasons I could get into at another point. But Gail, thank you. Gail said, endorse your take on Emiliano, Sean. He's got the skills, the swag, and Ryan Garcia has good looks. But back off, ladies. Emiliano has a beautiful girlfriend. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah. Yeah, just settle down and get a nice one. Don't be like Joe Pesci in Goodfellas, who's, I get a good one every night, man. Then I throw him away and I want to get back to you. I want to be with you. No. Like De Niro said in that scene, why don't you settle down? Why don't you settle down? Why don't you settle down? So, anyways, this shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody, but they are scrapping down in Mexico. This is how they get down. Those Telemundo Univision cards used to be the shit for this reason right here. You did not need to know either guy, and they were going to give you a good-ass fight. And then some of those guys emerge from these Mexican fights in Mexico and become killers, like Divino, like Navarrete. So, like Venado did. So let me see. Can't beat that Pacific time zone either. Motherfuckers trying to watch sports early, not late. Yeah, true. Sean, what's the future of boxing distribution in America? Well, it looks like TKO has got a clean slate set to take it over potentially. I mean, it just fell into their lap too. It's too coincidental that Turkey was able to burn through money in the red of Saudi's government fund and then price out. I mean, they slit their own throats. They jumped in bed with the guy with both feet, but eventually kind of pricing out all the networks. I also, conspiracy theory, Sean, which is just me, Sean, also believes that maybe there's a chance. I'm not sold on this one yet, but it's just a thought I've had. What if Top Rank's kind of being blackballed? Now, there is a chance that because they didn't put on any big fights after Haney Lomachenko in May of 23, and they got in bed with an international drug lord, maybe that's why other networks aren't touching them. But conspiracy, Sean, has another thought, which is Ari Emanuel is from Endeavor and William Morris, and he had big beef with the other big talent agency in Los Angeles, CAA, which I believe represents Top Rank. And so Ari Emanuel, who's like the most powerful person in entertainment in the United States, I do wonder if he is put in a word, hey, don't give Top Rank a deal, because we're trying to clear the area right now to take over the sport in the United States. And Top Rank has a lot of young talent we want. I'm not sold on this theory, but it's just a thought I had. And then I think the lawyer who helped file the lawsuit against Top Rank for DeBuff and Kinahan, I think he's a former Top Rank lawyer who now works for TKO. So, you know what I mean? So he knows where the bones are buried. Foil hat, Sean, on full display. The foil hat is always on at all times. But yeah. So Top Rank, my boy Chikian said Top Rank's got their fighters on other platforms. To be fair, 2 out of 4 Matchroom shows in 2026, right? Like Murataya defending his title on a Matchroom card, and then so I respect Top Rank for doing what they can do right now. Yeah, like. I feel like, look, man, fuck all these companies, okay? At the end of the day, right? Because I can't kiss any of their asses. But if I had to respect one the most, it would be Top Rank because of the fucking track record they've produced. I got Morales right there in the background. He was a Top Rank fighter, for example. So they've produced so many champions and so many great fights that no other promoter could even come close to. And then look, I feel like other promoters, if they were in Top Rank's position right now, I don't know if they play ball as quickly. Like if they'd be humble enough to be like, you know what, Murataya is the champion, but you have the network. It's your card, Eddie. Foster. Oshaki Foster is the champion, but you have Fulton. It's your card. It's your main event, PBC. It's on Amazon Prime. you take Foster. We're in no position to dictate terms right now. And I feel like other promoters, I don't know if they'd be as quick to do that. And it shows from Top Rank some sign of good faith of business. I think, look, Top Rank, again, squandering the ESPN deal, big fuck up. And playing games with PBC all those years, playing games with Top. They all played games with each other. They all sued each other. Well, they both sued PBC. And so I say all that to say that. It's just, to your point, Shaquille, I'm not sure other people would be as willing to do that. Maybe they would. So, but it's not like Top Rank hasn't fucked up and put themselves in this position. So, Secret Dance Move says, that's not promoting through having your boxers promoted by other promoters on their shows. Even PBC had a network sorted out before their contract ran out with Showtime. They did. And they're the only ones with a good network right now on Amazon. And it hasn't been consistent like they promised. Remember, they were saying 12 shows a year, 4 non-pay-per-view, all kinds of shit that hasn't happened. But I'm rooting for them to do well because they're a private American business that is trying to succeed in the sport. And I like the card they got next month with Roach and Pitbull. It's a good card. I might go out to Texas. Chat, should I just stay here like I am right now and do a round by round on that night? Or should I go out to Texas and cover the fight in person? I genuinely want to know what you guys think. So, hold on, I got a text from someone. Let me see. Okay, never mind. Yeah, chat, should I go to Texas? I'm leaning towards going to Texas to cover the fight because you gotta smell the game up close. You can't just be in the office all the time. But then on the other side, I'm like, yo, I could stay home for free, not have to spend money on a hotel and a flight, and be with you lovely people on a live round by round. So, go to Texas, okay, yeah, all right, I'll go to Texas. Okay, so Peel Out said, Andy or Murataya. I got Andy. Andy's a gold medalist, thoroughbred, immediately adapted his style to the pros with Bozy. We haven't even seen him pull the back foot game out of his pocket, which was what made him a gold medalist. All he's been doing is trying to work on the things he didn't have to do as an amateur, which is sit down in the pocket. And he's been doing that a lot. Maybe too much for my liking, because it's like, now I want to see the shit you did that made you Andy Cruz in the goal. Salute to you and to Bozy for working on the smoothing out rough edges of your game, trying to become a more complete professional right away from Jump Street. But now that the world title assignment's here, can we see some of that Cubano sauce, that salsa that you showed in the Olympics to win gold medals? Let's see that again. And mix it in with all the stuff Bozy mixed in, and let's see if Andy can translate his brilliance from the amateurs to the pros once and for all here in a title fight. I pick Andy, but if Murataya fights with a chip on his shoulder, with a sense, if he wants to shut up my stupid ass, right, and my horrible hair, as most people, I think I have great hair, but other people say it sucks. If he wants to shut up me and my stupid haircut for picking Andy Cruz, he has to come in like he did the night he knocked out Jeremiah Nakatia, with a chip on his shoulder and a sense of urgency. And if he does that, he might knock Andy Cruz out, because Murataya has power, he has speed, he has skills and smarts. He's just too timid a lot of times. He fights very cautious and fights too cerebral and slow for what I think is his own good. But hey, it's done good enough to make him world champion. But I think for this assignment against Cruz, him going through the motions isn't going to be enough. He'll lose his title. He's got to summon some of the Mexican in him, okay? He's got to have a sense of aggression in that ring and not just box with Cruz, because if he does, Cruz is going to be a little bit quicker than him and take that belt off of him. So I pick Andy Cruz, but I'd like to see Raymond Murataya come in like he did when he fought Nakatia, with a chip on his shoulder, with a sense of urgency. And if he does, and he lets them hands go, he might crack Andy Cruz and stop him, because he has power, but he's got to let it go. So, yep. Let's see. Let me see what else is being said. they give you a per DM for that, right, Sean? No, they don't. I mean, I got the credential ringside if I want it, but that hotel and all that shit, that's going to be on me. But I think I'm going to go. Go to Texas and get some assless chaps and cowboy boots. I won't be doing that, but probably go to Texas. Go to Texas, my G. Go to the fight. Go, fool. Live it up. Don't stay. Stay in the office, says Secret. Okay, we got a couple stay in the offices, but... Thank you, Gail. They're just jealous of the hair. I agree. That's why I like our guy, Ernie Green. He always shouts out the hair. Shout out to Ernie. All right, so we're still waiting. Chat, did you guys see... Hold on, I'm going to go to Tweetar. Oh, okay, hold on. You guys got to see my my Eubank Ben post, since we're killing a little time before Julian Montalvo really kicks us off here. All right, check this out, chat. Check this out. On the Mohawk, you are the best, brother. Thank you for sharing my live. All right, here we go. Tell me this isn't the greatest
And
Adam
we're wearing
Smith
flip-flops. We're wearing that the first time? I did. Basically, what people are saying is that this matchup is now a little overrated between Chris Eubank and Conor Benn, and that wasn't all. You know who was saying that the first time? I did. I was saying it the first time, okay? That went over better in my head. I said it the first time, okay? And no, it was just, Hear the echo? It was the biggest thing ever. Ali Frazier, yeah? The storylines. That is the shot of the year. There they are, Chris Eubank Sr. and Jr. reunited.
Chat, I think that last part, that Adam Smith part, was funny, but I'm biased. Look, you could tell after I finally said it, it was like something I summoned from the depths of my soul.
Storylines. That is the shot of the year. There they are, Chris Eubank Sr. and Jr. reunited.
It's funny, that was the culmination of doing the British impression for like 2 years now. And then I think the reason why it just shot out of the depths of my soul that time was like, I think we nailed it that time. I think we actually nailed the Adam Smith when we went reunited. I was like, there, I think I finally got it out. I think I finally got it done. So, thank you, Gail. Gail says the accent was spot on. So, we are killing a little bit of time before we get to Julian Montalvo. Okay, so we got a little bit of time to kill until we get to Julian Montalvo. So, okay, real quick, J-Dub says the UK has a habit of overhyping their guy. They do, but the joke's on me. The joke's on me. The sport I love can't get a fucking network in 2025. And, you know, it's not going well. And nobody cares. I've covered 1 million title fights with like 2,000 people there. Meanwhile, this card had no title fights. And they sold out 60,000 people in a stadium. And they had Adam Smith excited every fight. So, kind of the joke I'm making is that look at me in the rain with my flip-flops on, with my American superiority complex as my country goes $40 trillion in debt, and the sport I cover can't get anyone to give a lick of a fuck while it's being pillaged by Saudi and TKO. And here I am with my American superiority complex thinking I'm so funny doing the British accent. Meanwhile, a non-title fight in their country just drew 60,000 people, and like normal contenders are treated well in their country and given respect. And when people lose, they salute the loser and all that. And here I am just like, oh yeah, it's great, yeah. Oh yeah, great. I think it's good. I'm just an American asshole. That's part of the joke. There's not even anything to have a superiority complex about anymore, and yet I still hold it like a real American. So there you go. Cheek Eye said, there's my Justin Bieber hairdresser guy. Good to see you, but please cut the hair. No, I don't want to. I think it looks good. Okay? All right? So. Also, the Kabiel fight in Germany sold out 20,000 tickets within days. Yeah. That's pretty cool. But they don't have Patrick Mahomes, bro. Boxing has to compete with Mahomes. I'm just kidding. No one even likes Mahomes right now. Why is that? Mahomes is the man. Okay, so the refs were on his dick last year. They do that every time someone gets as big as Mahomes. They did it for Brady and Manning. It's a thing. Can Andy match Shakur's IQ and technical ability? I don't know. Possibly. I don't know if he's a master of distance quite like Shakur. He's gonna have his own flair. We're gonna get a lot of questions answered about Andy Cruz in the Murataya fight. That's a really good fight. Go lift some weights so the chat can see how much you can do. I've benched it behind me before. That'll take a super chat, Khegai. How would be great if you did a video series on how to save American boxing. I mean, the first step for me that would be addressing the amateur program. And shit, I got to get back to people at USA Boxing who've reached out to me because they've told me TKO is trying to infiltrate the ranks at USA Boxing, which I got to give them credit, is really smart of them. Actually, TKO potentially trying to infiltrate USA Boxing tells me they do have smart people over there, because one of that's the first order of business. Look, we could shuffle the deck all we want in the pros, right? This promoter gets this network, and TKO is going to bring a great reset to professional boxing in America. The biggest problem with boxing in America is that nobody's won a gold medal since Andre Ward. Like, that's the big problem. That is the lifeblood, the foundation, and the ecosystem of professional boxing in America is USA Boxing. And these young men and girls and young women and these kids, they don't get any shine. If you're a high school basketball player, football player, baseball player, you get shine. You know, some of them are televised in high school, let alone forget about it, college. College sports is as big as professional sports almost. And they are literally completely unknown in the United States in USA Boxing. I covered the Junior Olympics in June. It was awesome. I wanted to record the fights. They got copyright flagged because USA Boxing has the copyright to them. I get it. But I was like, yo, like, no, you're not, these kids aren't getting any shine. Let me give them some exposure. And yeah, I want to make some money off my video, but that's what needs to be addressed more than anything else in boxing. You could talk about the corrupt judges and promoter and networks and fighters being divas, sugar daddies inflating the market so nobody wants to fight for what they're worth, etc., etc. Dana and them subverting the Ali Act, sports washing, all that shit. But it all starts with the lifeblood and the ecosystem of professional boxing in America is USA Boxing, the amateurs. And those kids get no attention, no shine. They win national titles. They win the Junior Olympics. No one gives a shit. Nobody talks about it. Nobody's able to see it anywhere. It's not broadcasted anywhere. So I think the first order of business is to try to treat USA Boxing like it's the NCAA of boxing and put some resources and effort into it. And I really think people would gravitate towards it. At first, it's like, who wants to watch amateur boxing? Amateur boxing sucks sometimes. It's athletic flailing. You rarely see a knockout. It's 3 rounds. But when I went to the Junior Olympics, I had a vision. I was like, no, this can work. There's a lot of great stories and personalities and talent here. And I actually think if we gave these kids and young fighters more shine, that would incentivize them more to dig their heels in that much deeper in the sport. I bet you that there's been a lot of talented teenagers who walked away from boxing because there's no resources in it. They can't afford to travel around the country. Nobody's giving them a stipend. You can only get a stipend if you make it to USA Boxing Olympic level. Then they set you up a little bit. But you know how many talented kids from the hood probably just couldn't keep doing it. Something, the streets took them away, or they got distracted by something else, or they couldn't afford to travel around the country to get the tournaments they needed. So they just fell out favor with boxing? What if those talented kids were getting tens of thousands of views on YouTube? What if people were tweeting about them? What if their rankings were being posted on The Ring? What if the Ring had an amateur section of the top 10 amateurs in each weight class? And, you know, these are just things I think about. So I feel like, and Gail adds in, I believe American boxing's decline is due to the lack of heavyweight stars. They're all going to college sports with NIL money. They don't need to pursue boxing unless they get injured and wash out. Yeah. Yep. I mean, a majority of our prospects, Gail, over the years were guys who couldn't make it in basketball or football. Seth Mitchell, Deontay wanted to be a basketball player. They both started late. So Josh Edwards is a good prospect, but he's already 25 and he liked football. So, yeah, absolutely. Gail brings up a great point. So, J-Dub saying, we got a ton of dudes in the streets here in America. Could have been in the gym bettering themselves and focusing their aggression instead of doing street dude stuff. U.S. boxing definitely needs more support. Yep. They don't have a 5-star system that gets recruitment, hype. Some sort of collegiate boxing system would actually go crazy. Make it an attainable way to make it out and put a legit shine on it. I agree, Palm Tree One. And UNLV used to have a boxing team. I think my guy Jason Croco, my paisan out here, I think he's rebuilt and made a UNLV boxing team again. But, I mean, Barry's boxing here in Vegas, the gym I trained at, Pat Barry and Don Barry, they would have amateur fights at Chaparral High School. And a lot of people would turn out. I set up the rings at Chaparral High School for some of those amateur tournaments. And Pat did everything he could. He would do lectures at the school, Clark County school system, saying, hey, look, our doctors show us that there's more brain injury in football than it is in boxing. So you're not letting these kids box in high school because of that, but they're risking more in football. And this was like the 2000s. So obviously that's different now. Some of the rules have changed. But anyway, Gail said it, Sean, it's also true with Fabio Wardley. He only started boxing after an injury stopped his professional career, soccer career progression. He wanted to play for Lipswich Town, you know. Yep, shout out Augie, 702. Oh, yeah, Augie just got his first world champion out of Japan. Augie, he's coming, man. Augie's going to be a trainer that gets more shine in the coming years. He just got his first champion in Japan. I say first of many. Love Augie. Augie was my trainer. And actually, it's funny you bring up Augie 702. I need to interview Augie. I still got Augie's number. And I've never interviewed Augie. I don't know. I get nervous. I don't want to bother Coach, you know. And Coach didn't really like talking that much anyway. Great guy, but he doesn't like to be on camera. He's a real boxing lifer. And but I need to get Coach Augie on the channel, man. I need to get him to talk about his amateur fights with Floyd and everything. Fighting Hamed. Wanting to fight Barrera and Morales. Being cool with Oscar. Training me, right? That's probably topic number one, but I gotta get with my man Augie. Love you, Augie. So we're waiting another 10 seconds for Top Rank to get back. Did you guys see Joe Calzaghe and Canelo going back and forth? I thought that was interesting. Well, no, they didn't go back and forth. Joe Calzaghe said what he had to say. Most people didn't like it. Canelo had a better career than Calzaghe. More divisions, more titles. But head-to-head, Calzaghe would have beaten Canelo. And Calzaghe, unlike Canelo, he has an argument, a claim to being the GOAT in a weight class. I think Calzaghe's one of 3 GOATs at 168. It's Roy, Andre Ward. Damn, did we miss Montalvo? Because it looks like they're gonna take us right into Richard Torrez. And Emiliano's the co-main event. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Lindolfo Delgado ahead of Richard. Surprised. But, damn, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the 3 GOATs at 68 are Roy Jones, Andre Ward, and Calzaghe. And Calzaghe arguably is the greatest of the 3 of them. when you factor in resume in particular, because 20 title defenses, Eubank, Kessler, Hopkins, Lacey. I don't give a fuck how much Lacey got exposed and didn't do shit after he lost to Calzaghe. Heading into that fight, everybody, I was there. I remember as a 14-year-old, we all thought Jeff Lacey was about to beat the shit out of Joe Calzaghe. That little skinny, hairy-chested Welshman was about to get beat the fuck up by Jeff Left Hook Lacey on the cover of Ring Magazine with the IBF belt. And Joe, that is still to this day one of the most shocking things I ever saw in boxing. I mean, I was so sure Jeff Lacey was going to beat Joe Calzaghe. And then, man, what a beatdown. So, anyway, Michael Nunn, James Toney, and Canelo are the next three, C-Money. But the big three, if we got to only keep it to three, is Andre, Joe, and Roy. And then after that, James, Michael, and Canelo. And Canelo's number 4. I think head-to-head, I'd have favored James Toney over Canelo. Although James Toney didn't have the medicine we have now. His body didn't look the way someone like Canelo's did, or Crawford's for that matter, at 168. But even despite that, I would favor James. I think Toney is... I would favor Toney head-to-head over Canelo, but Canelo has by far the better accomplishments at 168 than James Toney. So Canelo to me is the 4th greatest super middleweight of all time. Even if I might have picked Toney to beat him head-to-head, Toney and Nunn didn't unify like Canelo and reign for a few years. They also didn't duck the number 1 challenge in their division like Canelo did, but that's how I see it. So overall, I think Canelo had the better career, has the better resume, but Calzaghe head-to-head would have beaten him. And yeah. I love Bernard Hopkins, and I still think Hopkins might have won that fight, although I tend to think Calzaghe out-hustled my favorite fighter of all time down the stretch. I didn't like Bernard milking the low blow late. Wasn't a good look. I do think Bernard, hypothetically, in like 2003, if he would have moved up to 68 and fought Calzaghe in his real prime, he would have beaten him. But a lot of people were saying Calzaghe's best win was against an old Hopkins. Hopkins went on to become light heavyweight champion like 3 more times after that, and the lineal champion against Pascal. So Hopkins was elite at light heavyweight when Calzaghe beat him. So I got a lot of respect for Calzaghe because he was a fighter who had to win me over. He got a lot of questionable stoppages in the UK. He beat a faded Chris Eubank, fought a bunch of competition. And so that's why we all thought Jeff Lacey was going to kick his ass. And that's why when he destroyed Jeff Lacey, it was like, damn. And then it was like, okay, but Kessler will beat him. Kessler's got 2 belts. Kessler's undefeated. Kessler's really good. And then he beat Kessler, and it was like, damn. All right, Hopkins. Hopkins is the light heavyweight champ. He just schooled Tarver. He's the light heavyweight champ. And then I did think he won, but I was biased. I was like 17-year-old diehard Hopkins fan. So anyways, he kept proving me wrong. And guys that prove me wrong time again, they earn a lot of respect from me. So I hold Joe Calzaghe at a very, very high place. Anyways, we got a heavyweight fight in the ring. Jimmy Lennon is down in Mexico. Shout out to Jimmy Lennon. You know, I would always be like, Jimmy Lennon can't hold Michael Buffer's jockstrap. Over the last 10 years, chat, I've become more of a Jimmy Lennon Jr. guy. Does that anybody else feel like that? I've become a little bit more of a Jimmy Lennon guy than Michael Buffer. So, and then when he said, it's prime time. Oh, shit. I see what you did, Jimmy. Went from showtime to prime time. That was slick. But here comes my guy, Richard Torrez. Great guy. Great guy to talk to. He's coming in with the cornrows, it looks like. So he's got his Antonio Margarito villain arc haircut look going for him tonight. But Torrez, an undersized heavyweight, built out of nothing but muscle, though. Got a huge heart, got the DNA of a true overachiever. He's not going to get 100% out of his talent. He's going to get 110% out of his talent. He's going to get everything that's in his tank and then some. That's the kind of temperament Torrez has. Great character in and out the ring. And in my last interview with him, we talked about how mean and vicious he is in the ring. And I saw little glimpses of that when he was fighting Guido in the weigh-in, and he was joking around with Bruce Carrington, but there was a few looks he gave Carrington because he's being the Torrez that's in the gym now, because he's messing around, fucking around with a fellow fighter. They're talking shit, and I could see that meanness come out of Torrez, that, oh, okay, he does have a switch. He is a different person when it comes to fight time than the really nice, affable person that we deal with outside of the ring. Outside of the ring, he's a sweetheart. Like, he's just such a nice guy. But I've noticed him start to accumulate that little edge to him in the last year or so. And that's smart of him to do, because boxing is a brutal sport and you got to have some savagery in you in the ring. And he's got it. That's a good thing. You need that in the heavyweight division. So, nope, never been into Jimmy. Oh, well, all right, I asked. I'm surprised Torrez isn't fighting later on in the card too. But yep, Torrez getting ready. Thomas Salik, 23-7, European heavyweight, in good shape. Salik's in good shape. Experienced guy, 30-fight veteran. Good sweat worked up. Looks like he's in good shape for the fight. Gail said, Top Rank just wanted to give Torrez one more fight in front of the Mexican fans where he will look good. Oh, that's smart. Got it. Super chat from my man Dino Wells says, Haney will lose to Norman Jr. when the bell rings. I am... scroll the chat, Sean Z. Some great questions. Okay, Raymond, I got you. Thank you for the super chat, though, Dino Wells. I'm picking Norman, but I respect Haney and think highly enough of his... You know, Haney, he moves both directions. He's got good feet, really good hand speed, you know, really good skills. I mean, he's really good. Haney's really good. He's so good that I hesitate to just be like, oh, yeah, Norman, you know, I hesitate. I don't want to eat that crow. And I respect Haney's skills enough to be hesitant to even make a pick on the fight, because I don't want to eat crow. That's how much I respect Haney and his skills. So, let's see. Gail said, I say praise Jesus every day for all the Mexicans in Southern California keeping boxing alive. Well, to that point, Calzaghe would have gotten stopped unless he moved like Bud did versus Canelo. Ward is not better than Canelo. Come on, bro. Canelo's 5'7". Canelo's 5'8". He's an amazing fighter for even becoming undisputed super middleweight champion at his size. He's not beating guys that are 6 foot tall that can match his IQ and skill. They're bigger than him, bro. He's not going to beat them. He's 5'8". That's why Crawford was able to move up 2 weight classes and beat him, because he is 5'8" at the end of the day with not long arms. And you said if Calzaghe, unless he moved, like, Bud, did you watch Calzaghe move? He moved more than Crawford, practically, or at least as much. Calzaghe moved a lot. And then once he got into a rhythm, he would beat your ass with both hands down by his waist. That's what started to make me be, I was like, I don't give a fuck how old Roy Jones is and how shot Roy Jones is and how angry I am watching this in 2008. Joe Calzaghe is fighting with his hands down in front of Roy Jones. That was impressive to me. And Bernard Hopkins. I don't care how old they were. So, nah, man. Look, Calzaghe had a lot of questionable stoppages. He kind of fought nobody for almost a decade. His best win was at Age Eubank. Fuck all that, dude. Calzaghe is one of the greatest at super middleweight and is an all-time great, period. I know what I saw. And head-to-head, I would favor Calzaghe at 68. So, anyways, here we go. Round 1, Torrez, the southpaw, ripping shots right away. Left hand to the body, right hook up top. Torrez coming forward right away. Pawn with his jab. Salik shoots out a left hook, but Torrez walking through it, blocking it, and getting him into the corner right away. Good combination to the body by Torrez. Finishes up with a little right hook up top. Torrez immediately making Salik fight on his heels a little bit here. Torrez gets him near the ropes again. Fires to the body. Clubs a left hand up top. Salik complains to the ref about headbutts early on. Torrez measuring with his jab. Salik trying to just weather the storm in round 1 a little bit and work his way into this fight. But Torrez not trying to give him a chance to work his way into this fight. He's taking the fight right to him right away. Torrez pawing with his jab, tripling it up. Straight left hand by Torrez off that pawing jab. Now he shoots a left hand to the body off a pawing jab up top. Torrez, that southpaw coming in, high guard, pawing the jab a lot, almost using it just, as a probe, as a rangefinder, setting up his straight left hand behind it. Now a left uppercut behind it. Good, sharp, short shots by Torrez tonight. It looks like he's shortened them up a little bit since the Guido fight. Left uppercut, right hook by Torrez. All Torrez on the lead foot, getting off first to start this fight. Not super accurate, though. Not inaccurate either, though. He's finding the target. Now he gets through with a good combination up top. Lands around the high guard of Salik. Salik not comfortable in there just yet. Now he shoots his first right hand, but Torrez, good sense of distance, makes him miss clean and stays right in front of Salik with that probing jab. Torrez, nice left uppercut, sweeps the left hand behind it, and a left hand body shot, keeps his elbows in tight when Salik tries to flurry to the body. Salik along the ropes, pinned there by the lead hand probe of Torrez. Torrez doing a good job with that lead hand, just freezing him with it, eating off of it. Sweeping left hands behind it, uppercuts behind it. 50 seconds left in the opening round. Double, triple jab by Torrez. Not sitting on any of these jabs, just flicking them out there. Double, triple, quadruple, quadruple platinum jab. And then a left uppercut off those probing jabs by Torrez. Another left uppercut. Uppercut not super accurate. I'd like to see him sweep that left hand to the body when he keeps freezing Salik up top like that. Now he takes a step back. Salik tries to flurry his way off the ropes, and Torrez takes a step off the ropes and walks him into a hook, pins him right back on the ropes again, and keeps him pinned there. Bloody nose now from Salik. Torrez has just gotten right on top of him, man, busting his ass. Salik is like, fuck, this kid won't let me breathe. He's getting looked at by the corner right now. Torrez drew blood. Drew it from the nose. It was off the left uppercut that I said right before that wasn't super accurate. And then he busts his nose with it. And the ref's going to call it off in round 1. Is that a TKO for Torrez? Or are they going to say, because that's it. Salik had the fight beaten out of him quickly. It's a TKO 1 for Richard Torrez. Good stuff by Torrez, man. Good stuff. You talk about not playing with your food. You talk about not playing with your food, chat. Right? You talk about having a sense of urgency, like I said, Murataya is going to need. That was it. Yeah, left uppercut, right hook, probing with the jab, sweeps the left hand. Okay, so Torrez did it in a combination. Probing with the jab, sweep the left hand, bring the right hook, and then left uppercut after that. So a 5-punch combo. And then Torrez did a beautiful job stepping back right before that last fury, walked him into a hook, then put him right back on the ropes and got back to work. That was a really good 1-round performance by Torrez, and he looks like he wants more smoke. He wanted to get more in. I like Torrez, man. I don't know if he could ever become champion. He probably is too small, but I love the guy. I mean, he's an overachiever. He's in as good a shape as any heavyweight out there. Keeps himself in great shape. Really good soul as a human being. Good. Oh no, it was a right hook. So maybe it was that right hook that did it. But I think a little bit of blood was already coming out. But then Torrez might have broke his nose with that. That was impressive by Torrez. He's pinning him. He's on the front foot, getting off first, pinning him from rope to rope. And then in one sequence, when Salik does decide to let some hands go in combination off the ropes, Torrez takes one step back. Boom! Nails him across the nose with the right hook. Adds damage to it. Good stuff by Torrez. Italma ducking Torrez. Hey, that's me building up that fight, right? I got them talking about each other on the channel. But Torrez's tenacity is crazy. It is. He's got a great fighting spirit. Got a hell of a fighting spirit about him. Zero bitch in that man whatsoever. So, Dino Wells, thank you for the super chat. And Patrick Vihar says, dude, you call a great fight. Thank you, man. Dino Wells says, I'm a head boxing coach at Haven Brady Jr. Gym here in Albany, New York. Star of When the Bell Rings. My boxing documentary is free here on YouTube in the 10-year anniversary. Oh, well, thank you, Dino. Let me pin that for the chat. Where can I pin that? I thought I could pin it. Hold on. Dang. Me like that. All right. So I don't know why. I wanted to pin your chat so everyone could know. But yeah, Dino, we could check out his channel. Hell, we got time right now. We've got time. Let's see. All right, chat. Shout out to Dino Wells here. Looks like he has his... Oh, he's got some gameplay too, but if we go to oldest, he will have a documentary here. Oh, you got an old YouTube channel. So it's somewhere in... Oh, here it is. Best Boxing Documentary. When the Bell Rings, Story of David Dino Wells, New Orleans. So check that, guys. Check that out, guys. Thank you for the super chat, Dino. And let's get back to the card. Yeah, I liked what I saw from Torrez. Italma, sync your live on Tubi, a bit behind. Is it, Raymond? I thought I'm live. It says I'm live. Do I gotta try this out again? Here. Let me get out of here and come back. I'll exit the tab and come back. Okay. It's on break right now. So yeah, I love Richard. I'm going Italma all day. Sorry, Richard. I love you. I'd be rooting for you. You know, we gotta call it down the middle on this channel, and we will, damn it. But on a personal level, I'd be probably rooting for Richard. But I don't think he would beat Moses Italma. That's the guy that Richard's not going to be able to overcome with grit. He's just going to be too good. He's going to be too good. So I think guys like Joshua, you know, at this stage, and Dubois, and Joe Parker, and all, you know, it would be a fucking war, chat, would be Caballel and Torrez. Oh, that'd be a war. That would be violent. Damn, that'd be a good-ass fight. You'd probably have to favor Caballel right now because he's a full-fledged grown-ass man, and Torrez is a grown-ass man too, but still growing, still kind of in finishing school as a pro, and Caballel is what he is. He's peaking right now as a professional. Man, that'd be a good fight. But yeah, I got Italma. If only Richard was 4 or 5 inches taller. Yeah, I mean, shit. I Gale, if he was just 3 inches taller. If he was 6'4", you know. If Richard was 6'4", oh, man, he'd be legit. He'd be legit. With his temperament and motor, and he punches hard. If he gets leverage. That's something Richard is trying to walk the fine line with. Richard has crack, but he's got to, you know, and he's too short to get away with that, you know, unless he's right in a guy's chest, and that's not going to be easy for him to do at the top level against certain guys. Otherwise, he got the stoppage doing it tonight, so that was a step in the right direction. But otherwise, he's got to, in order for him to be sharp and still able to get back on defense quick enough, he can't generate the crack that he really generates because it leaves him out of position defensively. So he's trying to figure that out. You know, other guys who are taller than him can stay balanced and just turn the shots over at long range and hurt you that way. He's got to he's got to do it. You know, that's just how he gets his bombs off. And unless he's smothering you in close range, it's too dangerous for him to throw shots with that much leverage on him, being a shorter heavyweight. So, I don't know. So, Gale, I don't think we get the Montalvo swing bout, do we? Because they're still not showing it. Oh, yeah, Joe Parker with the cocaine thing. Okay, speaking of really nice heavyweights that I am fond of, Joe Parker's another one. Me and Joe Parker, shit, we go back. Here, I'll show you, chat. This is a long time ago now, but back when I first got on Instagram, Where is it at? Check this out, chat. This was April of 2017, right? And that's your boy with Joe Parker, right? When I was interviewing him in the gym. So Joe Parker, great guy. Loved him and Kevin Barry when Kevin was his trainer. Oh yeah, we are getting Julian Montalvo. Gail was right, and I love Joe, and so I make this joke. It's a joke, but I'm also dead serious. Joe Parker has got to be the nicest guy ever caught up in drug trafficking and testing positive for cocaine for a fight. He's got to be the best guy that's ever done those two things. So, because remember, he was caught up with the Kinahan cartel. And now he pops for coke on fight day. Still a super awesome guy, Joe Parker. But the funny thing is, I was saying in the Wardley fight, it was a good stoppage. And a lot of people were playing the violin for Joe Parker. And, oh, that was terrible. And he worked so hard to get to that position. And they fucked him with that early stoppage. And I was going, it wasn't an early stoppage. I mean, I get it. There's a discussion to be had about the stoppage, but it wasn't a bad stoppage in my eyes. And so now, look, it all worked out, right? It all worked out. Turns out it was the right stoppage, right? Because he was on cocaine. So there you go. Yep. Did Parker take cocaine the day of the fight or just in camp? They're saying it was the day of the fight because it goes at it. My dandruff is terrible. They're saying it went out, it goes out of your system in 48 hours, right? I was more of a downer guy. I've never done cocaine. I've done drugs, just not cocaine. So I'm not familiar on cocaine. From what they tell me, it is expensive, makes you feel really cool, and goes out of your system in 48 hours to 72 hours. So that would indicate he may have very well have taken it on fight day. So... yeah, so in retrospect, the important thing to take away from this was I was right. It was a good stoppage. I think that's the main takeaway for the boxing world to do. Okay? I don't even like doing the know-it-all shtick anymore because this year has not been the best year for me calling fights. C. Miller with the super chat says Sean Z, more like Sean the G. Am I right, chat? I see what you did there. Change the Z to a G. For gangster. I see it. I agree. I agree with C. Miller. But I'm biased. All right, so now we wait on Julian Montalvo, who I've heard great things about. We had him on the channel. Let's go back. So seriously, though, C. Miller, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Dino Wells, too. Everybody.
All right, Sean.
All right, so get ready for Julian Montalvo, chat.
It's not just one style all the time.
So where does that come from? Watching a lot of different great fighters and trying to pull from them, or how do you guys go about that?
Yeah, again, it's like when me and my coach, we work on different things to kind of set in with different fighters. And yeah, definitely watching different footage from other people.
Can we bring in Coach for a second to break that
Coach
down?
Armando.
Coach Armando, man. So he apparently even as a teenager, he's very good at figuring out who he's in the ring with and making adjustments. Is that right?
That's what I think. That's the key of him. He doesn't take.
So yeah, they were selling me because I'm asking Julian, what's your superpower? You know, what's your sauce? What do you got that makes you think you have? What attribute do you have that makes me believe you'll be world champion and you could hold your own with the baddest boys in the game? And when he started talking IQ and adjustments, sometimes I scoff at that. I'm like, ugh. Like, because every fighter, I have a theory that fighters, they don't like to acknowledge their natural talent, a lot of them. And it's because now it feels like you're implying, oh, I'm just this good because of a gift, of something I didn't work for. And every fighter prides themselves on their IQ and their thinking ability because that is something of your own accord. It's not really something in their mind you're born with, like hand speed or punching power. You'll almost never hear a fighter be like, my speed, my ability to counterpunch. You know, a lot of them will say my IQ, my ability to adjust. And I'm always like, whatever. But Montalvo, you know, just seems so mature at 17 years old. And Top Rank thinks so highly of him. I just want to see what we get here. So here comes his opponent coming to the ring. I'm genuinely curious what we're gonna get. What we're gonna get out of Julian Montalvo. Again, I asked Zaquin Moses about him at the Junior Olympics. He's like, "Oh no, that kid's a great fighter," and like gave him glowing praise. And Zaquin, I think he's someone who would tell me right away, "Oh, he ain't shit. He ain't shit, bro. They're building him up. They're hyping up." He would tell me that. Instead, he was like, "Oh no, 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 no. Kid's really good." So I'm just looking forward to this. I want to see what kind of phenom we got here. Is Top Rank got another phenom on their hands? Do they got a Mexican Abdullah Mason here or what? So let's see. Sean, what's your top 5 sports games ever? In no order. NFL Blitz, 99 and 2000. Just make it one game. NBA Street Volume 2. NFL 2K5. NBA on NBC. And here comes Julian Montalvo coming to the ring now. Montalvo coming to the ring. This kid has got a very serious demeanor. 17 years old. And just looks all business, man. Looks all business. Man, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what we got. You always hear things about young prospects that get signed by a promoter. He's this, he's that. But this kid got a different level of praise coming out the gym. So I'm like, okay. Some of the people singing his praises coming out the Top Rank gym are people that have seen a lot of great talent come through Las Vegas. And if they're saying this and that about him, they got my curiosity piqued. I want to see what we got. El Natural. Julian Montalvo. Yo, this kid reminds me of the characters from American Me a little bit. Reminds me of Santana's Homeboys. Here we go. Yes, Maria C says Old Soul. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I need the Lamborghini. Chilled Garcia, I do. Ferrari. I want the Ferrari. You know what I get if I have any car in the world? Red Ferrari. Period. Simple. All right, so in Mexico, Julian Montalvo set to face what should be an overmatched stepping stone opponent, made to order. But what I love about early showcase fights, if you had the DVD collection of Oscar's career, Floyd's career, anybody who becomes elite, they look sensational at this stage of their career and build up showcase fights early in their career. And so many people go, oh, this kid's fighting nobody. He did it to a bum. He did this and that. Look, the early fights are the eye test fights. It's not about who they're up against. It's about what arsenal, what hand speed, what maneuvers on offense and defense are they giving you a look at early in their career. And these fights are deceptively important to know the talent level of a fighter because they get to really show a lot of sauce in their first 5 or 6 or 7 fights because they know how overmatched the other guy is. Like Floyd Mayweather against the dude Dewey Cooper with not Dewey Cooper, but the dude with the mullet, the white guy from Middle America when Floyd was like 2 or 3-0. Floyd did the bolo and kept both hands at his side and threw 8-punch combinations. Shit that Floyd wasn't really going to do once he became a champion. But you got to see it early in a showcase fight, and it was mesmerizing to watch. That's what's important about watching a blue chipper in his first couple fights. It's not about what's coming back at them. It's a chance for you to look at and do the eye test with all their talent. So that's what I want to see from Montalvo here. So let's see. Gail says, if you're taking pro fights in Mexico as a 17-year-old, you have cojones. Brian Norman and Devin Haney both did it. So props to them. Third fight of 2025, signed with Top Rank at 17, only 5'4" at 130. So, it'd be nice if he could grow an inch or two because at 5'4", it's going to be hard for him to get past 135 pounds. So we'll see. Let's see. So let's see what we got. Where can I find this fight? Yours truly on Tubi. This is on Tubi. Yep, Montalvo. Boy looks serious, man. Got a good game face on Julian Montalvo. He looks all business. That's the demeanor you got to watch out for, man. Abdullah Mason's got that demeanor too. All serious. Got some intensity at this face-off. Respectful killer too. Uh-oh, you got to watch out for those types, man. Serious, respectful. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But with a little bit of edge of I'm still going to fuck you up through all that respect and seriousness. Let's see. All right, Julian. You got 175 people in the chat ready. What you got for us? Round 1. Montalvo, orthodox, shoots a jab. Lead hand a little low, picks it up. Bounces around a little bit to get started. Oh, sharp straight right hand. You see the speed right away off a touch left hook to set it up. Double jab by Montalvo. Up, good little bounce in his step. Leads with a hook. Shoots the jab again. Takes a step out of range. Lets Patron come forward. Nice left hook to the body. Left hook up top for Montalvo. Good speed. Montalvo setting something up behind the jab. Right hand, down goes Patron. Nice right hand over the top of Patron's jab. Big speed advantage for Montalvo. Drops the overmatched Mexican early in round 1. Patron is up. You're going to be sleeping off the Patron in a minute. Okay? No, but nice jab by Montalvo. Hard jabs by Montalvo, not range finders. Now he range finds with it a little bit, jumps into it. Still jumps into his jab a little, maybe too much. You know, 17 years old. Montalvo picks the gloves up. He's got good feet. Long jab, straight right hand behind it. Left hook to the body. Throws a combination. Gets caught in between punches, does Montalvo. Throwing a 4 or 5 punch combination. Got hit with the right hand in between. Now he lands a right hand. Long left hook to the body. Patron just overmatched, obviously. But, yeah, Montalvo looks good. He's a baby. Good left hook to the body. Measures with the jab. Sweeps the right hand behind it. 1-2. Left hook to the body, and that's probably going to do it. Nice left hooks to the body in this fight. Nice right hands up top. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that's it. KO1 for Montalvo. Even for this stage, an overmatched opponent who had no resistance. But the kid looks good. Good left hook to the body. Good straight right hands up top. Good speed. Showed some punch selections. Showed he's got good bounce in his feet. That he's not a flat-footed fighter. Looks like he's got some good bounce in his feet. Good speed. Good power. But he's a baby who needs a lot of time to grow and develop. Yeah, put in with a very overmatched Patron, who never had any inkling of winning, completely outgunned. But I like it. I like it from Montalvo. I like it. He got hit with a right hand once, opening up with 4 or 5 punch combinations, but I like him. I like him. I like him. I like him. He looks good, for sure. 17 years old, kind of temperament he carries into the ring, the hand speed, good power. For 17 years old, that power is going to get better. Saw the straight right hand over the top, how quick it was off the jab. Saw the bounce in his feet, saw the left hook to the body. Good fighter, good prospect. At 17 years old, that's a good showing. Am I behind the one? Okay, shit, I keep refreshing and I'm shit. I've seen enough. He's the next Canelo, says J-Dub. That's funny. Next Canelo, bro. Fuck it. Hey, actually, he's from the United States. He's ours. He's ours, Mexico. We get the claim, Montalvo. Forget about it. He's American. He's a fucking Yankee. Forget about it. I like him, though. I like him. Top Rank always has the best young talent, man. Something I respect about Top Rank. Something I wish PBC would have invested in years ago. Where are your prospects? You know, you gotta stack the cupboards full with young talent if you're a promoter. Hearn signing Omari Jones was smart out of the Olympics. Raymond Ford, Top Rank getting this kid is a steal. This looks like a steal from Top Rank, though, to get this kid locked up at 17. Because if you let this kid be a free agent, you let him fight on the Red Owl show, OTX, an MVP prospect show, someone's going to nab him up and realize what he's got. But Top Rank has the most, longest tenured boxing people in their company. So somebody saw this kid. What probably happened, if I had to guess, is this kid came to Vegas to spar. He sparred in the Top Rank gym. My man Frank Stay or Evan Korn or someone who's always in the Top Rank gym probably looked at him spar Zay Quinn or Keyshawn or something. Went, holy shit, this 16-year-old Mexican kid's the goods. Sign Bob. You got to sign him. Done. So that's how Bob had dibs on De La Hoya before he won the gold medal. Richie Sandoval was a bantamweight champion in the early 80s, and he winds up working for Arum in Vegas. He winds up telling Arum in the early 90s, yo, there's this kid from LA named Oscar De La Hoya. He's this and he's that. This is before Oscar went to the Olympics. So Arum, he had already built a bridge to De La Hoya before the gold medal. And that's what having really astute boxing people in your company can do for you. You can nab up talent before the talent gets expensive and exposed on some platform somewhere, and now you're in a bidding war and everybody wants them. So William Wells says PBC hasn't developed any prospects, no grassroots investment. That's their huge issue, man. They don't have young talent. Among other things, and Top Rank's fucked up too. So, but Tony Harrison returned versus J-Rock at 60 or 68. I'm sorry, Raymond Malone. I know both former champions. I both respect both of them, but in 2026 at middleweight or super middleweight, that's just silly, man. They're both past it. And they were both good. I like both of them, but yeah, they're past it, man. Nobody's trying to see J-Rock and Tony Harrison fight in 2026. Tony should be a trainer full-time. I know he is, but I mean, Tony, I think his best days in front of him in boxing are as a trainer now, not fighting. And then J-Rock's a good guy who's taking punishment. He doesn't need to be really fighting like that anymore. Peel Out said, Sean, if USA's best athletes chose boxing, they dominate forever. Imagine LeBron boxing his whole life genetically. I don't know if LeBron's got the right talents for boxing. I think, the Lord certainly made him to play basketball. Man, who was someone I saw recently? Vince Carter actually threw some good punches at 6'6" back in the day when it was weird. Vince Carter only threw punches his first 2 or 3 years in Toronto, but he threw them kind of good. There was some NBA player I saw recently throwing some punches, and I was like, oh, damn, he was getting off pretty good at that size. But I don't know. I think football players have more of the temperament to be a fighter than basketball players, but they're too thick paws. Their body composition is too bulky. Teddy Atlas would always say he thought the basketball players had the better skill set to transition because the pivoting and the athleticism and all that. I don't know though, man. Fighters are born just like other athletes, Some guys are born to play football. Some people are born to commentate. Some people are born to draw art. Some people are born to write. Some people are born to fight. And the best fighters were born to fight, So, who do I have winning, Murataya or Cruz? I answered this on the last live. I got Cruz, but again, if Murataya, he needs to have a chip on his shoulder. He needs to dial up whatever outfit he wore the morning of the Jeremiah Nakatia fight in 2023. He needs to wear that outfit again. Whatever bowl of food he ate after that weigh-in, he needs to eat it again. He needs to watch me picking Andy Cruz and say, fuck that guy and his stupid haircut. I'm going to kick Andy Cruz's ass and my title's not going anywhere. And if he has a sense of urgency and a chip on his shoulder, he has the punching power. He has to punch with Cruz. He can't be so patient in that fight and be so methodical with his punch selection, or else that's going to work in Cruz's favor. He has to let them things go. I know that's easier said than done, but he's got to have a sense of urgency, and he can knock Cruz out. I don't think Cruz would like a clean left hook from Raymond Murataya. Murataya punches harder than him, but I favor Cruz. What about Navarrete Nunez? I think Navarrete's been losing momentum over the years. Charlie Suarez almost stopped him last fight, right? And no, not last fight, because he knocked Valdez out in his last fight. But that was a faded Valdez. Anyway, he came in fat and bloated and lost to Baranchyk, who turns out wasn't all that. No shame in losing to Keyshawn, but he had no resistance. And then he beats Valdez in a rematch, but Valdez is past it. And then almost loses to Charlie Suarez out of the Philippines. So Navarrete is trending downwards, and he's talked a few fights ago about retiring because he's a warrior who gets in a bunch of bloodbath type fights. And you can't maintain that kind of career as long as someone who's a pure boxer. So Navarrete, between his eating habits out of the ring and the weight cuts and the wars, he is burning the candle quickly in his career lately. So I feel like Vaquero Navarrete at his best beats Nunez. I just don't know if Vaquero Navarrete is at his best anymore. I got to watch tape before the fight. I'll give you a final pick. But, yeah, Gail just said Navarrete got worked over by Suarez. He escaped by sheer luck. He owes Suarez a rematch. He does. He does. We were at that fight in San Diego, Gail, and Suarez kind of got fucked. But that wasn't San Diego, right, Gail? There was somewhere in California. But, yeah, I think it was in San Diego. And, yeah, I think I would favor Navarrete if he dials it up. If he could still dial it up, that is. But his momentum he's been on a decline the last couple fights, and doesn't always stay disciplined with his weight. But here's the thing, though: Navarrete has that I just don't give a fuck in him. That even if he's had a couple of bad performances lately, and if he just feels like it, if he just wants it and dials it up in camp, then I still think he could beat Nunez. So, but I don't know. Momentum isn't his friend right now. So, we get the glamour feature with Dishy Emiliano. Let's see. That boy handsome, chat.
Sean's the man. I'm doing everything necessary to be one step ahead of my opponent.
Yeah, I like Emilio. He's going to be a star. He's going to be a star. He's going to have hiccups, though. He's going to have plateaus. He's going to have that title defense, that top rank builds up for him that he doesn't look that great at. He's going to have this performance where you're like, I don't know. He's going to have hiccups along the way, but the dude is a blue chipper. He really is got some talent, man. He's got footwork. He has, and I really think the thing people still haven't grasped about Emiliano that, I don't know, maybe you only know if you cover him ringside or seen him up close, is the hand speed. Like, the dude is really fucking fast. And I mean, like, oh shit. Internet went out again. Hold on. Chat, are we good? I think because my internet's going in and out here. Let me see. Hold up. Shit. We're still good, Maria? Thank you, Maria. Yeah, because, again, it's raining down here in Vegas, and I'm having to switch between my Wi-Fi and my cell phone's hotspot. So, okay, all right, we're good. But, Lindolfo Delgado. Look, this is probably going to be an action-filled fight. I'm not that excited to watch Lindolfo. He beat Elvis Rodriguez back in April on that Guido Torrez undercard. I covered that fight. And Lindolfo's a great guy. But just there's nothing about him that makes you really, really want to watch him fight, in my opinion. It's not that his fights are boring, and he's a great guy, Mexican, tough guy. But I don't know, man. There's just something that doesn't. There's nothing about him that makes me super interested to watch him fight. So, what if Teofimo decides to fight Shakur like he did Loma? Asked Miles Livingston. It's tough because it's styles make fights. Lomachenko, I always pick Teofimo to beat Lomachenko because Teofimo was a bigger guy who was a counterpuncher, and Lomachenko with his short arms at 135 is for all his angles and all his pivoting and all his angles and his feinting, he's a come forward fighter. He's gonna have to beat you coming at you because his frame at 35 doesn't allow him to be rangy and fight off the back foot. He's got to take the angle and get at you. Take the angle and get at you. So I know Teo, who's a counterpuncher, who's athletic. I knew he'd be athletic enough to cut off Lomachenko getting to that angle with the lead foot that he's always able to get to because he's more athletic than everybody he's fighting. Even Linares, Gary Russell, Nick Walters, all athletic fighters, but can't keep up with Lomachenko. And so Loma would feint, prod, and then get to that weak side and beat the shit out of them. And what Lopez I knew would be able to do was have that athleticism with his feet to cut that angle off and pivot off with Loma and keep him lined up for the counters. And that's how that fight played out. The problem for Teo against Shakur is Shakur is not going to be coming forward like Lomachenko did. And he doesn't have as much of a length advantage over Shakur that he did with Loma. I haven't even checked their reach. I don't even know if he has one at all. So, Teo, the book on Teo is that if you box him, he struggles. If you come at him like Taylor or Comey or Lomachenko, you're probably not going to beat him. So the way you beat him, the way Kambosos beat him was with his feet and fighting more off the back foot and making him do what he doesn't really want to do. And that's get off first and get on the front foot. He'd rather counterpunch and be the athletic fighter rather than the aggressive fighter. So if you make him take the step forward, because if you let him stay back and sit back and he could leave the lead hand low and be creative and saucy and counterpunch, that's Teofimo at his best. If you make him come forward, he's not as hot on the front foot. He doesn't really pick his hands up. He still leaves the lead hand down, but now he's doing it coming forward, so he's more susceptible. And, I don't know. Sandor Martin, George Kambosos, and Jermaine Ortiz all gave him fits with their feet and their movement. And Shakur Stevenson and we all know that he's an excellent boxer. So Teo has pulled off his big wins against guys that let him be a counterpuncher. This time where it'll be hard for him to just be the counterpuncher. I don't know. I think you got to favor Shakur. But Teofimo is more athletic than Shakur. And who knows, maybe Teo dials up something special with people doubting him as a big underdog again. And, he's done it twice as an underdog against Southpaws. Taylor and Loma were Southpaws that were favorites, and he did it. But those guys, they come at you, and they let Teofimo do what he does best. Shakur's not going to be the same puzzle. So, Mocha Aira Joyce Vivero, thank you, says, hey, I subscribe to you right now. Can I ask a question? Do you know who wins between Charlie Lagrasso and Juan Celine Zapata? I do not. I don't know that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you subscribed and I instantly disappoint you. So, Loma had better footwork, had better acceleration movement, not footwork, than Shakur. Yeah, Loma will cut the distance in a hurry. It's different types of footwork, different styles. Styles make fights. That's why we have all these cliches, right? So, yeah, Lomachenko you could argue overall has the more impressive footwork than Shakur, but it's come forward footwork, looking to attack off an angle. Shakur is a different puzzle with his kind of footwork, so we'll see. It's not even so much Shakur's footwork as it is his defense and distance control. What's up next? What's up next is Lindolfo Delgado. And then we get Emiliano. Man, I got us confused for a second. I was like, Emiliano is still up? I thought we just saw him. No, that was Montalvo. Emiliano's all the way up to 15-0 now. The dude he's fighting does look like Andy Cruz. That's funny. Arnold Khegai is Ukrainian. I thought he was Japanese, chat. Shows you what I know. This man is from Odessa, Ukraine. I'm an asshole. Dude, never been a Japanese fighter. That's funny. It'd be funny if it wasn't so embarrassing. Damn. I thought Arnold Khegai was Japanese, chat. I'm a dumbass. Sorry, chat. Nobody else caught that, though, I noticed. So none of you are off the hook either. When I said Khegai was Japanese, nobody corrected it in the chat. So we all suck. Spit Bucket, what's good? Spit Bucket says, what's up, Sean? Good evening, chat. Question, does Espinoza have the goods and personality to take over as the next Mexican superstar? I'm going to say no. He has what it takes to be a Mexican star. I think he's on his way to that a little bit, but no. I don't think so. I don't know. He's a tall, lanky fighter, a likable fighter. I don't think he doesn't have Canelo's red hair and square jaw. He doesn't have his awesome nickname. He's not the everyman, working class looking build that Julio Cesar Chavez did, who will take one to land one and murders you with a left hook to the body. He's a tall, skinny kid who's getting a lot better and is getting knockouts. And I do think Mexican fans really like him. But when you talk about the face of Mexican boxing, you're talking about Dinamita Marquez, Barrera and Morales together, Chavez, Salvador Sanchez, Canelo. You're talking about transcendent fighters. And I think of generational talents and transcendent fighters. And I think of Espinoza as a quality champion, not a transcendent star or a transcendent talent. I say there's 3 tiers of champions in boxing. There's belt holders, right? No offense, but Mario Barrios, right? A belt holder. Then you have what I call quality champions. And I think Espinoza is growing into a quality champion. I think Vaquero Navarrete is a quality champion. I think Brian Norman is a guy who's growing into a quality champion. Fundora went from belt holder to quality champion. Virgil Ortiz is a quality champion. He's actually not technically a world champion, but quality interim champion, knocking on the door of being elite. And then you have the elite. Crawford, Bam, Usyk, Inoue, those guys. And I think Espinoza is growing more into a quality champion than he is an elite, generational talent, transcendent kind of fighter. But I could be wrong. I think the best bet Mexico could have is Marco Verde, winning that silver medal. He's a southpaw. He's athletic. He has skills. Nice kid. Nice brace face smile. And even him, I'm really not sold that he could be a transcendent talent. I'm sold on him being a world champion talent, but I'm not sold on Verde being that next transcendent guy. And that's something maybe even Mexican boxing has to be a little concerned about, because look at Puerto Rico. Now Xander is on his way, but it took a minute for Xander after Cotto began to fade. And hey, I got take it from an Italian American. We used to have a lot of champions, and And then it just stopped, right? And same thing with Irish and Italian Americans. They had a bunch of champions through the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and then it died out. And, you know, I don't see that happening for Mexican boxing, by the way, at all. But what I'm getting at is nothing's guaranteed. There's no guarantee that just because you've had for 40 years, starting really 50 years, starting with Ruben Oliveras, into Salvador, into Julio, into Barrera and Morales, into Marquez, into Canelo. There's no guarantee that it's just going to keep going. So I'm not sure. That's something I think about a lot. Who is the next guy from Mexico? You know, because I've said this in a few chats now. What's a little concerning is that usually at this stage of where Canelo's at, late in his twilight, the next guy has appeared already. So when Chavez was washed in 96, getting beat up by De La Hoya, Barrera was already crowned the new guy on After Dark, fighting Kennedy McKinley in the same year, 1996. When Barrera and Morales started getting their asses beat by Pacquiao and were winding down their primes, Juan Manuel Marquez was ready to take the throne. When Marquez began to get old, Canelo Alvarez was already anointed as the next guy. So there is no next, for sure, anointed guy from Mexico with Canelo in his twilight, and that's a little concerning because we need Mexican boxing in North America. Hey, Sean, do you still have Guido on the Of course, forget about it. Guido was robbed. He beat Richard Torrez. I say that complete. No, I'm just kidding. He lost. I liked Guido's win a couple weeks ago in Montreal. Knocked out that undefeated Canadian heavyweight. I love Guido. Forget about it. He's all we got. Sonny Canto. I don't know what happened with him, Gail. He was our other hope. Yeah. So, and then Paulie's doing bare knuckle fights. Doing retarded bare knuckle fights. Stop it, Paulie. We love you. Stop. But that's it. It came to an end. It's over. Next guy is Benavidez, Bam, and Virgil. Oh, I agree with that. But they're not from Mexico. But yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Well, Benavidez was gonna be the guy, but Canelo ducked him. Canelo ducked him to lose to a welterweight. That was his brilliant idea. So that's funny. Peel Out said, Don Dada, if you're born in America, it don't hit the same. It's not as authentic. Yeah, but Oscar and Fernando, you know, I would imagine it's definitely Oscar is, but Oscar and Fernando, they were Mexican fighters. They were even Oscar, they called him a pretty boy. They called him Pinche Joto Way. But at the end of the day, they supported him. They bought the pay-per-views. So, here we go. All right, Lindolfo Delgado coming to the ring now. Great guy. Long-range guy. Likes to keep you a more cerebral fighter from Mexico. Not a left hook to the liver type of artist. Likes to keep you on the end of his shots. Tall fighter in this weight class. Patient fighter. But still has that Mexican grit to him. Because Elvis Rodriguez and him was nip and tuck. It was very close. His chin had to hold up to that power of Rodriguez, who hurt him 2 times in that fight. But he was ultimately a little bit more consistent than the more talented Rodriguez, the more talented, explosive Rodriguez. And Delgado was just more consistent than him and pulled that fight out over 10 rounds. He's ranked very high with the IBF right now, closing in on Richardson Hitchens for that title shot. So yeah. Juan de Leon says that Norman's going to hurt Haney. It's going to be like a cheetah against a leopard. The cheetah will run and juke for a while. The cheetah will tire, and that will be the downfall. I can see that happening. My official pick right now, I see Haney racing out to a good start and hurting Norman with his sharp punches. He's sharp heading into this fight with something to prove. And then I think Norman catches up to him and hurts him and changes the momentum. And he better stop him. Because if that fight goes 12 rounds, it's going to be hard to see Norman winning. So if he's going to win that fight, he better stop him inside of 12. Because he's never won a 12-round fight, and Haney's won 10 of them in a row. So we'll see. So, all right, Lindolfo Delgado. We love you, Lindolfo, but you're kind of the low light tonight because we were looking forward to Julian, Richard, and Emiliano, the prospects. And then the main event, we got a title fight. You're the tweener. You're the contender who's not a blue chip prospect, but not a world champion. You're the tweener fight tonight, Lindolfo. But we're going to call the fight because you're a good guy. So we got love for Lindolfo Delgado on this channel. Let me see some. I just want to see how they're reacting to my British accent on Twitter, if it's going over well. Not really. So, Weedy Gonzalez said, we got to be more Mexican than the Mexicans and more American than the Americans. Selena's Poppy. Well, I think the advantage for a Chicano fighter should be merge the two styles and you'll be a bad motherfucker. Like, you know, have that Mexican grit, that Mexican punch resistance, that Mexican technique on delivering power shots, but mix it up, man. Be light on your toes like an American fighter. Spar a lot of those black American athletic fighters. Learn from them. If your reflexes and head movement can hold up against their hand speed and their skills, then it can hold up against anybody. So, yeah, if you're a great Chicano talent, mix the two styles. Oscar did. Oscar moved his head and bounced on his toes and jabbed like a brother, but then threw a left hook like a Mexican. And so, yeah, merge those two styles. Fernando Vargas had really smart feet and turned guys. But Fernando Vargas was a boxer puncher. He wasn't some Mexican brawler. So, yeah, and I think Bam Rodriguez is doing that to an extent. Although Bam is almost like a Ukrainian Mexican. He's mixing Lomachenko with some American moves and pivots, with Mexican punching power, with delivering Mexican bombs. He's moving like a Ukrainian and punching like a Mexican, with some American sauce in there too, just be coming up in the United States. But the Bam is incredible. So let's see. There is one candidate to take over as a Mexican star, and that's Zurdo Ramirez. Only if Jake Paul was dumb enough to fight him next, Gail, which we know ain't happening. I think that ship sailed for Zurdo. You know, he got dominated against Bivol. He doesn't really keep himself in shape in between fights. That's why he had to leave light heavyweight so quickly. And he's not very exciting. That fight with Joe Smith was fun, but he's not always very exciting. He's more of a boxer than he is an action fighter, as you know, Gail. So I don't think so, man. Zurdo ain't it either, unless Jake Paul is dumb enough to fight him in the next 12 months. Then, yeah. But, hey, quoting Chilled Garcia, exactly, the American Me quote. Santana, can I talk to you? He ain't Mexican, ese. He's like, I know I didn't say it good, but I do love that fucking movie. All right, here we go. Round one, Lindolfo Delgado against Goyaz. Let's see. We got good jab by Lindolfo right away, round one. I wonder if Lindolfo got better from the Elvis Rodriguez fight. That was a very competitive, difficult fight for him. So I don't know if I'm gonna call the action punch for punch right here. We're gonna just kind of hang out and see what Lindolfo is doing tonight. So center of the ring. And he likes to keep his distance. He likes to keep extension on his punches. He's not dying to get in close and throw that left hook to the liver. He's more of a long range fighter. I think, but I was saying, you know, there's nothing about him that's special to me that makes me really want to watch him. Well, okay, you're a long range fighter, but you're not super fast and flexible and all that kind of stuff. So, okay, that's cool. You like doing your work on the outside, keeping guys on the end. But most fighters that are excellent at that kind of distance have a level of athleticism and agility to them that Delgado kind of doesn't have. He's getting hit with a double jab right here by Goyaz. You know, he's upper body athleticism not the best. And so guys like that aren't the most athletic, they tend to overcome that by being a little bit more aggressive. But Lindolfo, his hand speed's solid. It's good. He just threw a nice left hook off the jab a second ago. It's not the hand speed I'm saying isn't good on the outside. It's the dexterity, the flexibility, the agility, all that kind of stuff, the reflexes. The hand speed itself, by itself, is fine. He's actually getting hit by Goyaz here a little bit in round 1. Goyaz starting to crack him with some good shots in round 1. Delgado trying to, do what he does best, his A game. Step to you, keep you on the end of the shot. But Goyaz is landing some good leather in there in round 1 himself. So William says Lindolfo's underrated. Let's see. I don't know, man. Yeah, I guess you're right, because nobody rates him. Nobody talks about him or checks on him, and he's one of the top-ranked guys for the IBF. But competitive first round right now. Goyaz, given as good as he's gotten in round 1. Yeah, Vargas hasn't fought yet. Emiliano hasn't fought yet. Let's see. Competitive first round, man. Goyaz able to catch Lindolfo on the front foot a few times. Lindolfo got some good shots off. Left hook looks good off the jab. But he doesn't move his head, Lindolfo. His defense is keeping you on the end of his shot, and he knows his distance well. He knows when he's too... He has a very good sense of distance, but despite that sense of distance, he's stiff with his head moving. He doesn't move his head a lot. So, let's see. KPR. I just want to see this for a second. Okay. I respect Zerto, but he ain't beating Jai. Yeah, I don't think he's beating Jai Opataya. Jai Opataya, to me, is a quality champion, not elite. Certainly above a belt holder. That Jai Opataya, to me, is a quality champion. I don't think he's elite. Does anybody in the chat think Opataya is elite? Like pound for pound? Maybe I could see him working his way to the bottom of the top 10. I think he's probably just outside the top 10. He's probably a top 20 guy right now. But I think Opataya is a quality champion, not elite pound for pound level. Which is still a very high level to be at in the sport. You're still in the top 1% of 1% being a quality world champion. But yeah, Lindolfo eating some jabs by Goyaz early in the second. Oh, pull right hand over the top for Goyaz lands. Over the top of Lindolfo's jab. Straight right hand for Goyaz. Goyaz is a long arm fighter too at 140. Landing his jab to the body. Goyaz getting busy in round 2. Yeah, Delgado better pick it up. This guy didn't show up for a showcase in Mexico. This dude came to take his spot. I'm the long range Mexican fighter from Mexico that's going to get this title shot, not you. People going to respect the name Goyaz. Minute into the second round, it's Goyaz's round. He's getting off first and touching Lindolfo Delgado at the range that Delgado feels like he has the advantage in, but not right now, not at this moment. Center of the ring, Delgado bouncing a little bit, feigning. They trade. Delgado leaves his head right on the line when he throws his punch. They traded jabs, and it was like super on the line. Halfway through the round, right hand by Goyaz over the top of that jab of Delgado. That pull right hand, 1-2 by Goyaz. Delgado doesn't move his head. Does not move his head. And if he's going to keep fighting like this, he better get more offensive. Because boxing at this range in the center of the ring, Goyaz is getting the better of it. He's getting the better of it with his straight right hand, and he's getting the better of it with his jab. Out jabbing Delgado right now. Delgado has a good left hook. Let's see if he finds an opening for that left hook as an adjustment to Goyaz winning the battle of the 1s and the 2s at long range in the center of the ring. Delgado, I think, wants that hook. Lands it just off of the right uppercut. I still like some of the shots that are coming out from Delgado, even though they haven't landed yet. But it looks like he's got some heat. He's just got to find the range with it right now and make a little bit of adjustments to a game Goyaz. But Goyaz is winning this round, but he's winning it a little unsteady, not with confident body language. And sometimes what that body language is telling you is the fighter's not fully confident. He feels like I'm winning right now, but there's a matter of time before this guy gets his feet underneath me, and his class starts to take hold in this fight. I know I'm winning right now, but I don't know if I can sustain this. Some of these shots are just missing me. I'm doing a lot of movements that I don't know if I really perfected in the gym, because you get in there on fight night sometimes, especially against a top-level guy, you got to improvise. And the best fighters, they're not really, I mean, they improvise, but it's stuff that they've drilled down in the gym that they know they have in their bag. Goyaz is acting more like, this is shit, I gotta lower my hand a little bit here and throw this shot at this range, and but I don't know if I can really keep this up. But it was a good round for Goyaz. He might be up 2-0, but Delgado looks composed, and Goyaz looks a little jittery, despite winning that round, no question. Let's see. Goyaz putting on a show for the mamacitas at the fight, says J-Dub. What'd Gail say? Sean, are you going to tell Emiliano he ain't Mexican? Don Dada? No. To me, he is Mexican. I'm just explaining the rules as I've seen them laid out by the Mexican people. These are their rules, not mine. I'm just reiterating them. So, sí, su mexicano. Puro mexicano. Puro mexicano, sí. Claro que sí. Anyway, here we go. Delgado, can he get just a little bit closer to let go of... Oh, there's that left hook. Yeah, Delgado got a mean left hook, man. Nut straight right hand, and Goyaz is hurt. I told you guys last round, he's looking to step in with that left hook off the jab. He got a nasty left hook and a good uppercut, does Delgado. So Delgado looked already off to a good start in the third round. I get a sense he will still win this fight despite a rough first 2 rounds. His composure tells me that. And Goyaz is jittery, this early in the fight. Yeah, Delgado lands a good jab. Right hand comes back by Goyaz, but Delgado is composed. He still feels like he's in control of this fight, even if he didn't win those first 2 rounds. Delgado beginning to block better. Head still on the line, but catching shots better that time. 1-2 by Delgado, backs Goyaz on the ropes. Goyaz ties up, gets it back to the center. Would love to see Delgado find range for that hook again. Straight right hand for Delgado as they trade jabs. He finishes with the right hand. Good round by Delgado right now. Working his way into the fight nicely now. Double jab by Delgado. Walking Goyaz down. Left hook by Delgado off the 1-2. And then he parries what's coming back. Nice jab by Delgado. Delgado looking sharp now. Nice parrying by Delgado in round 3. Again, he doesn't move his head, but now he's... Oh, nice sharp jab by Delgado. Delgado looking a lot better in round 3 now. Delgado hands up. Parries a lead left hook, gets the right glove up to block it. Parries the jab, parries another jab. 50 seconds left, lands his jab, steps in with the jab again. Nice jab by Delgado. That left hook going to be nasty when he finds the range for it. Oh, nice right hand by Goyaz. He used the double jab to set it up. Delgado tried to turn the shot, but ate it on the top of the head a bit there. 30 seconds left. Goyaz fighting with his hands dangerously low in spots. I don't know if he's really got the sauce to get away with that consistently over the course of 12. Goyaz missing a big left hook. Too far out. Delgado keeping him on the end of the jab. Double jab. Overshoots the right hand. Nice left hook to the body by Delgado in that sequence. Blocks the left hook to the body on his elbow. Last 5 seconds. They trade jabs. And a nice counter right hand by Goyaz as Delgado tried to step in with a 1-2. Got countered by a right hand, but not with a lot of leverage on it. Good round by Lindolfo Delgado. Much better round for him. Much better round. So, the 2 biggest flops were Jared Anderson and Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu kind of got a bad deal, though. And at least he did win a world title. And Tim Tszyu is a little bit of a what if. What if that cut doesn't happen against Fundora? Is it a butterfly effect? Does he even fight Murtazaliev? Does he wind up beating Fundora? And, man, the way that guy's career just got away from him following that cut to Fundora sucks. Jared is just Doesn't have his heart in it, man. His head isn't right now to pursue being heavyweight champion. And then technical flaws. He pulls out with his chin up and stuff like that. I love Jared, though. I'm wishing him the best wherever he's at right now. So, but to be fair, Tim did get to a title at least. All right, here we go. Round 4. Delgado. I gotta be honest, Chad. Now I want to see the left hook land. Because he throws a nice left hook. He's being very patient with it. He doesn't want to reach for it at all. He's waiting for the perfect time to let it go. Left hook to the body by Delgado off that measuring jab. Delgado sweeps the right hand of the body in close. I don't think Goyaz likes the body work. He doesn't like it. Delgado steps forward with a right hand, left uppercut, goes to the body. And Goyaz complains about the body shots to the ref. He turns his back to the ref. I told you he didn't like the bodies. Now the ref's giving him time. Oh, what is this? His fucking hometown? It wasn't even that low, ref. What are you doing? Referee, he's jerking you off. He did not get hit low. It was belt line at best. Come on, ref. You can't buy this. Someone tell the ref that Delgado's the A side. What's he doing here? If Delgado got hit on the borderline, then you pause the fight. But not for this guy. Come on. Don't you know anything, ref? All right. Time back in. I just don't think Goyaz liked the body shots. All right. Delgado stepping to his left. Nice jab. Goyaz is coming undone a little bit. His mechanics... Like, I could tell, man. I could tell because I've done it in sparring where... I'm pulling stuff out of my ass that's working for a round or so that I can punch above my weight. I can keep my head above water against somebody way better than me or better than me. But you know in the back of your mind, like, I don't really know how to pull this off consistently, you know? And then once the other guy adjusts to this bullshit you're pulling out of your ass, then you're fucked and you know it. I'm sorry I'm being so vulgar on tonight's stream, but, you know, I feel like it's an informal stream. It's a Tubi stream, so we could do that, but... Delgado step into Goyaz again. Goyaz starting to panic in there a little bit. Body language is not good. Delgado, body language good. Composed, professional. Just methodically starting to work his way towards breaking Goyaz down. Yeah, Goyaz complaining of a headbutt. Goyaz began to do more complaining than fighting. And his mechanics with his lead hand low and stuff, you could tell it's not super sophisticated. It's not going to hold up over 12, I think. But some awkward guys, when they take a good punch and they let their nuts hang and they punch a lot, then they can pull it off. But Goyaz is beginning to throw less. He doesn't like what's coming back at him. So he's not letting his hands go as much as he was earlier in the fight, which gives him less opportunity to pull off this upset like he was pulling it off earlier. Double left hook by Delgado. 18 seconds left in the round. Delgado, again, this is why I said you don't die to watch him fight. His fights aren't that fun to watch. He's being very patient in there. Very patient in there. And part of why he's being patient is his technical limitations. When you don't have the skill and the dexterity to throw your biggest shot, a power shot, and then instantly move your head off the line, duck underneath, pull back, counter with something else. When you're as stiff with the upper body movement as Delgado is, you better only let go of it at the perfect times. Because if you don't let go of it at the perfect time and distance and everything, you're probably not going to get out of the way of what's coming back. And so Delgado, seemingly cognizant of that, of his limitations, is very disciplined about when he's going to let go of his power shots, his right hand, his uppercut, and his left hook. So, yeah. What's good, Gustavo Fontalba? How much can I bench? Probably, consistently 140 I could do 10 times, but like one set, maybe 170 or something. I'm not that strong. What am I expecting from the Emmy fight, Sean? And for him to look impressive and continue to make people think, to continue to convince people that he's not just a guy with a big last name that Top Rank is pushing because he's good looking and his last name's Vargas. I think Emiliano continues to show people that are paying attention, holy shit, this kid could be really good. That's what I'm expecting. I might even be expecting Emiliano to be the most talented fighter on the card. Not the best fighter, because he's still a developing fighter, but I'm expecting him to show the biggest upside on the card tonight. So back in round 5 now. Nice catch by Delgado with a left hook to the body. I don't think Goyaz is liking the body work. 45 seconds into the 5th. Delgado parrying a lot better since round 3. Early on, he was wearing shots on his face. And from the round 3 on, he's been parrying and blocking a lot better. Double jab sets up a left hook to the body. Delgado got good hand speed. It's a weird combination. He has good hand speed without any upper body movement. And without quick feet, too. But the hand speed's fine. He is a sharp puncher. Ooh, that left hook, it missed. But I want to see it land, chat. I want to see that. He throws a cool left hook, too. It's got a cool angle and trajectory on it. I like Delgado's left hook. It's a good shot. Nice left hook to the body by Goyaz, actually, a second ago. Stabs the body with his jab. Delgado is probably saying, try that again. Nice straight right hand by Goyaz. Back comes Delgado, though, with a sharp combination. Goyaz catches him falling asleep after the combination with a right hand left hook. Back comes Delgado with a left hook to the body. Good sequence there for both fighters. But Goyaz is an awkward guy. He's trying to sneak you between transitions, out of the clinch. He's awkward. They trade jabs. Nice up jab by Goyaz. Goyaz having some more success this round. I still think Delgado is winning this round, but Goyaz having a better round in the 5th than he did last time. Nice jabs to the body by Goyaz. Awkward. Setting things up. Lead hand. Now that's more comfort by Goyaz there. That's him being less erratic and settling into that look with the lead hand down. Stabbing, doubling up the jab twice. Starting to move his head in a more fundamental manner, let's call it, and less an awkward one. Less awkward and jittery. There you go, Goyaz. Oh, Goyaz still awkward, trying to counter with a sweeping right hand. Pulls his chin out of the line of the uppercut. So, hey, better work here by Goyaz. Blood coming from the left side of his face, but, oh, counter right hand by Delgado. Countered the right hand of Goyaz. I still gave that round to Delgado, but Goyaz got off some better shots that round than he did the last 2. I got a 3-2 for Delgado. Yo, Marchand Billups says, I'm loving the Rocky IV jumpsuit when he's washing the card. No doubt. But this, technically, these are Mexican colors tonight. I wore this out of homage because the card is in Mexico. So, Raul Gallardo said, you're on fire, Sean. Keep that sincere and savage flow you got going on right now. I'm enjoying this stream, drinking a cold one. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Do I blame Jared Anderson for taking the turkey money, having a kid on the way at the time, though it rushed him? No, I mean, yeah, it's his decision. Top Rank didn't want him to do it. But, I don't know, I kind of, it is what it is. He got exposed against a real guy in the top 10 who was actually in shape that night. Bacoli, I love Jared. I wanted the best for him. I want the best for him. But, no, it's a big man sport. If you get in there with a guy in the top 10, he takes you out. That just means you ain't in the top 10. And younger heavyweights have beaten better opposition than being faced with a Martin Bacoli. If I'm going to blame someone, I guess it's blame Turkey for saying, fuck you, Top Rank, and I'm gonna undercut your business and do what I want and cut you out and do business with the fighter, and the fighter went for it. And what I don't think Jared grasped and all that is, do you see what that quick buck did for you? Okay, you got the money you were looking for. You're not interested in being heavyweight champion. You don't really love boxing like that and all that. You just wanted the bag. Well, look what getting right to the bag got you. Maybe Jared says it's worth it. Maybe he's good. Maybe he made so much money in that fight and he's already invested it, and now he doesn't have to box ever again. So, but anyway, it's on Jared, man. Yeah, it's on him. Top Rank didn't want him to take it. He said, fuck what you're talking about. I'm going to take this money. And, yeah, Turkey kind of set him up, but I don't believe in that. I get it. It's a real thing in boxing. You get set up to lose. But ultimately, if the fight is won in that ring between two fighters. And if Jared was the guy, if he was as good as Moses Italma, he'd have handled Martin Bakole probably. So, but he's not. Anyways, round 6, halfway through this round, competitive fight. Delgado, the more composed, clean, technical fighter, but Goyaz awkward and giving Delgado his hands full tonight. And against an awkward guy like that, Delgado doing a good job of being composed and trying to let his class tell over time. But Goyaz has been a little bit slippery in there. And then he sneaks you with shots from awkward angles, awkward times in the ring, out of a clinch. Here and there, he's trying to sneak you with a crazy counter. A nice right uppercut by Delgado. Delgado being precise with his work right now on offense. Walking Goyaz down, keeping him on the end of his jab. Nice sweeping right hand of the body. Finishes up with a power jab. Nice lead left hook there by Delgado. Delgado blocking the lead hook back. Pushes Goyaz back. Delgado keeping it composed. He feels like it's a matter of time. I'll get to him. Just got to stay composed with all his awkward movements. Right uppercut, right hand over the top by Delgado. Back on his jab, left hook to the body by Delgado. Goyaz counters with a right hand up top, but he's taking a little bit of a beating down the stretch in the 6th. Goyaz, though, an awkward guy. He moves around, keeps his lead hand down. He throws awkward punches. He's a little slippery in there. Awkward. But I got Delgado up 4-2 now. What the fuck happened to Bakole? Food. Food, and lots of it. He just doesn't, he hasn't kept himself in any shape. The night he beat Jared, he looked like he was a tough fight for anybody. He looked like, yo, this is going to be a tough fight for Usyk. And then he got fat, took the Parker fight on short notice, looked like shit in a horrible fight against Ajagba in his next fight. And now nobody's really checking on Bakole like that. He was one of the hottest heavyweights in the world a year ago. But he couldn't stay disciplined outside the ring. People liked his personality, his story from the Congo. Although he did, I guess, get caught up with an underage girl once. So people didn't like that part of his story. But anyway, people liked him. Bill Simmons shouted him out. Bill Simmons. How many boxers does Bill Simmons give a shit about? So here we go. Round 7. We are now in the second half of this fight. It could be even. It could be 3 rounds apiece or Delgado up 58-56. But it's a competitive fight. And Delgado's forced to deal with a frustrating, awkward, tough Mexican fighter in there tonight. 1-2-3 by Delgado. Counter right uppercut by Goyaz. But back comes Delgado with a hard left hook to the body. Sweeping right hand to the body. Finish it with his jab up top. Goyaz still firing back though. I like the body work by Delgado. That jab has knocked Delgado's head up a lot tonight, though, from Goyaz. 2-1 by Delgado. Straight right hand, power jab, then follows up with a straight right hand to the body. Right uppercut by Goyaz. Getting off the ropes clean. Nice right uppercut there. Jabs to the body by Goyaz. Back comes Delgado with a 1-2-3 up top, but he's having a hard time finding that chin of Goyaz. He's an awkward, slippery guy. Goyaz lead hand low, catches a left hook, lead left hook by Delgado, dips his head underneath a right hand, tells the ref, hey, he hit me in the back of the head. Left hook, right hand by Goyaz, both parried by Delgado. Now he jabs to the body. Delgado's a little bit closer to him now. Go to that body, Delgado. Missed opportunity there. He lets that closed gap go away, and Goyaz lands a jab, ties him up. And now he's back in the center of the ring. Missed offensive opportunity there for Delgado. Minute 20 left in the 7th. Delgado short with his jab. Back comes Goyaz, doubling up his jab. That second jab found a home. Goyaz, that up jab from the hip, doubles it up. Shifts out to the left. Hard left hook to the body by Delgado in the center of the ring, though. Beautiful left hook to the body. Beautifully placed. Left hook to the body by Goyaz. 55 seconds left in the 7th. Delgado hooking off the jab, but can't just catch this MF clean up top with the power. Dude's slippery. And Delgado's a little stiff, even though his hand speed's good. When fighters are stiff and they're not free-flowing, awkward fighters that are moving their head, they can get a sense of anticipation for you in your energy and when you're ready, when you're coiled to throw. And Goyaz has been able to do that just enough to make it tough in there. Nice jab to the body by Goyaz. Herky-jerky head movement up top, lead hand low, dipping his chin almost right over his front foot, but he's awkward. Nice jab up top, nice 1-2 up top. That was a competitive round for Goyaz, but I don't think the body language and he's kind of conning his way through the fight. He's not fighting consistently 3 minutes of every round. He's trying to exit out of a lot of exchanges and then sneak Delgado with some shots, and then working in his own spots with his own work. But yeah, I still think Delgado's winning the fight, but he's certainly making Delgado not look that good. Is Ben Whitaker the goods or all hype? Well, he's very talented. He's very talented, but what's his mental makeup like? How's his chin? And is he fundamentally sound, or is he a bag of tricks and athleticism? Because if he's a bag of tricks and athleticism, someone will expose him at the championship level. But if he actually has fundamentals and a solid character and fighting spirit to him to go with his tremendous athleticism and dexterity and head movement, then Ben Whitaker could be a problem. Ben Whitaker could be the goods, but I don't know. He's already well into his 20s, isn't he? And already had that one performance that he looked good in the rematch and stopped the dude in the rematch. But I think the jury's out. But he is an exciting fighter. He's a talented fighter. Round 8, 30 seconds into it. And Delgado, man, he probably might have to settle for going 12. I thought a few rounds ago when Goyaz wasn't liking the body work that Delgado might get him at some point, but Goyaz has re-steadied himself a little bit there. His body language has gotten better, and there's more of a method to his madness right now than there was when Delgado was beginning to impose himself on him a little bit. And Delgado's finding it hard to land up top. I think he's gotten away from there's a chopping right hand, another chopping right hand. Back comes Goyaz with a right hand. Good chin there by Goyaz. He took 2 hard, straight right hands up top and came back with his own right hand and landed it on Delgado. Nice left hook to the body belt Delgado, but Goyaz lands a right uppercut on the inside that lifts his head up. So it's a competitive fight, man. 1-2 by Goyaz. Right hand lands over the top, on the top of Delgado's head. Goyaz is now blood is coming from the nose of Delgado. Ooh, quick. And Goyaz is the more athletic guy. He's got the better upper body movement. Even if it's not the most sound, technical style of doing it. Nice jab lands for Delgado. Right hand chops on top. Left hook to the body. Goyaz just trying to slide his way through these punches in the pocket and keep his head on a swivel. And now he comes back with his up jab. It's still Delgado. Oh, nice straight right hand pops up Delgado's head, followed by a jab. The 2-1 by Goyaz as blood is coming from the nose of Delgado and falling on his chest. Left hook, straight right hand by Goyaz, and some jabs to the body to finish it up. Back comes Delgado with a left hook and another left hook off of that. And then Goyaz works his free right hand in the clinch. 30 seconds left in the 8th. Good round. Goyaz is in this fight. He could still win this thing. 2-1 by Goyaz again. This might be 4-4. Oh, 2-1 again by Goyaz. Finishing with the jab off the straight right hand. Yeah, Delgado, his stiffness in the upper body, it's giving him fits. This guy isn't as technically sound as him, but he's more flexible with the upper body. He uses his feet more. Even if it's awkward and not the most disciplined textbook kind of movement, it's a dimension in his game that Delgado does not have. So I got this either 77-75 Delgado or 76-76 apiece right now heading into the 9th round. So I thought Goyaz was starting to get broke down a little bit. And then he turned it up. He found another wind. So let's see. Do you think Floyd will sign any more prospects to TMT? He's got Carmel, but no, not really. Floyd doesn't have the infrastructure at Mayweather Promotions that Eddie Hearn has, or Bob Arum has, or Al Heyman has, or Turkey Alashi, Dana. Just doesn't. His heart's not in it. His heart's not in it. He's banging bitches at Girl Collection and feeding flamingos in Aruba in his free time. So I don't think his heart's in it enough to go to club shows, scour young talent, promote all of them, be there for the first fight of the card like Eddie and Bob, and he ain't gonna do all that, man. And if you're not gonna do all that, then you can't really be a top level promoter all the time. So all the other promoters do. There's only so much that name can carry you, and yeah, he had a falling out publicly with his biggest star in Tank. So you got the kid you took to the finish line as a box office attraction, told the whole world, fuck this guy. He didn't exactly endorse you. And then all his other prospects, they didn't really pan out. My guy J. Leon Love and Cuba Arias and on and on. So Delgado right now having the better first minute of the 9th round, though. Delgado with the stronger first minute of the 9th. Getting Goyaz on the ropes a few times. Still, guy's hard to hit clean right now. But looks a little more fatigued this round, does Goyaz. Delgado got a shot right here on offense, and then, yeah, Goyaz ties him up. Smart clinch there by Goyaz. Delgado got him close to the ropes. Yeah, a championship level fighter with good defense and movement and speed is going to beat Delgado. He's too hittable and not creative enough offensively. So, but not a bad fighter at all. Good 2 body shots by Delgado. Doubles up on the jab and then really puts everything he's got into his hook. But Goyaz keeps the right glove up to block it. But this is a solid Delgado round right now. Let me see. "45 seconds left." Goyaz landing a right hand, but eats 3 body shots in return by Delgado. Comes back with his own left hook to the body. Misses that right uppercut against Delgado. He loaded up on that shot. Delgado didn't need it. Delgado steps in behind his jab. Stepping forward. Goyaz near the ropes. Double jab. Right hand by Delgado. Follows it up with another jab. Right uppercut up top. Left hook to the body. And then Goyaz clinches off the ropes after throwing that left hook to the body. Goyaz trying to walk Delgado into a few uppercuts. But Delgado, like I said, good 2-1 by Goyaz at the bell. Rock Delgado's head around. Delgado, when he eats a punch, it rocks his head around because he doesn't move his head. He doesn't roll the shot. If he doesn't parry it, because he's got some decent parrying skills, but if he doesn't parry the shot, you're nailing him. So, C Money said, we need to talk about Jamal, Charlo, Caleb Plant. I think it's a very underrated, skillful fight. It's just, Charlo's best days are they're behind him. He hasn't fought anybody at 68. And then Plant just lost to Resendiz, who was a middleweight, who was like a 10-1 underdog and was a 160-pounder. So I like the fight. I'm interested in it because they're 2 fighters we've known about for a long time at the top, at the championship level, even though Charlo's had a lot of hiatuses. It's a good fight with a good storyline. I want to see it, Charlo and Plant, but I don't know if we're underrating it when Charlo hasn't fought anybody with a pulse in years, and Plant lost to a middleweight who was a huge underdog in his last fight. But I'm with you. I want to see the fight. All right, Delgado coming forward in the 10th. Let's go of a combination, but misses most of those shots. 2-1 by Goyaz again, knocking Delgado's head up. This is a close fight. Again, Delgado eating a right hand, trying to jump in with his shots and eats a right hand in return. Goyaz doing a good job with his 2-1 the last couple of rounds, throwing the right hand and finishing with the jab, knocking Delgado's head up. Jab to the body by Goyaz. Straight right hand, left hook by Goyaz. Rocks Delgado across the ring, kind of knocked him off balance. Delgado's legs are right underneath him, but that knocked him off balance for a second. Man. Goyaz leaking, swelling from his right eye, but he's also got Delgado leaking from his nose. It's anyone's fight. Halfway through the 10th, it's anyone's fight. Delgado, straight right hand, taking something off of it. He can't find the range. Oh, and he got caught on the inside after missing those shots. Two-piece by Goyaz. Goyaz getting the better of this shit right now in round 10. More accurate. More head-snapping shots from Goyaz tonight. Delgado now dealing with a little bit of frustration, but good composure. Trying to land his hook behind his jab. Goyaz been hard to hit with that shot up top. He keeps the right hand home with the left hand low. 50 seconds left in the round. This is a Goyaz round right now. This is going to have it even on my card. Goyaz, lead hand low. Bends down again. 35-second, bends down again. Dips underneath the left hook from Delgado. Pulls his chin off the line to get away from another left hook by Delgado. Is Goyaz going to shoot something? Shoots his jab. Left hook, right hand. Delgado trying to get his hands up to parry it. They get into the clinch. Ref breaks him up. 15 seconds. Delgado getting countered with the right hand over his jab. Right hand goes over the top of his left again. Another right hand. Nice right hand body shot, though, by Delgado. That's a Goyaz round. I think the fight's even after 10. Or Delgado ahead 6-4, just off consistency. Some judges don't give a shit about body language and consistency, though. They're just going to give it to the guy who's getting the head snapping shots. And you could argue that Goyaz has done that in more rounds than Delgado, actually. I think it's about even. I feel like this fight should be even after 10. And that it's anybody's fight on the last two. Roman the man said, listen, Sean, I'm coming into some serious bank. Hey, do your thing, player. The Gorillas. Yeah, if he wins, we might have to play Feel Good Inc. by the Gorillas for Goyaz. Yeah, that last one, that 2-1, it knocked Delgado off balance there. So he won that round for sure. He's going to win that round off that moment. 11th round, man. Anybody's fight. Anybody's fight. Delgado, man, you better hold on to your IBF position. Gotta hold on to it. I was wrong about Goyaz. I thought his mechanics would start to deteriorate. He'd start to break down a little bit against the more systemic, technical, precise fighter, but nope. He found his second and third wins. But Delgado getting off first to start this 11th round. Not accurate, but getting off first. Goyaz taking his time, moving around. Takes the jab by Delgado. Delgado has found it hard to land on this guy. This guy has been slippery for him to deal with. It's been difficult to deal with. Nice left hook counter by Delgado. Did a nice parry job on the left hook right hand by Goyaz and then made him pay for the left hook before his hands could get home. Minute 50. Delgado bending down for the first time. Bending his knees. Falls into the clinch after his jab. Delgado lands his jab. Goyaz touches with a right hand in return. Delgado can't land the right hand behind the double jab. It's just hard to find this guy up top. Walks into a right hand counter with no leverage on it from Goyaz. Goyaz got to step it up, though. Oh, nice counter by Delgado. That time he made Goyaz jump in and go first. And that time he countered him with a right hand coming in. Maybe that's why Delgado's had to stay so patient in this fight. He's actually wanted his counter-punching opportunities, but this awkward guy, he's not giving you a lot of counter-punching opportunities, and you still got a fight to win. So you got to work, and then you're working, and then he comes with his awkward counter and that's what's difficult about fighting an underdog, awkward guy like Goyaz. Good right hand on the inside by Delgado. Goyaz ties up with 50 seconds left. Is that, you know, if you don't stay on top of him and stay consistent, you know, then you're letting the fight turn into a nothing fight, and you could dangerously lose a fight like that. But then if you press them and do what you want to do, then they can do their awkward bullshit, try to sneak you with a crazy counter and do all that. So it's not easy fighting awkward guys who if you don't press will kind of be okay with the fight turning into nothing. 20 seconds left, competitive round, but a Delgado round. I think this is the story of the fight, chat. Goyaz did enough this round to make Delgado look bad. He popped his head open a little bit a few times, but ultimately Delgado was the consistent professional and was able to get accurate enough. He landed a left hook there at the bell that he won the fight. I think Delgado's going to win this fight on consistency. But yeah, Goyaz has not made him look too good. Kip Bud says Goyaz is boxing his ass up. Body language don't win boxing matches. Let's see. EMS says this is a very embarrassing fight for Delgado. He's the kind of fighter that makes his wins look easy. He's never been in such trouble with any of his past opponents. I disagree. He almost lost and got hurt a couple of times by Rodriguez. You know, Rodriguez rocked him a couple times in their last fight. So he barely pulled that fight out. So I don't know. Delgado's never impressed me, really. But he's a good fighter and a really good human being. But Lindolfo reaching a lot. Gustavo, yeah, yeah. Weedy Gonzalez is saying that awkwardness usually doesn't play well in Mexico, though. Yeah, I don't. And old school judges in general, they're going to reward the guy like Delgado who they feel has been pushing the fight and has been a little bit more consistent. Oh, down goes Delgado with a left hook. They traded left hooks. Down goes Delgado. What a left hook by Goyaz. Oh, shit. Let's see what happens. Delgado's hurt. They're exchanging. Delgado's getting up and punching with Goyaz. Left hook to the body by Goyaz. Damn. Oh, man. Man, left hook put Delgado on his ass. He's up and coming forward and letting his hands go. But that left hook might have just won Goyaz the fight. I had him behind 6-5, maybe 7-4. But that knockdown in a fight that has been very close throughout, that might have been the difference maker. It feels like that should be the difference maker. We'll see. Delgado catching shots on the gloves from Goyaz, still coming forward. But man, he ate a nasty left hook counter in between his shots. Sent him to the canvas. Goyaz now, halfway through the round. Ties up. Looks tired against Delgado. Ties him up. Goyaz, short right hand on the inside in the clinch. Turned it over. Delgado shooting his right hand off the target. Tries to punch. Goyaz says that's to the back of the head in the clinch. Referee warns Delgado. Goyaz eats two hard body shots and a right hand up top, but he counters Delgado with a left hook again. Big left hook. Delgado ate it. It's still coming to him. But that left hook counter is a problem. 50 seconds left in the fight. Delgado might have fumbled this with that knockdown. Straight right hand, left hook by Delgado. Can't really find the mark, though. 37 seconds. Goyaz clinches on the inside again. Delgado trying to rip a left hook up top, shoot a right hand, but Goyaz smothers his punches, won't let him find anything. Goyaz smothers him again and then rips a two-piece on the inside and then smothers Delgado some more. 15 seconds left in the fight. Left hook by Goyaz on the inside. Right hand on the inside by Delgado. Delgado swinging for the fences with Goyaz. They both swing for the fences. Now they clinch, and that's going to do it for 12 rounds. Good fight. Could go either way, chat. If you're just watching the fight in total, then Goyaz won. He frustrated Delgado. They exchanged rounds. It was back and forth. It was close. And then with the fight hanging in the balance, he dropped Delgado on his ass. And that moment should win him the fight. But that is not how fights are scored, as you guys know. They're scored round to round, round to round. They're not scored. If you're watching the fight as one big fight, Goyaz won. He frustrated him enough. He popped his head open enough, popped his head up enough, and then he dropped him in the 12th round when it was razor close. He won the fight. Fights are not scored that way. They're scored round to round, and if you score it round to round, Delgado still might have won this fight. It's close. Oh, they traded left hooks and right hands, and Delgado got the worst of it. There was just a little bit more movement on the head of Goyaz. He went down, took his head off the line for the right hand, and then took a little bit of moved his chin back a little bit on the hook. Delgado stayed more right on the line. He got the worst of it. But let's see what we got, man. Delgado was a very composed professional in there, but the areas he's limited in might have cost him this fight. He is an overall technically more sound fighter in many ways. A balance, the way he throws his punches is more technically sound than Goyaz, but Goyaz was a more elusive fighter. He had upper body movement. He dropped his lead hand sometimes and flexed his waist, and Delgado doesn't do any of that. He's either going to parry the shot or that's it. Mr. Lightning Boxing said, great fight calling. Thank you, sir. My voice is getting tired, but it's been a long, fun day. But, all right, let's see this verdict. I am surprised to see it. Guys, I don't think this is a robbery if Delgado gets it, by the way. I don't think it's a robbery if Delgado gets it. This fight could go either way. I got no argument either way. Goyaz gets it, cool, knockdown, pulled it out. Delgado gets it, hey, the other guy wasn't consistent enough. So, Weedy Gonzalez said, ugly style by Goyaz, but it worked in my eyes tonight. Yeah, that's a very fair call. So, no, Vargas has not fought yet. Vargas is next. Jay Diaz says, nah, it's a robbery. So Diaz doesn't agree that it's a close, could go either way fight. He said it's a robbery. Yeah, it's free on Tubi, everybody. All right, awaiting this verdict. Come on now. Jared Dixon, thank you, sir, said, I mute the TV commentary on TV and have your channel playing during the fight, and I learned way more. Thanks, man. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. All right, so Delgado. Let's see who got this, man. Let's see who got this. Delgado got the A-side privilege, so let me hear this.
He's about 114, 113, 114 a 113 a Lindolfo Delgado.
First judge has it, Delgado.
El juez Ryan Tsukamoto sees about 114, 113, 114 a 113 a favor.
114, 113 for Goyaz. The first card was 114, 113 for Delgado.
Y el juez Miguel Canu tiene la pelea 114 a 113 114 to 113.
114, 113 to the winner.
A favor del ganador de Linares, Nuevo León,
Lindolfo Delgado. Yeah, I get it. It doesn't feel right. He's the A side. He's the top ranked Zanfer fighter. He got dropped on his ass in the 12th round. He missed a lot all night. Got his head bopped around. But he was the consistent fighter. And the judges didn't let Goyaz fight in spurts tonight. They didn't let him do that. We were guys in the chat. I get what you're saying. Body language doesn't win fights. It can help sway the little things like consistency, being on the front foot, body language. That can sway old school judges in a close fight, especially if you're the A side, which Delgado was. This wasn't a robbery. Delgado is a real pro who held his composure all 12 with an awkward guy and did enough to get out of there with the win. Goyaz, this is why Goyaz is Goyaz, is he did enough to be awkward and frustrate him and drop him. He didn't do enough to win, did he? So, that's it. Yep. That wire just fucking hit, says William O. Tyree Ramdon said robbery. William said Zanfer boxing at its finest. It was a close one, man. It was a close one. Some of those rounds where Delgado wasn't super accurate, but he was consistent. He fought all 3 minutes of the round, and Goyaz did not. And he lost rounds like that. Even if he got the occasional bop up Delgado's head up 2, 3, 4, 5 times in the round, but Delgado was on your ass 3 minutes of every round. That body work was consistent, and some of those shots he was landing on you. You weren't getting out of the way of everything. So between the consistency and being backed up all night, that left hook at the end wasn't enough. He gave up too many rounds not doing shit. And yeah, he wasn't consistent 3 minutes of every round. So I ain't mad at it. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. I get, again, if you're not scoring it round by round, if you were just watching the fight, I'm just watching the fight, I'm not scoring it, then Goyaz won. He frustrated him, he made a miss, he bopped his head up and he dropped him, but scoring it round to round, I think it might have even been the right call for Delgado. I don't know. What was my call going into the knockdown, Chad? I said 6-5 or 7-4 Delgado, right? So depending on that one swing round I had in the middle of the fight would determine whether it was 114-113 Delgado or 114-113 Goyaz. So it was a matter of inches, one round that determined this fight. I didn't think it was a robbery. So it sucks for Goyaz, but so let's go. Hey, Tyree Random is happy. He got paid. Yeah, Delgado ain't winning at the elite level. No. He's not. He's not beating Matias. Hitchens would box his ears off. That would be bad. He would cut his face up. Hitchens would box. I'm going to take a piss break. We'll be back for Emiliano Vargas shortly. Let's go. All right, chat. I want to thank you all for bearing with me through my poor bladder. Let's get what are we doing? Let's get a little. Oh, let's go, chat. Oh. He's 34 years old, semi-washed, baby, semi-washed. Shaq on the Suns, not Shaq on the Celtics. All right. 36-year-old prospect Lindolfo. It's kind of funny. Let's see. Italian Stallion, baby. Emiliano time. Emiliano time, baby. Let's see. Emiliano's last knockout was with a Floyd Mayweather pull right hand. It was. G Smooth said, damn, Sean, you're going to knock someone out. Let's go. It just looks good. It will not hold up over anyone with real acumen. All right. Coming up, Emiliano Vargas against Jonathan Montrell. You hear that breathing? Let's get it. Emiliano. That's such a good name. I wound up naming my son Leonardo, but I really liked Emiliano too. And I liked Emilio too. But we settled on Leonardo. I want to see Leonardo. I want my son during this intermission to come down and say what's up to Pops. Luis Marquez says, much love from Houston, Texas. Shout out to my man Marquez in Houston. Shout out to Raul Marquez from Houston and Giovanni Marquez from Houston. Any relationship with them, Luis? Weedy said, gotta stop smoking them Benjamin Franklins. I do have to stop, but I probably am not stopping, unfortunately. So it's unfortunate. Imagine me without the weed habit, Weedy Gonzalez. It wouldn't be fair. I'd be like the Wenbanyama of boxing media. Me without weed? Oh, it's not fair. I have to smoke weed so it's fair. Slows me down. Why does Jonathan Montrell look like Andy Cruz? He does. Why does if your son's named Leo, are you Master Splinter? I try to teach him some things and he executes them well, but he's a loving little soul and a smart kid. He ain't trying to fight nobody. So not really. And then Master Splinter was like a master. I'm not a master. I can teach him to turn over a jab and a right hand and to keep his hands up. Not square his feet up. That's about it. Let's see. RC2111 says, Sean, can you compare Mayweather versus Haney's frame since you've seen them in person? They look to have the exact same frame, yet Haney blows up in weight compared to Floyd. Was Floyd just that disciplined? No, their frame... Devin is got a longer abdomen, different proportions to his body. Floyd had the best of both worlds like Crawford does. I think this is something people kind of overlook, is Crawford and Floyd are both 5'8", and they both have the length of a man who's about 6 feet, and Crawford even a little longer. And so that what part of I think Floyd's gift was, he has these long arms but compact abdomen and frame, and so that means he can stay small, for lack of a better way of putting it, on defense. He's not a big target. That when he gets into his role, it's a compact frame. And when you don't have a long abdomen, it seems like that's part of why Canelo was so sweet with his head movement. You can, your upper body flexibility is better. Tyson with the short, stocky frame, able to maneuver his upper body a lot. Thomas Hearns, tall, long torso. Junto Nakatani, it's harder. If you got that longer abdomen, it makes you a little less flexible. And, there's exceptions to that rule, but like Lennox Lewis, he didn't move his head a lot. He controlled you with his distance. Same thing with the Klitschko brothers. what made Vitali and Tyson Fury special is they're these tall motherfuckers that are super elusive too, and that, you know, but for the most part, longer abdomen means not as flexible. That's why Fundora can't move his head. So I say all that to say, Haney wasn't quite blessed with the same best of both worlds like Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather has 72-inch reach, and Floyd has a 2-inch longer reach than Haney, but is an inch shorter than him. So on defense, smaller target, smaller abdomen to keep it compact on defense, and then on offense, longer arms to touch a guy from further out. And then Devin just doesn't have Floyd's hand speed, foot speed, and reflexes on defense. He's very good in all those areas, but he's not on Floyd's level. So what he has that Floyd has is very good instincts, and he's just a really good boxer, period. Like, very well, you know, he's been an elite boxer, and if he beats Norman, he returns to being an elite boxer. He does so many things well as a pure boxer. He doesn't move to one direction. He moves to his left. He moves to his right. He fights off the jab. He knows his distance. His feet are really good. His defense, he's not Pernell Whitaker or Floyd Mayweather, but he does have good defense. Good pull counter right hand. He's just an excellent boxer. And if he beats Brian Norman, then that's going to be his finest hour to me. He's a solidified Hall of Famer if he beats Norman. But I'm leaning towards Norman, and he's always reminded me a little bit of Floyd Mayweather, but he's not as good as Floyd Mayweather, you know. And that's really not saying that much, because almost nobody is as good as Floyd Mayweather. But if that's the worst thing you'll say about Devin Haney, and I know people say way worse things than that, but is that he's not Floyd, well, that's not the worst thing in the world. You could still be really fucking good and not be Floyd Mayweather. And Devin is really fucking good. But he didn't look good against Ramirez. He's been hit at the top level a little more consistently than you might think, sans Kambosos and Prograis. You know, even Kambosos found him a few times in the second fight. And Diaz hit him a lot with the left hand. Linares hurt him. Lomachenko hit him a lot. Had him on his heels late in that fight in the 10th and the 11th. And Ryan was juiced up and blew weight and did what he did. And then he didn't look too good in his first fight after that. All right, we'll give him a pass. He didn't look good. He had to shake the cobwebs, right? But I think it's going to be a way better Devin Haney than you saw against Ramirez. And that's why I think it's going to be a hell of a fight, man. I think if that fight plays out to its maximum potential, Haney may drop Norman on a flash knockdown early. He's going to hurt him. I think he's going to buckle Norman, because Norman gets touched early in fights in particular. And I saw Sasaki buckle his knee. I saw Cuevas buckle his knee. Boca Chica put him down early. So early on, Norman's defense is shaky and his chin's shaky. But then he seems to get his feet underneath him. And that's when he becomes a problem with his timing. And he has a really good left hand. And I said it last week. I think Haney might get hurt with a jab in this fight, because Norman's jab, when he throws it a certain way, when he finishes with it, is a power shot. It's not really a jab when he throws it a certain way with certain intent. And like I loved it when I heard Breadman on Mill City Boxing yesterday talk about it, because Breadman, being a world-class trainer, mentioning the same thing my eyes have been picking up in tape, tells me it's a real thing. And I think Norman might really hurt Devin with a jab late in the fight, because Devin, you know, the way you catch a jab and the way you catch the hook are two different looks. And or maybe Devin does exactly what he says he's gonna do. He's gonna handicap him and be like, no, just the left hand period ain't gonna win you this fight. And if he does handicap and take away Norman's left hand, that's a big problem for Norman, because Norman said in my interview he could take away the left hook. I'll knock him out with the right. That sounds good, Brian, but who have you knocked out with your right hand? All these stoppages have been coming with your left hand. So in the right hand, if you watch it, even against come forward fighters, let alone guys that are going to make him pick his feet up like Devin, he rarely throws a straight right hand. It's usually a sweeping shot, and then he works the left hand off of it, whether it's a power jab. That's how he did Cuevas. Sweeping right hand, power jab. And the go-to combination against Sasaki a lot was sweep the right hand, come back with the hook. And I don't know if that's going to be there against Haney. So if Haney takes away the left hand completely, both the power jab and the hook, and Norman has to find him with the right hand, he's probably going to lose the fight. So I don't know, man. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. He couldn't stop Ryan's left. Yeah, but Ryan's a little faster than Norman, and Ryan throws the hook out from further out than Norman does. That's why Norman jumps into his hook. It's a shorter hook. Ryan, he's got a hell of a hook, man. He throws it from far out. That's why Haney thought he was safe. He was at jab distance, got his ass caught. Didn't expect that to come out that fast at that distance. Norman does not have the same type of left hook Ryan Garcia has. But overall, I think he's a better fighter. But the hard thing with Garcia is, first of all, that wasn't a normal Ryan Garcia. He was on shit and blue weight, and in a good way for his performance in the ring, out of his fucking mind that night. I don't think you'll ever see that Ryan Garcia again. That wild, chaotic energy he brought into the ring, I don't think you'll ever see it again. That shit did not show up against Rolly. And I think he'll be better than he was against Rolly, but I don't think we'll ever see that version of Ryan Garcia again. And even if you do, he did it against a guy he was very familiar with in the amateurs, whose power he didn't respect. Ryan respected Rolly's power. That's a big reason why he looked as bad as he did in that fight too. It wasn't just being off the Osterine and all that, though that I think that has something to do with it for sure. It was that he was in front of a guy whose power he had to respect, so he couldn't just fight crazy. He got tamed. So I don't know, man. I could go back and forth about Haney and Norman all night long. I love the fight, and I can't wait to call it next week. Here comes Emiliano to the ring, leopard print. Oh, his daddy used to wear that leopard print. Okay, Emiliano, a little bit of homage, sequins on the black. And Fernando Vargas, my man El Feroz. You know, me and Fernando Vargas are cool, chat. We talk sometimes on the phone. I love that vato. So here comes Emi, as they call him, to the ring, Emiliano. And man, if ever there was the look of, you know, youthful promise, it's on this kid's face. So we'll see what we got. But I got a super chat from my man, The Kenny Powers, said, it may be a long shot, especially with the streak he's been on as of late, but I got Espinoza winning by decision tonight. So you don't think he stops him, Kenny Powers? I don't want to pretend. I'm not the most familiar with Arnold Khegai. At the beginning of the night, I thought he was from Asia, and he's from Ukraine, like his whole life from Ukraine. So not an Arnold Khegai expert. Pretty good expert on Rafael Espinoza. And unless Khegai is some guy with 3 losses that's really, really good, I don't know, man. Now, to your point, Espinoza, maybe he doesn't look good because of a weight cut, but he seems to make the weight good. I interviewed him in May after the weigh-in, and Fundora does that. Fundora does interviews after the weight. Fighters do not do interviews after weigh-ins. If you do, it means you're very comfortable making the weight. So unless Khegai is a lot better than I thought, and Divino is having a tough weight cut, I don't know. I would think stoppage, but we'll see. Yeah, Emiliano in the ring now. Let's go. So Emiliano in the ring. I love his hand speed. That pull right hand knockout in July was impressive. So I really love talking to this kid. I love that he's got this belief in Christianity to keep him balanced, and I know a lot of people say that, but he seems to take it pretty serious. I think he was raised in the church. His mother, Marta Vargas, the wife of Fernando Vargas, that's her little prized boy, and I think she, you know, protected him and probably raised him with a lot of strong conviction in Christianity. They used their belief in Christianity to get Fernando Vargas off of alcoholism, changed his whole shit around. Now Fernando, who was once a tough Mexican dude from Oxnard, Cholo vibes, tough vato, all that. Then he settled down and became a loving father and family man. And Emiliano was born kind of within that transformation era of Fernando. The older brothers, Amado and Fernando Jr., had to grow up with a lot of the old Fernando Vargas. Emiliano is the recipient of getting to grow up with a large part of his life being once Fernando turned himself around and got off the booze and all that. So he's benefited from that and was a little bit more sheltered, probably than Amado and especially Fernando Jr. were. And his brothers also protect him a lot. And there's no second guessing in the family. He is the star pupil. Amado knows it. Fernando Jr. knows it. They don't resent him for it. They love their little brother. But they've kind of peeled off and went out to hunt for themselves. Amado got himself a deal fighting Sean Garcia. He's fighting on different promotional undercards. Fernando Jr. landed that co-main event on the Canelo card in September, lost to Callum Walsh. And they've kind of let Fernando Sr. focus most of his efforts on Emiliano. So Emiliano gets a lot of that time with the dad. So, yeah. JJ5TV says Garcia had a busted right hand versus Rolly. Yeah, but he don't fucking use his right hand anyway, so it doesn't matter. If he's not gonna beat you with his left hook, he's not gonna beat you. I'm being half funny. Garcia has an underutilized right hand, and actually his right hand helped him land his left hook multiple times against Haney in that fight. But I have to make the joke. Oh no, Ryan didn't have his right hand. Oh no, that's like saying Oscar De La Hoya didn't have his right hand. When did they ever beat anybody with their right hand anyways? But I'm just being funny. Emiliano, 6-fight knockout streak. Just turned 21. So now it's time. In 2026 is when Top Rank will start to step him up a little bit. And I'd be shocked if by 2027 he's not a world champion. I think there's a scenario. If he passes a few tests with flying colors in the next 6 to 8 months, Top Rank will give him a Top Rank special WBO belt at whatever weight he'll be at, whether it's 35 or 40. He's at 40 now. But I feel like there's no way we get to 2027 out of that calendar year and Vargas isn't champion by then. I think this next year will be him dipping his toe into the contender level. And then by 27, Top Rank will have him ready to be a world champion. But we'll see. All right, here we go. Center ring. Fighters facing off. Touch gloves. Some intensity there between Montrell and Emiliano Vargas. Let's see what we got. La Colonia lives. Simon. Boxnard, homie. So that's what they tell me it was called. 72-inch reach for Emiliano at 5'9". Good frame. He could get up to 47, no problem with that frame. 54 is where physicality disadvantage would come into play. But at 5'9", 72-inch reach, 140, 147, he'll be just fine. So here we go. Round one, Emiliano Vargas, who can switch, fast hands. Let's see what he shows us. Montrell coming out, stepping over to his left. Vargas pokes, nice jab to the body by Vargas to get started. Touched up top and then shot a jab to the body. Vargas turning with Montrell, staying in front of him. Letting Montrell go to his left and turning his feet ever so slightly to keep him lined up. Vargas keeping his gloves up right now. Montrell stepping over to his left, keeping his gloves up as well. Feints like he's going to step inside. Vargas takes a half step out of range, resets. Vargas straight right hand to the body. Nice straight right hand to the body by Vargas there. Minute into the fight, Vargas tries to leap up with a left hook, misses it. Not starting with the jab there. They trade jabs, both getting it in. Vargas coming forward. Montrell early on looking like finally giving Vargas a little bit of a puzzle. Straight right hand, left uppercut by Vargas. Both kind of landing on the gloves there of Montrell. Montrell stepping over to his left some more. Nice left hook to the body by Emiliano Vargas. Fast hands off that touch jab to the midsection. Touch jab again. Montreal turns him, ties him up, and already tries to punch to the hip. Nice left hook to the body by Emiliano Vargas. Just touches with the lead hand. Now 2 straight right hands. Just throwing them quick and fast, trying to touch that high guard. But Vargas, quick left hook to the body a moment ago. There's that hand speed. Left hook to the body again by Emiliano Vargas. Straight right hand. And now the speed is beginning to overwhelm Montreal on the ropes. Right hand again. Montreal is hurt on the ropes. Vargas could overwhelm him with the speed. Turns southpaw. Turns back orthodox. Would like to see Emiliano open up the combinations next time he's got him a little overwhelmed that time. Nice left hook to the body again by Emiliano Vargas. Just touching up top and then boom, left hook to the body. Vargas, walks into a straight right hand there a little bit. Now blocks the next straight right hand. Montreal lands a left hook to the body, but Vargas pushes him right off, and he's back against the ropes. Straight right hand to the body by Vargas, and a left hook to the body by Vargas. Down goes Montreal to a knee. Down goes Montreal to a knee. Montreal trying to complain to the ref about this and that, about back of the head this, wham, that. But the body work drops him in round 1. That body work is clean by Vargas. Fast. All right, good first round by Vargas. Montreal continues to try to complain to the ref. That ain't going to do it. So, 10-8 Emiliano Vargas. I like the body work. Quick left hooks to the body off a quick. He's just touching. He's not even really jabbing. He's literally just, boom, quick touch, and then committing the hook to the body. Schofield said he's fighting scared. Yeah, because he knows he's overwhelmed and outgunned in talent right from Jump Street. What's up, Zero Earth? Brother Eel? Let's see. Lamb to the slaughter, yep. Gail says, good news for Montreal. He survives a round. Bad news for Montreal. He has to wait an extra minute for the beating to come to him. Yep. Does Vargo get the TKO around 6, 7? I don't think so. I don't think he's going 6 or 7. Here we go. Vargas starts southpaw in round 2. Jab to the body. I don't know. I don't know if I like the southpaw look. I don't know. Something about it doesn't look as clean as the orthodox. Let's see, though. Let's see him fight out of it. Yeah, straight right hand from Montreal, getting close. Yeah, jab lands from Montreal. I don't know if I'm loving the southpaw from Vargas. Let's see. He's more square out of this look. Straight left hand lands. Little left hook by Montreal outside of the exchange. Straight left hand, left uppercut by Emiliano Vargas. Now he switches back orthodox. And I like his balance in this stance a little bit more. Right uppercut sets up a left hook to the body. Sweeping right hand sets up a left hook. Knocks Montreal's head up. Montreal's buzzed. Good combination punching. Set up the left hook that time. Now Montreal punches back at Vargas. Vargas gets him near the ropes. Keeping his hands up and disciplined. Catches a few body shots on the elbows. Resets in the center of the ring. Dips underneath a jab by Montreal. Misses his right uppercut counter. Now a left hook to the body again by Vargas. Back comes Montreal to the body, but Vargas steps out of range. Resets on top of him. Montreal clenches. Halfway through the second. Nice straight right hand to the body by Emiliano Vargas. Vargas got to continue to just touch up top and then commit to the body. That's where a left hook to the body again by Vargas. Straight right hand, touch right after it. Touches with the jab up top. Come on, keep going, that body going. Straight right hand by Emiliano Vargas with Montreal across the ropes. Montreal ties him up, turns him, punches to his kidney a little bit. Ref says don't do that. Minute left in the second. Lead left hook blocked by Montreal for Vargas. 55 seconds left. Vargas shoots a right hand off the jab, shoots another straight right hand. Corners Montreal on the ropes, hits him with the left hook to the body. Straight right hand, takes a little something off of it, pops that head up of Montreal. Montreal moving over to his left, clinches in the center of the ring. Vargas sneaks him with a right uppercut. Referee tells him, hey, don't do that. Montreal lands a jab up top, off the left hook to the body. Nice left hook to the body by Vargas. Vargas coming forward. Double jab, straight right hand. Finds him with the straight right hand. Vargas doesn't commit to his jab very often. It's a rangefinder to set up other shots. So let's see. Nice chopping right hand by Emiliano Vargas at mid-range. And that'll do it for round 2. All right, so to critique Vargas a little bit, the times where punches are coming back at him, he's not showing us a whole lot of defensive sophistication and a whole lot of upper body movement. He's got good feet, and he does react to punches. He has quick little slips and everything, but you're not seeing a whole lot of sauce on defense, which doesn't mean, I'm just saying. Extremely sharp and fast. Good pop. Really accurate to the body right now. On defense, not bad at all. Not saying there's anything wrong with his defense, but at 21, your Shakurs, your other guys like that, they already displayed a level of defensive maturity in there. So here we go, round 3. Emiliano Vargas in there. Nice double jab to the body by Vargas to get himself started. Vargas being patient in there. 1-2 by Vargas. Montrell covers up awkwardly on the ropes. Left hook to the body. They exchange in the center of the ring. Vargas got caught with a left hook. That's what I mean, chat. Defense isn't that great. Not saying it's bad, but he just got his head snapped with a left hook there when Montrell let his hands go off the ropes. Nice left uppercut by Montrell again on Emiliano Vargas. Nice right uppercut on the inside to the body by Vargas. If Vargas trusts yourself in between punches, man, he's starting to open up. Let some shit fly in between. Right uppercut, chopping right hand by Vargas, straight right hand by Vargas, body shot, but Montrell covering up. And now a left hook catches Montrell in between. Vargas switching southpaw, switches back orthodox. Montrell ties him up in the center of the ring. Montrell covering up, getting near the corner again. Oh, 2-piece to the body by Emiliano Vargas at the 146 mark. And a left hook slip counter to the body. And a right hand to the body. Short right hand inside as Montrell tried to reach out for the clinch. Remember I said, chat, those of you guys are listening. Oh, nice left hook to the body again by Emiliano. Touching up top with the right hand, finishing with the left hook to the body. Montrell's hurt to the body. Vargas. Combinaciones. You got to know when the guy didn't like that body work. He's still taking a deep breath. Rip, rip, rip. Boy, you got hand speed. Rip. Put them together. Left hook to the body by Vargas again. He can't miss with that shot. And he does good little touches up top to get that in. Right uppercut counter by Vargas. There's the sauce, boy. Switches southpaw. Walks him down with a straight left. Leans on him in the clinch. Rev breaks him up. 50 seconds in the third. Left. Left hook to the body again by Vargas. Back comes Montrell with a left hook to the body. Gave him his own medicine. Now Vargas covers up. Keeps the elbows in. Catches those body shots. Counters with a left hook to the body on the insides. Chopping right hand on the inside. Montrell on the ropes. Vargas cornering him. Left hook to the body again. Montrell lands a left hook up top though. After Vargas lands that left hook to the body. So Vargas eating a few shots this round. Right uppercut by Montrell. Vargas snatches the body. Left hook to the body again by Vargas. Vargas able to walk through whatever Montrell's got when he does land. Sweeping right hand to the body. Montrell tries to fight off the ropes. 10 seconds left in the round now. All right. And that's it for the third. All right, chat. So that's it for the third. Another Vargas round. But damn, I just said, chat, heading into the third round, his defense, right? Didn't I say that, chat? That last round, he gets hit with a couple of clean shots. That's what I mean. He doesn't have the defensive skill just yet that other blue chippers had at this age. So that's an issue. But offensively, very good at 21. Very good. So what's the new thing he has to add in this arsenal, this fight? He's got to move his head a little bit more. And I think he's got the frame and the ability to do it. I think he does. He's just got to work on it more. And I said in past lives, one problem I saw with Emiliano, I said it earlier today, when he spars good competition and something's coming back his way, he kind of starts to slow down, pick his hands up, and get a little bit more basic. This kid's got maneuvers that he needs to trust in there. He could punch in between shots. He's got the vision, the punch selection, and the speed. So I'd like to just see him get more comfortable offense to defense, punching in between shots, because he's so fast that on his way up the level with overmatched guys, he could overwhelm them with speed. He could eat when he wants off the lead. When you fight championship guys, it's so much harder to land off the lead. You have to find them in between shots a lot of times. So he's got to trust that a little bit more. And he's got to work on his slip counters, his pull counters, and that's something he does work on a lot, and he needs to trust them. So here we go into the fourth now. Montrell throwing some shots to the body, 40 seconds in, 50 seconds into it, working Vargas's body. Vargas keeping his elbows in. Montrell smothering him at times. Now they're back in the center. They trade jabs. Montrell back near the ropes. Right uppercut to the body by Vargas. Touches with the lead right hand. Back comes Montrell with a left hook to the body, but Vargas hits him with a right uppercut to the body in the clinch. Another right uppercut to the body, and they separate. Back comes Montrell to the body. Back comes Vargas to the body. Good body shot on the inside by Montrell. Vargas, they trade jabs, both landing there. So this is good for Vargas. He's got to get some two-way traffic in his fights to develop. So this is good for him. Blocks the left hook from Montrell. But Montrell is sneaking through the guard at times. Right uppercut to the body by Vargas on the inside. Chopping right hand off the jab. But Montrell catching some of these shots on his gloves. Right hand, sweeping right hand to the body on the inside by Vargas. Steps out of range. Ties up Montrell so he misses the body. Ooh, right uppercut on the inside though by Montrell in the clinch. Minute left in the round. Vargas got to calm down a little bit in there. He really wants to hit him with a big shot, sitting down on that hook. There's that big left hook again, but just flow a little bit. Let just work and flow, and it'll come. This is something Vargas has to learn. Montrell suffocates him, chops him with a few right hands. A little bit of blood might be coming from Emiliano's nose. So yeah, he's doing a little bit of what Lindolfo Delgado did. You're a little too stiff. Loosen up, man. And unlike Delgado, he has the talent to loosen up a little bit. Emiliano turns southpaw, eats a few shots, but commits to the left-hand counter to the body, lands it. Vargas is beginning to allow himself to get touched with shots so he could stay in range and then come back with a harder shot. But I think, he's selling himself short, man. He's got enough talent to get his head off the line more than he is right now and to be a little bit busier than he is right now. So I didn't love that round by Vargas. I haven't loved the last two rounds by Vargas, but these are important rounds he needs. He needs two-way traffic in his fights. So, Chilled Garcia said, Emiliano is twitchy, not fluent enough yet. More feints, jabs, head movement. Agreed. Great comment there. MG says, hey, I love this stuff, man. Emmy all the way. I like Emmy too, man, but, having a little resistance tonight. He needs that. So, he might be thinking knockout too much. Yep. A little bit too much. If he would just let it flow a little bit. The dude's got fast hands. He's got punch selection. He's got a lot of talent. Easier said than done where my lazy ass is sitting, but, relax in there a little bit. Let it flow. Use your jab more. Good check left hook by Vargas. Took a step out of range, walked him right into it. Left hook to the body right after it. Tries to counter with a right uppercut. Sits on a counter right uppercut. Eats a jab. But Vargas is eating some of these jabs, trying to counter back with a hard shot. They trade uppercuts to the body. Oh, hard left hook to the body by Vargas. Them slip counters are nasty, though. He has a nice slip counter body shot. Back comes Montrell, though, up the middle with an uppercut. Backs Vargas back up in the center of the ring. Vargas, though, ripping some brutal check left hooks here and there. Sweeping right hand around the guard. Vargas is turning it up a little bit this round, and I like it. Keep that energy. Keep turning it up. Another left step back, left hook. Straight right hand. Montrell's hurt against the ropes. Left hook to the body. Now's the combination. Let the combination go, Emiliano. Use that crazy speed. He still wants to look for one shot at a time. Man, do the De La Hoya. Right uppercut did land for Montrell a second ago. Yeah, I didn't like that for Vargas, just looking to follow up with one. There's another left hook for Vargas. He loves that shot. It's a nice shot he throws. Touches with the jab, left hook to the body. Back comes Montrell on the inside. Good work this round by Vargas. Much cleaner work than he had in the fourth and even third. This is better stuff. Nice left hook to the body again by Vargas off the touch. Straight right hand by Vargas. Montrell badly hurt. He turned into that one. That was beautiful. Vargas missing the right. And right here, he's missing the big left hook in the right hand against. Rip the combinations, Vargas. Rip the hand speed. Boom, 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 boom. Just let him go. It's okay, young man. It's all right. Vargas had him badly hurt with the right hand, but he tries to load up on a shot to follow it up instead of just flowing and just ripping. Montrell still, threatening with the uppercut here and there. Left hook by Montrell out of the clinch, but Vargas is dominating him this round and rolling downhill. Vargas, there's a little defense by Vargas. Slipping out of the way of the triple left hook, then resetting his feet. Back on top of Montrell. Vargas could still probably get this dude out of here, but if he loosen up a little bit more jab and a little bit more combinations when he does land the big shot to follow it up instead of looking for the next big shot, and that would pay him off well. But these are good learning experiences. Not like he had a big amateur career. That will do it for the fifth. Much better round by Vargas that round. But you guys know my critiques. I said them. Titus said, yes, Sean, stop the masterpiece boxing commentary and bench press for us. Can't do it right now. I'm sorry. But I love you, Titus. Montrell is black. I thought he was Latino. He might be. I don't know. This is probably the last time we're going to hear about him, so it's not that important. Peel Out said, Sean, he's got to pace himself. He does, Peel Out. You are correct. That's fair. But with that level of hand speed and you hurt the dude, rip, baby. Go De La Hoya on him. Go Pacquiao. You train with Pacquiao, Emiliano. Rip those Pacquiao combos. But Abdullah or Emiliano, who do you favor? Abdullah, for sure. Abdullah. But I like Vargas, though, a lot. I don't know if they'll ever put Vargas in a ring with Abdullah. Here we go. Round 6. Second half of the fight. Let's see if Vargas learns some things on the fly. Oh, nice straight right hand counter by Vargas. Oh, good combination. Back by Montrell, though. Finished up with the left hook up top. Threw a combination. Doubled the left hook up, body head. Back comes Vargas. Chopping right hand in close off the uppercut. Moves his head out of the way of a combination by Montrell, but doesn't keep his eye on the target while doing it. Nice jab by Vargas. And what you'd like to see from Vargas here is a little bit more dog, a little bit more be the boss in there, Like, yeah, I like this. I've been waiting for someone to hit me a little bit. Now I'm going to fuck you up. Vargas checking with the hook. Right uppercut to the body on the inside. Straight right hand, little left hook, taking something off of it. See, that's what I mean. The Vargas let Montrell complain to the referee, and then he talked to the referee too about Montrell's complaint. No, fuck that. Be the dog and pose yourself on this guy. He is not on your level, and you need to let him know that. Straight right hand from Vargas, precariously close to that chin. Touching with the jab. Nice right hand on the body on the inside by Vargas, but he pulls straight out and had to roll some of that left hook off of his chin. Vargas on the phone booth right there. Montrell touches with the left hook. He touches him with a right uppercut to the body back. Left hook, big left hook by Vargas. Montrell is hurt. Vargas follows up with a 1-2. Touches him with the jab. Montrell is still hurt. Vargas chops the right hand over the top. Stays on top of him. Straight right hand. Montrell clinches. Vargas gives himself distance to get out of it. Straight right hand by Montrell just to keep Vargas at distance. Hard left hook to the body by Vargas while Montrell reached with the left uppercut. Montrell near the rope. Straight right hand knocks his head back into it. Hard body shot off the left hook by Vargas. Vargas touching up top. Mixing in the power shots with the touches up top. Hard right hook out of the southpaw stance by Vargas. Straight left hand. He has Montrell reeling on his heels right now. Left uppercut to the body out of the southpaw stance by Vargas. Montrell still hurt. Vargas switches back orthodox. Drops the lead hand to his waist. Picks it back up. Stays on top of Montrell. Dips his head down. Allows himself to be clinched there. Vargas is feeling these rounds. He takes a deep breath. 25 seconds left in the round. Big Vargas round. 15 seconds left. Yep, Vargas, that gas tank, not ready for 12 rounds yet. He's had to pace himself, take some deep breaths here. And that does it for the 6th. Big back-to-back rounds for Vargas, but these are the most quality rounds he's gotten at. Kenny Powers, thank you, my brother, for the super chat. Says, boxing on one screen with the man himself, Sean Zittel commentary, UFC 322 on the other, and then tomorrow my Lions smash the Eagles. I don't know, man. The Eagles are still really good. They made good moves at the deadline. I like the Lions, though. You guys got first of all, the Niners shouldn't have came back on you. I covered that game. I was there, Kenny Powers. And Dan Campbell gave that game away a little bit with some stupid go-for-its on 4th down. And Brandon Ayuk caught a pass off of his helmet. That was ridiculous. And, yeah, the Niners pulled that one out of their ass. But what happened to the Lions last year, it was your year last year. And the injuries just were terrible. But to be honest with you, I don't know, man. The Eagles, I don't know. I might have to favor them. Even though A.J. Brown is all pissed off and everything. So anyway, Emiliano Vargas back at it at the 7th. Montrell still showing resistance, still letting his hands go to start this 7th round and touching Emiliano a little bit here and there. So now Vargas, there's some good head movement by Vargas. He dropped his body, he bent his knees a little bit and bent down and got away from a few jabs. Now he jumps in with a lead left hook, measures with the jab, straight right hand up top, all blocked, but finishes with the left hook to the body. He's punctuated to the body beautifully tonight. Has Vargas. 40 seconds into the 7th. Vargas, double jab, straight right hand, making Montrell keep his hands at home. Left hook to the body again by Vargas. He's really good at these body shots. Sweeping right hand, left hook to the body. It is interesting, though, that he can't hurt Montrell with all these clean body shots. So is he getting the knuckle in there? Is he turning it over with all that speed and placement? You know, I don't know, but it's been really clean, beautiful body work in spots by Vargas. He's got good slip counters. Oh, double jab, straight right hand. Nice work by Vargas right here. This is nice, clean work in the 7th. In the center of the ring, catch and shoot, left hook counter right there. He has a nice instinctual, just left hook counter to the body. It's a natural shot for him. All right, Vargas drops that lead hand a little bit. Double jab, straight right hand. Gets it blocked. Yeah, if Vargas would stay consistent with this pace and output, then Montrell would just never be able to get off. Vargas, minute left in the 7th. Coming forward. Left hook to the body. Damn, that's pretty. Really like his left hook to the body. And his little quick, twitchy slip counters. Them single shot slip counters are nice. Left hook, sweeping right hand up top. Montrell just covering up a lot right now. Vargas, there you go. He's moving his hands a little bit more now in different location. Hand placement on defense. Getting a little bit more sophisticated down the stretch of this fight. Good, good. Good. Lead hand by his chest a little bit. Straight right hand. Nice look. Bounces his toes around a little bit. Shifts to the right. Keeps the left hand down here. Giving a little bit different look instead of the gloves up high. So good little wrinkles. There you go. That's evolving it. Left hook to the body again in between Montrell's shots. Man, just jab a little bit more, Emiliano. Jab a little bit more, please. But I like Vargas, no killer instinct. Had him out in the 6th, said Schofield. Yeah, we'll see. Sean, have you not mentioned the Chicago Bears as contenders at all? I like the Bears. I'm a big Caleb Williams fan. Everybody hates Caleb Williams because he paints his nails and throws hissy fits in training camp before the season starts, and people just don't like him. They feel like, you know, Bo Nix has won a lot more games, made the playoffs, is going to make the playoffs this year. So is Caleb, it looks like. But Bo Nix has won a lot. Jaden Daniels had an amazing rookie year. And now Drake May is playing the best out of all of them. So nobody really has anything nice to say about Caleb Williams, but I do. When I covered the Raiders Bears at Allegiant this year, that was the game I was looking forward to the most. I wanted to see Caleb Williams in person. So Caleb Williams got a lot of talent, bro. He's gonna be a bad boy for a long time to come. I'm a Caleb Williams fan. All right, round 8 right now. Emiliano Vargas and Montrell. Vargas definitely gonna win this fight. Can he stop him? Montrell has shown a good resistance, durability to these single shots that Vargas continues to nail him with. Hard left hook off the right hand by Vargas. Montrell trying to bully him on the inside and let loose, but Vargas kept the elbows tight enough. There's a little defensive nuance by Vargas, but then he got caught on the inside. Oh, they trade left hooks. Vargas ate that left hook too, though. So again, defensively, Vargas not as far ahead as he is offensively. Still getting touched by a guy at this level. Montrell stepping over to his left. Ties Vargas up. Now, here, even though these are single shots, they are coming off slips. They are coming in between shots at times. And they are very accurate. But despite that, Montrell is holed up to everything. And it's because he usually hasn't had to worry about a second or third punch coming behind it. Vargas drops that hand down a little bit to his chest again, but doesn't really every jab is just a quick little setup for something else. It's never just a jab with a purpose unto itself. 1-2 by Vargas again. Oh, right hand, left uppercut by Vargas. Check left hook off the step back. Montrell, 1-2 by Vargas out of the southpaw stance. If he could just pick up this pace a little bit. Left hook to the body by Vargas off the right hand up top. He does a very good job level changing with his 2 or 3 punch combos, though. Very good job doing that. Sweeping right hand to the body by Vargas. Montrell is in deep waters now. Can Vargas drown him? Another left hook to the body. Montrell just punching back off of instinct just to stop him. Not right hand lands for Montrell in between all that, but Vargas ain't worried about any of his punching power. Montrell taking deep breaths. Check left hook counter by Emiliano as Montrell reached for the body. Follows up with a left hook to the body again. Emiliano wants to throw it. Again, if he would relax and let some of this stuff flow. I mean, he's got a lot of talent, man. He keeps his frame compact when he punches. He's got fast hands. Add a little bit more feints and a little more jab to the game. Move that upper body a little bit. You got that compact upper body to where it's not like it's going to be hard for you to shift your weight around. I still see so much more to improve upon for Emiliano because he has a high upside. Yeah, that was another good 8th round by Vargas. Montrell is durable as fuck. That's what it is, says Peel Out. Yeah, he's durable, but you do got to question the punching power a little bit of Vargas. I mean, he's landed some of these shots as good as you want to land them. Right hand, and he's landed them without Montrell seeing them coming sometimes. Sometimes he hasn't anticipated these left hooks to the body. That those 2 or 3 right hands that rocked him in the fight, he didn't see him coming. He was letting a shot go and got caught in between and is still standing. That's the shot that usually knocks you out, but it hasn't knocked him out. So I don't know. But when you're this age and your development, some guys just going to take you the distance, man. You're fighting grown-ass men. You're still learning on the job. These guys are going to take you the distance. Round 9. Here we go. Zero Earth said this fight is kind of mid. Yeah, Vargas isn't setting the world on fire. And he's showing as many holes as he is talent, you know. But the talent is still there. Look at that right hand in between shots and then a left hook right after that. Montrell's whiskers holding up, man. He took those 2 shots right on the chin in the exchange, too. Without his hands home to take anything off of it. Now he gets Vargas on the ropes. Vargas turns his way out of the ropes. Stays in the pocket. Eats a little right hand on the inside from Montrell. Vargas backed up on the ropes one of the few times in this fight. But Montrell can't get any leverage in close. Vargas turns him a little bit. Gets his back to the center of the ring. Little bit of room between them now. Referee breaks him up. Minute into the 9th. Vargas touching with the jab up top. Takes something off the straight right hand. Moves out to his left. Montrell taking everything he's got. Hasn't been down. Oh, no, he did go down to the body, right? Or no, was that Montalvo? No, Montalvo did that. Step back, left hook, straight right hand. Both blocked, though, against Vargas. Minute and a half left in the round. Vargas's body language, not the best, while having to get taken to deeper waters there. It's not bad. It's not bad body language. It's not like Goyaz was just now against Delgado, but not that super confident body language. Again, some other guys at his age have held. So, let's see. Minute left. Vargas not doing a lot this round. Taking the round off, maybe saving something for the 10th. Ooh, lead left hook lands for Vargas. Got good accuracy on his left hook, man. Body and head. He's got good accuracy, period. Good left hook by Vargas. But if your defense ain't up to par and you're not feigning and jabbing a lot to set up your punches, it's hard to hit guys cold off the lead with a lead power shot. And even though he's very good at that, I see the accuracy. But still, it's going to be tough if you don't mix in more. 30 seconds left in the 9. Not a big round for Vargas here. Again, maybe taking this round off. Right uppercuts on the inside by Montrell in the clinch. Vargas with his uppercut too. Ooh, big 1-2 by Vargas just off the mark. He exploded with that shot. He is explosive. 10 seconds left. And that's going to do it for the 9th. A Vargas round, but not a big Vargas round like some of the other ones before this. 10th round we go. Let's see if Emiliano saved anything in the tank for a big final round. That crowd is pretty empty, chat. So some people were, asking, can Divino be the next Canelo? No, that place is pretty empty. It sucks, man. Sucks. Even in Mexico, these shows aren't selling right now. It's just a rough spot for the sport in North America right now. Canada probably has the best crowds. Another Chia says he's 100% not ready for the big leagues. No, not yet. But still a lot of beautiful offense from Emmy, even though not dominating. Yeah, still some beautiful offensive talent on display here and there. Cookie Bot says Vargas is garbage. He was never that hard of a puncher. He always had the same bald Hispanic referee in all of his fights, stopping the fight early. He realistically should only have a 50% KO percentage. Jeesh. I don't know, man. All right, let's see what Vargas got here. Let's see. I would like to see him try to close the show here. Left uppercut, right hook by Vargas to get started. Southpaw. Starting off southpaw in this 10th round. Trying to rip a couple left uppercut, right hook looks. 4 threes out of the southpaw stance. Now he switches back orthodox. Ooh, nice pull counter, right hand against Montrell. Walked him into it. Vargas pawing with his jab a little bit. Steps back out of range in the center of the ring. Looking to set something up, it looks like. Straight right hand. Finishes with the left hook. Good punctuation to that exchange by Vargas saw the right hand coming back, came back with his left hook to punctuate. Little over 2 minutes left in the fight. Vargas lead hand down at his knee. Hasn't fought out of this look a lot tonight. Lead hand still down. Double jab falling short. Picks his hands up, shoots the pull counter right hand, but misses it. And then back straight out of range in a straight line. Can't do that at higher levels. Lands his jab, steps over to his left, feints. Left hand cocked at his waist. Straight right hand blocked and smothered by Montrell. Minute 30 left in the fight. So Vargas not exactly closing the show with a ton of steam right here. But we'll see. We still got a half a round left. Montrell working the body. Finishes with a clubbing right hand up top. Vargas trying to catch him in between with a quick left hook. But Montrell has a beat on these single shot counters right now. Nice left hook by Vargas off the 1-2. Punched in combination and finished with the left hook there. He's really good with his left hook accuracy-wise. $50 seconds left. Vargas still looking for that left hook in between shots. Nice jab to the body by Vargas. Would have liked to have seen that jab more tonight. Montrell smothers him back in the center of the ring. Big left hook by Vargas. After Montrell tried to work his hands in the clinch, Vargas nailed him with a left hook out of that. Hurt him. Montrell hurt with 30 seconds left. Vargas following up. 1-2. Left hook. Switches southpaw. Gets tied up. Pushes him off. 20 seconds left. 20 seconds still left. Big left hook misses for Vargas. Trying to catch and shoot over the top of that right hand. 10 seconds left. This is going to go the distance. Schofield says Emiliano needs to go for volume. I was saying that, man. I was saying that. Needs to stop looking for these single shots all the time. Jab more, feint more, work on some of the defensive maneuvers. But he needed this, though. He needed 10 rounds of resistance. Now, if Abdullah Mason was in that with that guy, he probably knocks him out. But at the same time, it wasn't a bad performance. It's just he needs work. He's not ready yet for a title fight. He still needs a little bit more on his conditioning, more on his jab, feint, you know. But let's not act like he didn't also show us some nice, actual beautiful tools. His slip counter, that quick slip, boom, left hook, that quick touch up top and then play something to the body. He's excellent at that. And he has a couple of really nice single shot slip counters in his game. So he's still good. I still got my Emiliano stock. I'm not selling any of it. But it'd be sugarcoating it to say he looked amazing tonight. He didn't. There was some things he definitely needs to look. He needs to watch this fight with his dad and work on some things. So, but yeah, Peel Out said he was looking good. He was hitting hard. William said taking the experience and move on. Yep. Boxing 31 says Emiliano's going to win 190 and he sucks. So, not a good look for Vargas, says Zero Earth. William says they need to add someone to their team if they want to go to the next level. Yeah, I agree. That'd be ideal. But most people don't do that. I think Abdullah could use someone new to his team, you know, but he's not going to do that. He's going to stick with what he's got. Even Brian Norman Jr. could. I mean, that's an advantage for Team Haney heading into that fight. Is they've got decades of wisdom and experience from so many different people. Although, like Brendan said, my boy Brendan Taylor, True School said, there is such a thing as too many chefs in the kitchen. And Haney his style and mechanics have been tinkered with so much by so many different people. It could either be he accumulated a lot of knowledge, or at some point it was too much change all the time. But an advantage for them is that all Brian Norman has in his corner is his daddy, you know, who had 30 or so professional fights. But Bill Haney has 0 professional fights, but he got game. He's an Oakland hustler who knows how to absorb game, and he absorbed it from literally the greatest fighters of all time, and so did his son from a very young age. So we'll see. yeah, but do you think Brian's gonna get someone in his camp? No. So Emiliano's probably not either. And maybe there's something to be said for learning the hard way. Is once you learn it, you really have. And this is what I think is the best case scenario for guys like Brian Norman and Abdullah Mason. You're going to have to find it out the hard way. You're not going to be 16 years old with Floyd Mayweather or Andre Ward or Terrence Crawford or Mike McCallum or Roy Jones with their hands on you, showing you how it's done at a young age. You got to accumulate and find it out for yourself. So maybe that's a harder route to go, but once you get through it, maybe you have a level of knowledge that someone like Haney or Stevenson won't have because so much of their knowledge was given to them by an elder. And maybe you and your corner having to go through those growing pains and learn it on the job, once you get through it and you do learn it, I don't know, maybe you know it on a deeper level in some aspect than someone who was taught it, given it to them. But that's a reach. Maybe not. It's just a thought I had. So yeah, thank you, Gail. Scores are 100 to 89, 99, 90 twice for Vargas. So second dance move says you shouldn't overhype guys like Emiliano before they've actually faced anyone with actual skills. Fair enough, but that's what you do though. You rate prospects, and I didn't say Emiliano is going to be the next pound for pound star. I didn't say he's going to be the next elite this and that. What I said was, this is what I said. Check the tape. Second dance move. What I said was I think he's going to be a very talented and protected world champion who's going to hit speed bumps. Tonight was a speed bump. He's going to be protected. He's going to be a world champion at some point. So there you go. And he's talented. So Happy Javi says, is Vargas overhyped or is Montrell durable? Vargas won all rounds, but his power is overhyped. See, I don't think he's overhyped. He's had skeptics from day one. Who outside of me is really saying this kid's going to be a star? The consensus on Emiliano is skepticism. No, I don't. He's not. People aren't sold on him like they were at Stevenson and Haney at his age, and they're not sold on him like they're sold on Abdullah. And people aren't fully sold on Abdullah either, but they're more sold on Abdullah than they are Emiliano. So I don't think Emiliano's been overhyped. If he's maybe by me, but not by the consensus. The consensus is he's met with skepticism. I haven't seen anybody in boxing media say Emiliano's got next. He's going to be next, this and that. The highest praise I've heard him get is from me. I say he will be a world champion, and I think he's going to be a very protected and talented world champion. That's what I think. So William says, is it just me or did Fernando Vargas Jr. give more instructions and directions than Fernando on this fight? That's what it seemed like watching the fight live. Fernando can't speak as quickly as Jr. Jr. is going to beat him to the punch with that, but a lot of old fighters like Mike McCallum, Freddie Roach, Fernando, when they work the corner and their career has impacted their speech a little bit, they may not seem like they're getting that much out in the corner, but they've developed a relationship with their fighter and they've worked so much with them in the gym that little bit that they're saying is being conveyed to the fighter, and the fighter is able to grasp it and know what they want. So I saw that with McCallum. I saw it with Roach. Maybe it's the case to a lesser degree with Vargas, because Vargas's speech is in better shape than Roach and McCallum were, thankfully. But yeah, I don't know. Javi says, I thought he had better power similar to Ryan or something. No. He doesn't have Ryan's power, but I think he's got good pop in his punches, and I think if he would get his numbers and his volume up a little bit and his combinations, that'll help him out. But a single shot knockout artist, no. But he is very fast, and he has good slip counters that if he adds in a little bit more to his arsenal where you don't know which shot is coming and all that, I think he's got enough power at 140 to be fine. but not a knockout artist. No. That was a product of, his soft matchmaking coming up. But a lot of guys get a lot of knockouts in that phase of their career. Then they slow down when they get up to a higher level. But I think he's got good pop. Is Montrell durable? I mean, I'm not that familiar with him. Whether he's durable or not, it is raised an eyebrow that Vargas was hitting him so clean to the body and then caught him in between shots. It's catching a guy in between shots that usually stops him or hurts him. He landed some of those shots as good as you could want to the body, to the head, and Montrell didn't go anywhere. So I don't know. Let's see. Let me look up Montrell right now and see if he's ever been stopped. And that should give us a clue about his durability. Let's take a look. Montrell, in his 3 losses, had only been stopped once. And it was a KO. He was knocked out in the first round by Greg Outlaw in Atlantic City. Shout out to Greg Outlaw. So he was knocked out in the first round years ago by Greg Outlaw. So that helps answer. Weedy Gonzalez says, got quick hands, just needs to let them go. Agreed. Who should coach Vargas to get to the next level? I guess Robert, right? Because Robert got Bam. Whatever Robert does with Bam, do it with Emiliano. I guess. But I don't know. Robert, he has so many fighters. How much can he really dedicate to just you solely? Give you all that attention you want? And then Robert has mixed results. Some guys he transforms and makes better. Some guys he doesn't do shit with. But, however Robert trains Bam Rodriguez, he should train Emiliano Vargas that way. If Freddie Roach was younger, that'd be a good pairing because Freddie would get his volume up, even if the defense wouldn't receive any nuance. Just this kid letting his hands go more would make him harder to beat. Yeah. I'm trying to think, man. I don't know. There's not a lot of great coaches out there anymore, sadly. I mean, Bomac, shit. Go to Bomac. If you just want the best scientists, I don't know. Manny Robles, too. Yeah, I love Manny. Here's the thing. Manny and Robert are great, but I want someone to teach him his defense better. And I don't know if Manny and Robert bring that to the table. Manny, Robert, Freddie, great California trainers. They're going to make sure your volume's up, and they're going to have you defensively fundamentally sound. I'm not saying they don't teach defense, but Emiliano, with all his speed, I want him to have sauce to his game. He doesn't need to be all offense. He doesn't, I see that kid has the upside to have defense. He doesn't really have it yet, but maybe I'm wrong. I think he could learn it still, even at 21. So we'll see. But here comes Divino Espinoza coming to the ring. Looks up at the skies of heaven. Again, this isn't nearly a sold-out crowd, but Divino has a passionate following that is growing gradually, slowly. But I've covered his fights, and they love the man. Anybody who follows him falls in love with him. He's a very, very, very kind soul and an exciting fighter with a unique build at the featherweight division. Has quickly become one of the true action fighters in boxing. This fight is not about to suck. And they got the great Marco Antonio Barrera in his corner. All bow down to Marco Antonio Barrera. Everyone bow to Marco Antonio Barrera. We love you, Marco. De Ciudad, la mejor de Ciudad. La mejor de Ciudad de Mexico. So, Joe Jermaine said, Espinoza, wow, I'm Puerto Rican, but he's one of my top 5 favorite fighters. Yeah, he's quickly become one of the most exciting fighters. Who won? Emiliano Vargas won by a clean shutout. So, El Babyface Barrera. Simone. All right. Arnold Khegai. Divino defending the WBO title. We've seen Shushu Carrington go the WBC route. I wanted to see him and Espinoza, but business-wise for everyone involved, it's probably smart. Let Carrington get a WBC strap because Fulton's probably not coming back to 26. And then Top Rank owns the division at that point, don't they? Except for Nick Ball. But they would have Espinoza, Leo, and Shushu. So they could do what the hell. And a new age. Then they got the star who's eventually going to move up. So... here we go. Divino. I don't know, man. Khegai better have something for him. Because Divino's rolling right now. He's got momentum. He's feeling good. He's fighting in front of his people. You know, it's wide open in Mexico. Canelo's getting old. So we'll see. Now, Espinoza's defense isn't that good. But his feet have gotten better. His combinations have gotten better. And he's just grown in confidence as a champion. Offensively, he's very good. Defense, not the best, though. Defense, not that good. But what do you expect? What do you want the guy to do? Dip underneath the shot? He's like 6'1". So, he's like Fundora a little bit. But they're different. They're different. They're just different. Here we go. Let's see. Virgil versus Ben. Oh my God, do you not like Conor Ben? Is there something you do? Why are you trying to feed him to the wolves like that? That will not go well for Conor Ben. He is athletic though. He does got balls. But Virgil, no. He ain't beating no fucking Virgil Ortiz. Divino only had 11 amateur fights. Yeah, Mexico, man. That's what's interesting about Marco Verde. Like, he's the rare Mexican Olympian who medaled and everything. That's what I'm really excited about Marco Verde. But damn, Espinoza all the way up to 27-0 with 23 knockouts. He's 31. He only looks 25. He looks young, but he's 31 years old. 6'1" at 125. The tallest featherweight champion in history. Won 9 of his last 10 fights by knockout. 3 of them in his world title defenses. So you're seeing a fighter who's come into his own, who's gotten better as a champion, who's living the expression, you get 50% better as a champion. That's been Divino Espinoza. We saw Lamont Roach do the same thing. So a lot of fighters, you put that strap around their waist, you put that first belt of them, they get a taste of it, and they only get better. The good ones, that is. So, William, $1 million question, Sean. Virgil or Boots? Who you got? Edge to Boots. Edge to Boots. But I wouldn't be surprised if Virgil, cleans his clock. Boots with all that loosey-goosey shit he does, all that flashy shit. But I think he's going to tighten it up a little bit, just enough. And his talent and versatility be a little bit too much for Virgil, who is elite. I think Virgil's elite. If he's not elite, remember I said there's belt holders, quality champions, and elite. Then he's a tweener between quality champion and elite. Virgil's really good. I have a lot of respect for his fighting. He's really good. But I gotta favor Boots, man. Boots is Boots. All right, here we go. Face off in the center of the ring. Espinoza, of course, towering over the stout, sturdy build of Arnold Khegai. Khegai, 5'5", 8-inch reach disadvantage. It's just 66 inches. Both came in at 125.4. Divino Espinoza, 74-inch reach. Again, at 6'1", that's the same reach Crawford and Mason have at 5'8", 5'9". So, anyways, here we go. Round 1. Espinoza starts with the jab. Espinoza tends to be a slow starter in round 1. Not a slow starter, but rounds 2, 3, and 4, he's already a different fighter than he starts with. But Espinoza working his lead hand early in this first round. Tripling the jab, hooking off of it. Good little feint by Espinoza. And Espinoza a little bit heavy on his front foot, but his balance has gotten better. And he's starting on the front foot tonight Whereas the last couple fights, he started off circling his guys a little bit, but he's taking the fight to Khegai right now and imposing himself a little bit in the first minute of the fight. Khegai, high guard, is in no man's land, too far out. Espinoza keeps him at bay with the jab and then works the body in combination. Khegai keeping it tight, keeping the elbows in, but he's handcuffed right now by the length and offense of Espinoza. There's his first left hook of the fight. Espinoza keeps the right hand home and blocks it. Minute into the fight. Right hand of the body by Khegai finds a home. Espinoza reaches with his right hand of the body back. Keeping Khegai measured on the end of his left glove. Shoots the jab, double jab, right hand through the center, but Khegai keeping a high guard tight and compact. Khegai looks strong as shit. Sturdy. Double jab by Espinoza is effective there. Jab sets up another two-piece to the body by Espinoza. Khegai keeping the elbows tight and the hands at home, but is being handcuffed at long range a little bit here. Not seeing a lot of agility from Khegai in round one. He's just keeping everything tight and sturdy. Now he moves his head a little bit, shoots a nice jab to the body. Espinoza fences him off with the lead hand. Khegai very patient here. Right uppercut by Espinoza, sweeping right hand to the body off the jab. Both shots, but both blocked, caught on the elbow. Again, Khegai, big right hand over the top by Khegai. Pursues Espinoza into the ropes, but Espinoza leaves that stiff arm out there and makes him fall short. Two-piece to the body by Espinoza off that stiff arm up top. Nice left uppercut, finds through the center of the high guard for Espinoza. Back on his jab, right hand, left uppercut, getting off 3, 4, 5 to 1 on Khegai on the outside right now. Khegai steps in, good left hook to the body. Back with a jab is Espinoza. Espinoza taking something off the shots, peppering him. Right uppercut to the body by Espinoza off that peppering jab. 20 seconds left in the round. Khegai can't get off. In no man's land on the outside. Keeping those elbows in and those hands up, just trying to block, 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 and catch. 10 seconds left. Jab to the body by Khegai. 10 seconds. 2-1 by just working his hands, taking something off the shots. Espinoza not sitting down on a lot of shots this round. Taking a little something off of him and just working his hands, getting off first. And wins the round decisively. Didn't land too much clean, but worked his hands, got off first, controlled the distance, and used his lead hand well to just probe and stiff arm and keep Khegai where he wants to keep him. So 10-9. 10-9, Chico says can't watch. Yeah, 10-9. Gail is noting to us that there's the same height difference between Khegai and Espinoza that there would have been between Jake Paul and Tank Davis. Yeah, Gail, and add in a 60, 70 pound weight difference too, right? So, Tank. And they're playing mariachi in between the first round. That crowd is pretty sparse though, chat. That's not good. It is empty as a motherfucker in there. Okay, all right. Round 2. Espinoza shifting his head around a little bit. Moving that up head a little bit. Peppering with the jab, keeping the right hand cocked. Jab to the body by Espinoza off that pepper and jab up top. Lead hook blocked by Khegai. Double jabs trying to stuff it through that high guard of Khegai. Nice right hand to the body by Khegai. And a jab to the body by Khegai. He takes that step in and is accurate to the body. Back comes Espinoza, working the high guard, touch, touch, touch. Now Khegai takes another step in, gets his jab in. Parries Espinoza a little bit, gets closer to him. Khegai trying to chop that right hand over the top. Espinoza pulls out of the way of it. Khegai not easy to hit with the high guard right now, blocking well. Good left hook finishes up there by Espinoza. Espinoza says, all right, you want to cover up? I'll work some combinations. Nice jab by Espinoza. Left uppercut lands for Espinoza. Khegai trying to sit on the left hook counter when Espinoza let that uppercut go, but Espinoza blocked it. Espinoza poking and prodding around that high guard and getting a little bit more accurate now. Nice right uppercut by Espinoza off the left uppercut. Jabs to the body. Jab up top. Double jab up top. Just touching. Touches. Stays in the center of the ring. Holds his ground. Drops the lead hand a little bit. Touches. Touches, steps over to his left, keeps it in the center. Nice right uppercut. That's how you do it. Turn and touch, and then boom. Minute 20 left in the round. Straight right hand by Espinoza. Touch straight right hand. Just keeping him on the end. Big left hook by Khegai. Espinoza blocks it with the right glove. Good right hand to the body by Khegai. Shot it underneath, but Khegai is starting to bust up by these little pelting punches of Espinoza, and that's where he is looking a little similar to Fundora. That pelting jab. Sweeping right hand up top off the left hook to the body by Espinoza. 2-1, 2-1 by Espinoza. Through the center. Straight right hand to the body by Espinoza off the touch jab. Counter left hook to the body by Espinoza. When Khegai took that step in, Espinoza turns his head to roll the right hand over the top. Right uppercut on the inside by Espinoza. That was a good shot. Good right uppercut on the inside. And now the facial expression of Khegai slightly changing. Uppercut starting to get through for Espinoza. Right uppercut, left uppercut. 25 seconds left. Espinoza's pace is excellent. Touch up top. Left hook to the body. Touches back with the jab. Touches with a straight right hand. Lead hand low. Different looks by... Oh, nice double feint. Sets up a jab. Right uppercut by Espinoza. Left hook to the body by Espinoza. Then that stiff arm jab. Keep you where I want you. Oh, angles off to his left. Little shuki. Straight right hand up top. And that good round by Espinoza. Good round. Just good skills, you know, and making the most of his advantages in that ring. And good. I really like his work rate, his volume, and the way he's taking something off of shots just to set things up. Khegai looks a little worried in the corner, and now he's cut over his left eye. He looks a little overwhelmed by the size and volume of Espinoza. And I said Espinoza, because Zachary is saying Espinoza is definitely the Fundora of 26. I said they're different, but that round, they were similar. The way they take something off their shots and just pelt you, because they force these guys to just cover up. So they pelt them. They take something off of it. They don't overcommit. And they're just waiting for you, because at some point you're going to have to throw back. And then that's when they knife that uppercut in with real snap on it, you know? And that's when they pick the body shot. And they're not worried about getting hit either. So when you do finally open up in the midst of all that pelting they're doing and you hit them, just because there's some tall, skinny mofo, they take the shot. And they keep fucking you up. So here we go. Round 3. Rafael Espinoza. Still a little heavy on his front foot. Sometimes that chin is close over his front foot, but he's tall. He's got an awkward frame. It's never going to be perfect. And he's fighting on the front foot tonight. We saw him against other guys fight on the back foot early in the fight. Tonight, he's decided to just be the boss from round 1. 30 seconds into the round. Espinoza keeping Khegai and no man's like Khegai wiping blood off his nose. He's getting overwhelmed. Jab, right uppercut by Espinoza. Double jab, right hand, left uppercut. And then a little step out of range to make Khegai fall short. Just a little step out. Blocks the overhand right by Khegai. Khegai finally gets him in the ropes, but Espinoza turns his body to give him half his body and ties him up. Referee breaks him up in the center of the ring. Back on the jab is Espinoza. Khegai falling short now with his right hands over the top. Espinoza threatening with that right uppercut. Another right uppercut by Espinoza. That might be his best shot, is his right uppercut. And again, I guess he is kind of like Fundora, because that's Fundora's best shot. Right uppercut to the body by Espinoza. Left hook to the body, left uppercut. Touch straight right hand. He's pelting Khegai. Nice combination punching by Espinoza. Setting it up with the jab, and then letting 3 or 4 shots run off as Khegai tries to answer in between with one shot. 1-2 by Espinoza. Espinoza rips the right uppercut, just falls short. Double jab, stiffing it, stuffing it down the chest. Now he's not getting touched either now as the fight goes on. Getting touched less and less by Khegai. Just as I say that, he gets hit with a right hand over the top. That he rolled his head with, but he got hit with it. Sorry, Espinoza. Minute left in the 3rd round. That right uppercut's going to be a problem for Khegai off the jab. Espinoza's really eating off of that. 50 seconds left. Straight right hand, left hook, right hand, left hook, right uppercut. 4, 5, 6. Oh, back comes Khegai on the inside, though. Chopping right hand over the top. But Espinoza takes it. Espinoza almost getting caught with a left hook, reaching for a left hook to the body. Khegai lands a jab up top, gets Espinoza on the ropes. Khegai imposing his strength on Espinoza along the ropes. Espinoza, though, right uppercut on the inside. Espinoza staying composed on the inside. Wants that uppercut. Believes in that uppercut. Throw the uppercut. Right uppercut on the inside for Espinoza. Khegai strong on the inside. Referee has to come in to separate him. 1-2 for Espinoza. A lot of these shots getting blocked, but they're partial lands for Espinoza. Getting wild there at the end of the round. Both guys getting rough. And that's it. Yeah, Espinoza 3-0. Khegai takes a deep breath. Yeah, a lot of these shots aren't landing clean on Khegai because he's keeping the hands home so much, but they're pelting him. They're sneaking through the center, sneaking around, pelting him, rocking his head around just a little bit, even though he's blocking 80-70% of the contact. But yeah, that's all I could keep saying. He's peppering him. The Ono Key says El Divino is peppering him, no doubt about it. So Rick says this will not go the distance. I don't think so. At this rate, it's going to be accumulation. It's going to be too much volume for Khegai at some point, and that uppercut is a problem. And that's what sucks. So even if Khegai makes it ugly, like Weedy just said, is only shot Khegai got is making this ugly, then you got to worry about that wicked right uppercut in close all the time. It's not like he sucks on the inside, even though he's tall. So nice hook off the jab by Espinoza to get himself started. Yeah, he's just peppering him, keeping him on the end. 1-2. Khegai blocking well, but Khegai trying to load up on left hooks, but Divino has been defensively responsible enough. And he's not overcommitting to punches so that he doesn't get caught in between with a big hook like that. Yeah, Khegai is swinging for the fences with that left hook, though. But Divino is cognizant of that. Defensively alert. Peppering him with the jab. Staying on top of him. Making him fall short with his jab to the body. Resetting position right in front of him. Jab, right hand, left uppercut, left hook to the body. Nice 4-punch combination by Espinoza. Big left hook by Khegai. Espinoza slips it, hooks to the body. Straight right hand to the body off the jab. Double jab. Right uppercut, hard left hook to the body by Espinoza. Beautiful punch right there. Hard right hand, 2 hard right hands by Khegai. And Espinoza rolling some of this off, turning his head completely, but that shot is landing too at the same time. Espinoza looks pissed and like he wants some get back. Closes the gap. 2 right uppercuts. Eats a left hook by Khegai, trying to get some get back and smothering himself there. Left hook to the body by Khegai. Yeah, left hook. Khegai is still dangerous with his power. And Espinoza getting rough with him on the inside. Ripping uppercuts, but Khegai is strong and sturdy, man. Double, triple right uppercut by Espinoza. Left hook to the body. Khegai says, nah. But Khegai is bleeding from the right nose. Bleeding from his nose is Khegai. Right uppercut again by Espinoza. Right uppercut again. Right uppercut. Left uppercut. Shoryuken! Touch, measuring. Double jab, right hand. Left hook counter by Khegai. Khegai is saying, go ahead, motherfucker. Keep throwing that uppercut. I'm trying to land a bomb. Sweeping right hand. Right uppercut off the sweeping right hand by Espinoza. Khegai trying to time him with the left hook, but Espinoza keeping the right hand home just in time. But Khegai trying to set up, hey man, let that right uppercut go one too many times and let me land that left hook right as that uppercut isn't at home. Why does that right hand ain't home to protect that chin? Right there, it almost happened for Khegai. Espinoza is falling in love with that right uppercut a lot, and I get it. He's landing it, busting his nose open, but Khegai is still strong and trying to load up on a hook. But Khegai is getting busted up, blood gushing from his nose now. He ate dozens of uppercuts that round, and he's selling out on the hook. To his credit, he's selling out. You definitely follow the logic. He's throwing the right uppercut a lot. Let me throw this bomb of a left hook when that right uppercut is being thrown in between and it's not home to block. And I might pull a Mendoza-Fundora on this motherfucker. But it ain't going well. He's not holding up under the accumulation. His face is busting up. Nose busted up, cut over the left eye. And yeah, he's leaking from that nose, man. My boy Marvin Samodia is trying to tell him about the uppercut. Take a step out of range. Take a step out of range from the uppercut. But it's like, yeah, take a step out of range, and then I'm on the end of his jab. That's what becomes daunting against Fundora and Espinoza. I take a step out of range, I'm getting pelted. I take a step in range, and this dude's got a wicked uppercut that he throws from south of the fucking border. So, there we go. All right, round 5. And Khegai is tough and game and strong, but getting beaten up. Now Khegai trying to listen to Marvin Samodia and take some steps out of range. He's on the end of Espinoza's jab. Now he steps in with his own right uppercut. Good right uppercut by Khegai. That was a hard right uppercut. Espinoza took it, turned him back into the center. Again, Espinoza's defense, not the best. His offense and his length is his defense, kind of like Fundora. He's got good feet, too. I don't want to say good feet. He got good feet, but not great feet. Khegai is busting up, man. Leaking from the nose, minute into the 5th. Espinoza, beautiful punch placement. Right uppercut, left hook to the body, off the jab. Jab, right uppercut, right uppercut. That's been the go-to. Now a jab sets up a straight right hand to the body. Nice jab by Espinoza. That time it was a shotgun jab, not that double, triple pelting jab. Takes a step out of range. Khegai follows him out, but he blocked. Oh, nice pivot by Espinoza in the center of the ring. Shifted his weight to the right. Didn't land the shot, but nice pivot by the tall dude. Minute and a half left in the round. Left uppercut by Espinoza. That hurt Khegai. And then he knifes the right hand of the body. Khegai buzzed, but punching with Espinoza even while being buzzed. Left hook to the body by Espinoza. Right uppercut on the inside by Espinoza. He's an excellent, combination punch. Excellent offensive fighter, period. Excellent offensive fighter, Espinoza. Khegai, a double right hand, walks into it. 2 hard body shots by Espinoza. The right and the left after a double touch right hand up top. Big left uppercut by Espinoza. Khegai about to get stopped, man. Jab to the body by Espinoza. Too much volume, too much offense. And now steam is leaving some of the shots of Khegai, who was selling out, going for broke on some of these shots, didn't land them. Now even if he lands them, it's not going to be with full steam on him. Right uppercut, Espinoza cooking, sizzling with the combination. Right uppercut, left hook up top, measures with the jab, straight right hand to the body, left hook up top. Not all of it landed, but it's pretty. Right uppercut, lead right uppercut. Step back, left hook, gets cornered by Khegai, punches out of the corner with a straight right hand. Excellent offense by Rafael Espinoza. Now, against Carrington, who's a nasty counter puncher, against Leo, who, again, can counter and move. It's great fights in this division, man. Espinoza is very good, very exciting, and vulnerable. So, add all that together, that's a fun fighter. Khegai might stop the fight in the corner. I think one more round like that, and they're going to stop it. Kagai's taking punishment. Yeah. Zachary said he's trying to pull a Mendoza, but one of those uppercuts is going to Robesi him. Yeah, it was almost the left uppercut, not the right uppercut, that got him. Carrington ain't doing shit. He lost to Sagawa, basically. Styles make fights, bro. Carrington's a nasty counterpuncher in the pocket, and he'll have opportunities to do what he does best against Espinoza. I don't know, man. Sean, how would Espinoza look 20 pounds bigger at 47 or 54? He's tall enough for all the way for 75. Yeah, but that ain't him. I think it'd be better for him to. I think he'll top out at lightweight. I don't even think he'll get to 40. It's not all about height. It's about physicality too. And he's light in the ass for 40 or 47, I think. But we'll see. We'll see. 30 seconds into the sixth. Nice jab by Espinoza. Nice jab again. It's committing to that jab that time. Now he goes back to pelting with it. Khegai trying to jab to the body. Khegai covering up as Espinoza steps inside off the jab to the uppercut. Big right hand by Khegai over the top. But Espinoza took it. Khegai still trying to... Oh, big left hook on the inside by Khegai, man, in between Espinoza's punches. Jimmy Lennon, I saw Jimmy Lennon go, ooh. Oh, sweeping right hand by Espinoza. That was a hard crunching shot. Khegai is tough, 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 man. Strong as hell. Sturdy. Sturdy. And Espinoza says, come on, hit me in the chin. Out of the clinch. Khegai is tough, man. Espinoza just keeping him on the end in the center of the ring. Staying in front of him, though. Khegai, straight right hand to the body. Jab to the body. Espinoza giving him that. Ooh, what a right uppercut by Espinoza. Just missed. Then he touches with the right hand. Hard left hook to the body. Right on the button. I don't know how fighters be taking those body shots, man. That shit is crazy. Minute 20 left in the round. Left hook to the body by Espinoza right out of the clinch. Khegai still working on the inside. Espinoza seems to be giving him a few offensive opportunities this round because he wants to nail him. He wants to go home. Minute left in the round. Right uppercut, left uppercut, right uppercut by Espinoza. Ripping him with speed. Wop, 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 wop. Khegai trying to reach with a jab of the body. Khegai still throwing bombs over the top. Looping his shots. Trying to crash him down on the chin of Espinoza. But the Espinoza touches with the right hand. Boom. Left hook to the body. He's done a beautiful job of that. Touch here to build momentum on the next shot. Touch here to build momentum on the next shot. Touch with the jab. Straight right hand to the body. 30 seconds left. Lead hand low. Rolls the right hand by Khegai. I don't like Espinoza's rolls. But hey, they're good enough. They get the job done. Khegai is starting to be a lot of swelling around the left eye too to go with the blood. Nice jab by Davino from the hip. Little up jab there. Picks it up. Khegai still strong. That's going to do it for the sixth. Yeah, 6-zip, Rafael Espinoza. And Khegai's corner is in the tough spot because how many more opportunities at a title is your fighter going to get? This may be his last opportunity. And he's still going for broke. He's still swinging with bad intentions. So you want to give your guy every chance he's got. He may never get another chance at the title, but his eye is closing up. He's cut. He's bleeding from the nose. He's taking a sustained beating. So, you know, this is stuff the corner has to think about as this continues. Khegai can take it. He's sturdy as they come. Yeah, Luis Marquez saying that guy is tough. He is tough. Definitely a tough guy, says Weedy to Gonzalez. He's tough, man. He's tough. You got to respect these guys. Tough as nails, but, you know, at some point the corner's got to protect you. But I get it. Again, it might be his last shot at the title, and the boy is still throwing bombs. He's still going for broke here and there. So we'll see. Round 7, I don't think Khegai's making it the distance, but he throws enough bombs here and there, and Espinoza is defensively vulnerable enough that it gives your corner hope. So here we go. Let's see Khegai. Let's see if we can do this round. Sweeping right hand over the top for Khegai. Rips a left hook inside. He's still dangerous. I thought his steam had left him a little bit, but he's still dangerous when he lets these shots go. But Espinoza isn't worried about it. That's a Mexican dog. Not going to make him shy away from contact. 40 seconds into it. Khegai still letting bombs with right uppercut by Espinoza. Left uppercut. Sizzling right hand of the body off the uppercut. He's cooking him. Cooking. Espinoza cooking, boy. He cooks with some of these uppercuts in combat. They start sizzling. I love it. Espinoza, sizzle. Sizzle me, baby. Right uppercut by Khegai actually landed, but so did, 2 right uppercuts on the inside by Espinoza. Right uppercut, left hook, right uppercut, taking something off of that. taking something off that little sweeping combination. Touch right hand by Espinoza. Touches with the jab. Rips the right uppercut. Step out. Center ring. Parries the jab to the body. Khegai smothers him onto the ropes. Ref breaks him up. Halfway through the round, Espinoza touching with the jab. Backs away from a jab. Sweeping right hand to the body by Khegai. Espinoza getting tired of the headbutts. Referee does a timeout and is taking a look at Khegai. I don't know if you need to be fighting anymore, bro. It's kind of funny. Espinoza was complaining about the headbutts, and then the ref goes, come to think of it, doctor, come look at this dude. Doctor looking at him, that left eye that's closing up. The crowd doesn't want an anticlimactic stoppage, and they're not going to get one. They're going to let this continue. Davino, close the show, brother. Put the combos together. Come on now. It's about that time. Double jab, right uppercut, left hook, right uppercut, left hook. Combination, 4-punch combination. 1-2, followed by the uppercut, straight right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by Espinoza. 1, 2, 3 by Espinoza. Counter right hand by Khegai, and he goes for broke on the left hook, but Espinoza hooks with him and lands it. Left uppercut. Kagai's legs finally buckle. This dude is strong as shit, and finally he buckles. What uppercuts by Espinoza. 1, 2, 3 by Espinoza. Left hook to the body by Espinoza. Khegai is tough. Still letting his hands go, but getting beat up, beaten the... Oh, right up, left hook off the right hand. He's taking so many punches, it's hard to call, chat. 30 seconds left. This got to be the end. Come on, Espinoza. Final bro. Oh, sweeping right hand. Hurts Khegai. Left hook to the body. Left hook up top. Great combinations by Espinoza. Really good offense. Oh, turns the right hand over and loops it again. Different style of punch. Right uppercut out of the clinch. Khegai lands a left hook. Back comes Espinoza, sweeping his right hands behind his lead hand. Smothering Khegai back on the inside. Sweeping right hand. Takes an angle off to the left hook. Just nasty combinations and offense from that boy Davino Espinoza. Come on, corner, you can stop it now. This dude is taking that was a beating in the 7th. Body and head. And he finally showed cracks in the armor. Some of those right hands were knocking him across the ring. I think you got to call it now, Marv. In the corner. I think you got to call it after that one. I think you got to call it. He's landed some of those bombs, and Espinoza punches right through it like it ain't shit at this point in the fight. Yeah, you got to stop it. Chat, people in the chat are saying you should stop it. You should stop it. This got to be the last round, chat. Yeah, this got to be the last round. Here we go. Here we go. Round 8. All right, this got to be it. Espinoza, come on, close the show, man. Do the corner and the ref a favor. Make it easy on him. Put some shit together. Get him done. All right, combination by Espinoza to start against the ropes with Khegai against the ropes. Good hand speed by Espinoza on these combos because he takes something off the shots to throw them in combination. Good jab by Espinoza. Again, back. It's hard jab, double, triple jab by Espinoza. Angles to his left, double, triple jab. Jab. Khegai is busted up. Oof. They trade jabs. Espinoza gets the better of it. Jab to the body by Khegai. Gets home. Espinoza. Jab. Right uppercut. Combination. Finish up with the left uppercut. Sweeping right hand. It's blocked, but... Oh, big right hand over the top by Khegai, but Espinoza turns his head, and it kind of hits the back of his head because the way he gets out of the way of punches. Big right hand on the inside by Khegai, but Espinoza must be taking something off of them because he's walking through them. Touches him with a combination again, turns him off the combination. I just want to see, I kind of am getting tired of seeing Khegai suffer with his face busted up in front of Espinoza. I think I've seen enough of this. I get it, man. Khegai is a G. He is a warrior. And he's still going for broke with left hooks, but I think I've seen enough. Halfway through the round. Minute 15 left, hopefully, in the fight. Jab for Espinoza. Sweeping right hand by Khegai. Big left hook by Khegai. It landed. Back comes Espinoza with a vicious combination, and he caps it with a left uppercut that knocks Kagai's head straight up. So that's just Espinoza. Oh, big right uppercut. Bolo right uppercut off the measure with the lead hand. That was like a bolo right uppercut. Espinoza moving his head a little bit. Bouncing up and down. Bouncing. A little bit. Oh, 1-2. Quick 1-2 off the bounce by Espinoza. 2-1. Bounce. Takes a step out of range. Makes it fall short. Right uppercut, left hook, right uppercut. Bounce. Lead left hook. Gets blocked by Khegai. Bouncing around. 1-2. Nice 1-2. Looking like Muhammad Ali off the bounce 1-2. Another 1-2. Okay. Rafael Ali. Cassius Espinoza. Nice jab. Steps over the right. 1-2-1. Right uppercut. Can this end? It's 10 seconds left. Khegai shoots a right hand. Big right hand by Khegai on the inside. And Espinoza makes him pay with 6-punch combination. Capping it with a left hook to the body. That's going to do it for the 8th, man. I don't know. They might keep sending Khegai out there because he just doesn't stop throwing bombs in little spots. And he does land them sometimes, but... Oof. Boxing 31 says, this guy not have a family? Leo Vergara saying, stop the fight. Cesarco saying, respect to Khegai. Yeah, everybody in the chat is saying, stop the fight. Towel, white flag. Cutman having to do miracles for... Look, I love Marvin Somodia, but he might be being a little too brave for his fighter right now, man. They're going to send him out there? Are they? The referee is like, yo, we want him to get looked at by the doctor. The referee is kind of like, I don't know, Marvin Somodia. I'm going to keep letting you sending this dude out here. Doctor's looking at him. Doctor's looking at him. Doctor's looking at him. This dude's had enough, man. You can stop it. Stop it. Marvin Somodia, I love you, bro. Marvin is pleading with Khegai to go for broke one last time. I get it. Or did they stop this already? What are they? Nope, they're letting it out. Marvin gave a hell of a pep talk to Khegai. Maria, I actually know the corner. I love that guy. Marvin, I can't disagree with what you said. Marvin gave Khegai one last pep talk and said, hey, those bombs you're throwing, let them go one last time. See if you could do it. Because this is a veteran who may be fighting for a world title for the last time in his career. Khegai trying to rip some shots. Trying to rip some right hands around. Espinoza looks a little too fresh for a miracle to happen right now. Khegai bouncing around. Man, his face has become grotesque a little bit. That eye is bad. Davino still touching him on the end of shots. 1-2-3, 1-2-1. Measuring him. Khegai trying to bounce around a little bit, be a little further away, and then try to spring into a shot or make Espinoza give up his height. Make him reach, catch him in between. Big left hook by Khegai, just misses. Espinoza nods as if to say, I know that's still there. Jab, right uppercut, triple right uppercut by Espinoza. Khegai shoots the left hook in between all those right uppercuts, but Espinoza takes it on the top of the head. Hasn't been able to find the chin of Espinoza. Espinoza's either rolled it or he's taken it in a not too dangerous area. Good jabs by Espinoza. Another jab. Khegai trying to use more lateral movement this round to set something up, but it's not really working. Double jab by Espinoza, pelting him. Shoots the right uppercut, misses it. Still defensively alert enough, Khegai, to move his head out of the way of some of these shots. Jab to the body, sweeping right hand up top for Khegai, but I don't know, it's futile. Feels futile. 50 seconds left. A more competitive round. Khegai's lateral movement has made Espinoza pepper him less this round. Khegai getting low, trying to get low. Espinoza keeps him at bay, 1-2-1. Khegai shooting a right hand to the body. Man, his face is busted up, man. I hope this is the last round. Combination by Espinoza. Runs 4 or 5 shots. But not with power on him. Khegai jumps in. Ties Espinoza up. 15 seconds left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 punch combination by Espinoza. Capped with the right uppercut. Right hand to the body by Khegai. Comes right back. Khegai, big left hook, but getting it blocked. Espinoza closing with a big right hand near the bell. Measuring, and then 2 right uppercuts. Measuring, sweeping the right hand. Espinoza's so good at measuring with that lead glove and shooting something off of it. Please stop the fight. This shit is dragging on. This should have been over, man. Gail, I know you love Marvin too. But I don't know, man. How much more does Marvin need to see? Come on, he's suffering in that corner, Marvin. It's not gonna happen, I think, bro. I don't think he's gonna land that jackpot shot, man. In the last couple, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, it's getting hard to watch, Mr. Swisher said. Yeah, Gail says, nope, Marvin is sending Khegai back out. I love Marvin, Gail, but I don't love this decision-making down the stretch of this fight. I get it, though, Gail. The veteran, you know, this may be your last dance at this level. I get it, but at a certain point, man, I don't know. But that's why they're in the fight game, Gail, and that's why we're on the outside watching it. All right, back comes Espinoza. Keeping him on the end of his shots. Not as dominant a 9th round, and still easily won it. Khegai, big looping right hand over the top. Finds a home, but Espinoza walks through it. Comes right back with his own offense. Measures off the jab, setting up right hands off of it. Multiple jabs by Espinoza. Khegai steps in, works the body, works a hard right hand in the clinch. Good right hand, still landing on the clinch. Oh, sweeping right hand, right uppercut for Espinoza. Mid to close range there. They're back in the center of the ring. Espinoza touching with the jab. Backs Khegai to the ropes with a right uppercut. Minute into the 10th. Khegai being using his feet a little bit more the last round and a half. Staying out of range a little bit more. Not just staying in front of Espinoza. Espinoza, 2 touch right hands up top. Jab up top, straight right hand to the body. Jab up top, right uppercut misses. Khegai steps in with a shot, wings a big left hook. Espinoza walking through it and literally pushing him off, and then knifes a right uppercut to the body, right uppercut up top, another right hand to the body, left uppercut inside. Khegai holding his head down, trying to launch a right hand, but can't find the target. Espinoza works his right uppercut in the clinch. Khegai looks tired out of that last clinch. Khegai on the ropes. Combinations by Espinoza. Combinations. Khegai comes back with a right hand to the body. This dude is tough as hell, man. Robezi Ramirez ate 1/100th of this punishment and said, yeah, I had enough. And Khegai just won't quit, man. He won't fold. He won't break. What's this dude made of? Right uppercut to the body by Espinoza. Combination after combination by Espinoza this round. And just busting up that fight. Right uppercut, left hook. Can you stop this fight, please? Like, goddamn. Have you ever heard of Maxim Dadashev? This is bad. Like, it's time to stop this fight. This gotta be the last round, man. Gotta be the last round. 10 seconds left in this fight. I'm saying it. I'm putting it in. I'm going to speak it, believe it, receive. Oh, right hand by Khegai right at the bell, though. Crashes on the chin of Espinoza, but Espinoza eats it and finishes his work. Left hook on the inside. Khegai landed just enough in that last 10 seconds to probably make Marvin send him out again. Okay. Damn it, Khegai. Why did you have to land that right hand and that left hook in the last 10 seconds? Why? Stop landing the occasional bomb. It's a warrior, man. Anything can happen, says Bake Kozen. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. And another Chia says it's not over until someone is on the floor. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. This is boxing. Anything can happen. But, man, I think it's all in the likelihood that it's not going to be worth it. That this could have been stopped rounds ago, and all it did was lead to more punishment for Arnold Khegai. Let's see. What are they doing? They're going to let it go? No. No, that's it. They called it. Thank God. Oof. Did he really need to take those last few rounds of punishment? I get it. Anyway, that was rough to watch the last couple rounds, chat. I kind of got tired of commentating it and just wanted it to be over. But it's a TKO 10 for Rafael Divino Espinoza. Excellent, excellent, excellent offensive fighter. Awesome offensive fighter. Defensively vulnerable, right? But he is a handful to deal with at 26 with his size and offense. Very good fighter. Quality champion, Rafael Espinoza. I don't think elite or pound for pound, but a quality champion who might be the best featherweight, the toughest out at 126. But he is a really fun fighter to watch. One of the most fun fighters to watch in boxing right now. So good stuff. But I did Blaze Boxing. I did not have money on a stoppage. I didn't. I didn't have money, but I just got tired of commentating that shit round after. It was like, okay, I've seen enough. We could call it a night. This guy, you don't like seeing a guy just take punishment round after round and for no reason at some point. But I had tremendous respect to Khegai. There's some fighters. What's scary is like some fighters will die before you stop them. I don't think Maxim Dadashev, he got stopped in the corner. Like, he never actually got knocked out with a 10 count on his feet, and he died that night. And that taught me some fighters will literally die before they let you knock them out. And Khegai was built like that tonight. And it really went on too long for my taste. But I love Marvin Samodia, but I don't think he did a good job in handling that tonight. But it is what it is. Kenny Power says, I'm so glad I hedged my bet. I had Tio Sheets with Espinoza by points or Espinoza by stoppage rounds 9 through 12. George said Tommy Hearns was tall and started at welterweight. Did y'all say anything about that? Do you mean this as if to say someone's taking something away from Espinoza by saying he's tall? We're not. He's just tall. It's a thing. It's an asset for him. And by the way, I really like Rafael Espinoza. He's an awesome fighter. He's not no fucking Tommy Hearns, okay? There's only one Tommy Hearns. So, and what happened to Tommy Hearns? Shorter, great fighters knocked him out. Like Marvin Hagler and Ray Leonard, Iran Barkley knocked him out. So as amazing as Tommy was, and he was absolutely amazing, you know, he could be had too because he was tall and his defense wasn't the best, you know, and he didn't take the best punch either. But good luck getting past all that offense. And Espinoza's a little bit similar in that vein. But Espinoza isn't Tommy Hearns. He's really good, though. He's a quality champion. Corey Erdman was right there with you, Sean. He could not see why the fight went as long as he did. Yeah, Corey's a pro who calls fights, a million fights a year. He sees it all from the club shows to the championship level. He sees it get real ugly in the ring every month that he calls action. So if he's saying he saw enough for a few rounds, then that means we probably all saw enough. So, let's see. Espinoza's a featherweight, though. Espinoza's good. Bowie said, I stopped watching a few rounds ago. Seeing a guy's future get fucked up for no reason is not entertaining to me. I hear you. I think save for Naoya and Junto, Divino is the man around this weight class. Carrington is an interesting style matchup for him because Carrington loves the counterpunch in the pocket, and Espinoza will oblige. He'll say, "Here's your fucking counterpunching opportunities you like so much. Let's see if you can handle all of this coming your way." And judging by their quality of performances and the level of opposition they've been facing, you got to favor Espinoza. He's been fighting better opposition and looking more impressive against better opposition. Shushu, a lot of people thought he lost to Sagawa. He is kind of one-dimensional and always looking for the pull counters in the pocket. He doesn't use his feet enough. He doesn't use his jab and his length enough. He's like, please, let me counterpunch in the pocket. Let me do my favorite thing to do. And I don't think is being as versatile as he could be with his length and speed and all and skill. But Divino is going to probably basically allow him to do what he does best because styles make fights. And I think Carrington would be catching him clean with some counters, but he could also get overwhelmed like anybody else by Espinoza's work rate, volume, offense. But I don't know, man. Yeah. Carrington would get destroyed by Espinoza. Stop it. Sagawa was too much pressure for Shushu. He needs more power. Styles make fights, though. Sagawa would get fucked up by Espinoza, but he moves in and out more than Espinoza. Espinoza's more of a stationary type. Espinoza got underrated good feet, too, though. I hear you. Espinoza deserves to be the favorite if they fought next. But styles make fights, and Carrington is a very good counterpuncher in the pocket. And I could see him knocking out Espinoza, catching him clean with some of those pull counters in the pocket, or I could see him losing and getting overwhelmed. So they would have to fight. It's a lot of pick'em fights at 26. I think Nick Ball's the weakest link, and he's good. But I think Angelo Leo, I think Carrington's about to grab that belt, and I think Divino, those are all 50-50 mix and match fights. And then the winner of Inoue Nakatani coming up, just once the winner of Inoue Nakatani moves up, 26 is going to be the best weight class in boxing along with 54. So, but I am tired, chat. It is about 10 o'clock. I did 2 lives tonight. If there's anything else you guys want to talk about before I get out of here, let it rip. But otherwise, my voice is tired. I'm going to be getting out of here. Good stuff by Espinoza. So let's give some grades. Rafael Espinoza gets an A. Not an A+, but he gets an A. Emiliano Vargas gets a C+, B-. C+ because of the expectations we have for him. C+. Julian Montalvo gets an A. And Richard Torrez gets an A+. I actually think Torrez with his KO1 is the A+. Espinoza's an A. And then Emiliano C+, Julian Montalvo an A. Lindolfo Delgado D+. He passed. He didn't get held back. He gets to go to the next grade. But that's it. So there you go. C Money said, nope, looking forward to your recap of Raheem. That'll be in the morning, brother. Thank you. And it's been super fun. Thanks, Sean. Thank you, Gail, for being here the whole chat. Love you, Gail. See you soon. Maybe I'll see you in Texas next month. If not, definitely see you for Cruz and Murataya in January. So goodbye, Gail. Love you. Jonathan says, I want him to unify next versus Angelo or winner of Ball versus Figueroa. Yeah, I like that. I like him and Angelo Leo. You know what? I gotta be honest, though. I love Angelo Leo. He's been at the house. Brendan is, like, in his camp. He's one of his assistant trainers, for crying out loud. So we've had Angelo over the house for fight night, and he's just an awesome dude. Not a great interview, but an awesome person. And he, the only part I don't like about that fight is Angelo might fucking lose, and I might have to favor Espinoza over Angelo, which would make Brendan mad at me, but I might have to favor Espinoza. But I love Angelo. I'd be happy if he won. Anyways, let's see. Do I still play Undisputed, and give us what you think of the game overall? I have two major issues with Undisputed. The fact that their fights are 8 rounds, so that people that waste their stamina in about 5 rounds, it's an effective strategy. They'll go up 3 or 4 points on you because they're emptying their tank. They're fighting like it's not a 12-round fight. They know if they gas out by the 6th round, it's okay because it's just an 8-round fight. So the management of stamina leaves something to be desired, and the punch tracking. I mean, I get it if someone makes me miss or if I just fall short. That happens in boxing, even if they didn't do a maneuver or a block or take a step out of range. Sometimes you just miss. But too many times in that game, I feel like the hit detection's a little too wonky. And I lined my guy up for the right shot, and it just didn't land. I think landing the jab has to be maybe rewarded. It's rewarded enough, but I think it has to be rewarded a little bit more. And they need... So when you hold down the power modifier, most people's jab is this stupid wind-up animation, and then they land it. And I think the stopping power on your jab needs to be modified somewhere between where it is right now when you throw it normal and where it is when you stun them in their tracks with that stupid, exaggerated power jab. I don't know. But all that said, I like the game, and I still play it a lot. I've been playing it a lot. I like the game. I still play it. But is it perfect? Not even close. But I play it a lot. I'm just happy there is a boxing game on PS5 and this generation of consoles. So I wish they would give us the option to do 12-round fights, because then I'd almost never lose. These guys waste their stamina in 5 or 6 rounds, and then they hold on through the 8th. You know, that's how I get beat. But Matt Borgenson, thank you for the super chat, said Richard Torrez is cursed. A tweener at heavyweight. Yeah, he'd probably be the best bridgerweight in the world, but yeah, he's small. But you know what? It's going to be a fun ride, Matt. And he's going to be in some big fights at heavyweight. And he's an overachiever. He's going to be in better shape than just about anybody in the heavyweight division. He's going to have more grit than just about anybody he fights. And, you know, I think the overachiever will punch above his weight a couple times in his career. I'm hopeful of that. I don't know if I'm sold that will happen, but I'm optimistic, Matt, that the overachiever will punch over his weight a few times in his career. I'll take it. I like Richard. It'll be fun to watch. Will he be the next heavyweight champion? I would bet no. But can he be a heavyweight champion? Can he pick up a belt at some point? I think that's possible. So, people are claiming the Eubank fight was rigged. Nah, it's just Eubank was fucking dead. He was dead in the first fight, but he was more dead this time. And Ben was a little smarter. So you got what you got. Do I agree with BT that Angelo Leo beats Espinoza? I'd favor Espinoza, I think. But if Angelo had those 2 nights against Tremaine Williams and Venado where his soul was on fire. And I don't know how many times you could summon up that special sauce as a fighter, dial it up. I think Angelo still can. He's so young. I think if Angelo has a special, perfect level, because he has to be perfect to beat Espinoza. He has to be the Angelo that fought Venado. Can't be the Angelo that, fought Alameda a couple years ago and had some pedestrian performances in the midst of his career a couple years ago. Now, if he's on point, on fire, firing on all cylinders, all of that, he has to fight a perfect fight, and he could beat Espinoza. But I think if both guys just fight a good fight, have a good camp, and Angelo can't summon that next level out of himself that he's only summoned in a couple of fights in his career, then he's going to lose. So, I don't know. I love Angelo. I love Divino, but I like both guys a lot. But I think you got to give the edge to Espinoza. His size is a lot to deal with, man. And Leo, It's tough. Size matters in that matchup. I would favor Espinoza, but I'd be so happy if Angelo could pull it off. And actually, I love Angelo so much. I've been telling Brendan, fuck these unifications, bro. Hold on to that fucking belt until Angelo could get the bag in Japan. And Inoue's smaller than him. And Angelo's always said, I feel like that's my Pacquiao-Marquez fight. I know what he sees. I don't know if he could pull it off, but I know what he sees. So I'm always telling Brendan, bro, fuck the unifications. I know you think your guy is Superman and he's the best 26 in the world. You're supposed to think that. He's supposed to think that. But I think you should just hold on to the fucking belt until Inoue moves up and make a lot of fucking money. That's just me. So why'd Venado versus Leo never happen? It did. And Angelo knocked him out cold. It was the knockout of the year. So, who won the fight? Jerry Johnson, Divino Espinoza, 10th round TKO stoppage, pummeling Khegai into submission in a fight that should have been stopped a few rounds before. So, I got Ben versus Barrios. I think everybody picks everybody over Barrios. Which, I don't know. Watch Barrios beat Ryan if that fight happens. Because Barrios is going to be pissed for that fight. He's not going to be the timid, too respectful and meek Barrios that fought Pacquiao. He's going to be like, oh, I don't like this motherfucker, right? For Ryan. And that's good. We need that from Barrios. He was way too respectful of Pacquiao in the lead up to that fight. And it showed on fight night. I think Ryan Garcia brings a different dynamic, a different mood out of, he brings spite out of Barrios, and spite is a good thing in the ring. I pick Garcia, but what Garcia are we getting? Because the Garcia that fought Rolly didn't scare anybody, and if all you got to do is take away that left hook like Rolly did and keep this up, Barrios may be very disciplined and technically sound enough to do the same thing. And if Ryan has to do anything else but find you with the left hook, does he win? Does he, I don't know. That's a good fight. I really like that fight. I favor Ryan, but not Ryan all day. So, I wonder how Barrios feels and what he thinks as he's basically getting stepped on with everyone. Well, I mean, Barrios isn't moody. He's not moody, but he hates media. He's not an extrovert. So Chiquian, to answer your question, I imagine it's just he feels more the same as what he always feels. Kind of, fuck these people, like that. He doesn't love the spotlight. Actually, it makes him kind of nervous. He really hates doing interviews. He doesn't like being in front of all the lights. And you could see it, in the lead up to the Pacquiao fight and everything. But I just think, for whatever reason, he has animosity towards Ryan. I suspect there's just something about Ryan he doesn't like as a fellow Chicano. And I look forward to their kind of natural contrast. Tex-Mex versus Southern California Mexican. I've said this on other streams, but, Barrios being that into the Aztec indigenous culture. Ryan being more Americanized, hotshot California guy. Ryan's got the marketability, the star power, but Barrios has what he's never accomplished, an actual world title. So I like the fight. Even though Ryan doesn't deserve it, like at all. But I like the fight. So Chiquian said, I like Barrios. I met him after the Ugas weigh-in, and I feel bad for him as all. No, Barrios, I'm sure, was super cool to you. Remember, I said he hates the media and doesn't like being in front of the spotlight and getting the shine. But I think as a person you'd go up to as a boxing fan and say, oh, I think he'd be very cool and approachable and down to earth in those terms. But dealing with guys like us, media, he's not a big fan. So, yo, Sean, do you think Emiliano's ready for a title shot? No. Not yet, no. He needs another 18 months. 2027. Second half of 2027. The WBO vacant top rank special, baby, is coming. By second half of 2027, Emiliano Vargas will win a vacant WBO title. He is a top rank prospect. That is what's going to happen. So Keyshawn washes Emiliano at 40. Yeah, he does. But Keyshawn's a grown man in there. He's 26 now. Emiliano's 21. Let the kid get to Keyshawn's age, so let's see what we're working with. But yeah, he would wash him right now. But all right, chat. I'm gonna get out of here. It's a wrap. See you all later. I will be back next week for the card I can't wait for. I got Mason, Bam, Benavidez, and then Haney Norman's the 50-50.